Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. All people. Soul Puppet Master, God-level talent at the beginning. Chapter 71. With just one breath, the fierce spirit flew into the surface of Susano. With a loud explosion, Susano directly turned into air. Supreme Wang Quan, what are you blocking this time? Heaven and Earth flow sword and shadow dance. Earth dungeon barrier. He ran excitement. 20 people showed their skills of seeing one after another. They also all know that there is only one result today. Either take this move, or all die under this move. As the few people in the front were kicked out of the formation, Yi Bi opened Burning Soul without hesitation. 1, 2, 3. The blood mist is like red cherry blossoms blooming in front of the gate of the shrine. This one, I hope your highness the princess can hold on for a few more seconds. Yi Bi hasn't used Skywrath Warrior's blaster yet. As a result, it was all gone. Nightingale collects the spoils. Yi Bi saw from the eyes of the sky that there was no team coming for the time being. Let Nightingale sweep the floor immediately. With the sound of unwilling roars in the altar. The life of Yamada no Orochi is also coming to an end. The speed of rebirth can no longer keep up with the bite speed of Yi Bi's fierce soul. Thief, injured the sacred beast of the country. A soft drink came from far away, followed by a pink sandstorm sweeping from the horizon. Originally, Yi Bi was about to deal with Yamada no Orochi, but the real master on the opposite side suddenly appeared. Then give her face and kill Yamada no Orochi in front of her. The pink sandstorm came quickly. As soon as Nightingale finished sweeping the floor and hid her body, the tall mount opposite appeared within the range of vision. The pink sandstorm was caused by the afterimage dragged by the pink python. Mai Shiranui. Yi Bi didn't expect that Her Royal Highness the other party's princess was 80% similar to Mai Shiranui. Thief, take your life. Princess Huawu didn't talk nonsense, she rushed to the Funu monarch when she came up. The tactics are very simple, capture the thief first and capture the king first. The King of Wrath of Heaven won record Supreme Wang Quan. But it seems to be worn in the afterimage. Sky Crane Fire God descends. Fire, fire, fire. Yi Bi could clearly feel the King of Wrath of Heaven being bounced off the ground by an invisible force. Then an invisible fire appeared all over his body. The blood volume is decreasing in units of 3,000. This is the first time he has encountered this kind of absolute control since changing jobs. Soul burst. Roar. Boom. With a roar and the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. Yamada no Orochi was successfully beheaded by Yi Bi. It was too late to see the drop notification, so he turned on the Shadow King form. You are not the only one who will transform. The Sky Wrath King in the air was shrouded in a black shadow. Immune to all abnormal states. Without any bells and whistles, he directly grabbed Her Royal Highness Princess who also turned into a fire god with both hands, and slammed it hard towards the ground. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, just a smash. Your Highness. We are here to save you. The 4 female professionals who came along with the princess rushed out together. Instead of attacking the transformed Shadow King, he directly entered the body with a knife. After the blood splattered, a protective shield was formed, covering the semi-conscious princess. Cough cough, well, I remember you. Send. This is the life-saving method prepared by Sakura Seminary for the princess. Sacrifice 4 people to win 30 seconds of no interruption time, so that she can teleport successfully. Kill. Blood Realm. Substitute. Boom. A burst of blood mist dispersed. The princess has disappeared. Her equipment and weapons, as well as her pink python mount, were left on the ground. Yi Bi looked at the battle kill list, and no one was killed. It seems that the other party activated some secret method to allow me to escape successfully, but left behind everything like death. It doesn't matter to Yi Bi whether she kills a princess or not. As long as the stuff explodes as usual, it's fine. If you don't kill it, maybe it can be delivered to your door next time. The genius princess of Sakura Seminary is dead. Nightingale saw the princess's falling object and thought she was directly hammered by Yi Bi. This series of battles is already a battle between gods. She never saw it. I didn't die. What kind of blood world substitute was opened and ran away? Yi Bi picked up the palm-sized pink python pendant and threw it on the ground. The pink python mount with empty eyes stood aside stupidly. It's actually a mount from the blood realm, what a pity. Jiaolong, it's cheap for you. Summoned the flood dragon and began to devour the giant python that was bigger than it. Only then did Yi Bi have time to look at the record of kills and acquisitions. Kill the level 36 Yamada no Orochi avatar, legendary level, experience plus asterisk to get the legendary level seat plus 1-1. The King of Wrath of Heaven has absorbed a wisp of divine power of Yamada no Orochi, silver level plus 25%. As the evolution of the dragon cub 100% open, Yi Bi glanced at the Jiaolong who had already eaten like a pig, and directly clicked to start evolution. A burst of brilliance flashed. The dragon and snake scales began to fall off, replaced by real dragon scales. A mark appeared on the unicorn on the top of the head. Skill learned by young dragons, leaping. Don't waste it after eating. Seeing that there were still many giant python bodies, Yi Bi ordered. The young Jiaolong obviously regarded Yi Bi as his father, and he was very obedient and began to feast on it. The latest news, the legendary throne has been released on the territory of Sakura. True or false? Who exploded? Is there any news? The only ones who can reach the legendary level over there are the Yamada no Orochi clone and the Susanoo clone. But their local people would never hunt and kill these two. It is said that he is a mysterious summoner who can transform into a famous name, and swept the Yamada no Orochi shrine. Even Her Royal Highness the Princess of the Sakura Seminary headquarters was beaten to the brim. Qing Yunfeng immediately opened the forum of the professional union. Sure enough, the headline was this news. Topic. It's not that the dragon crosses the river. This one crosses the sea directly. Legendary. This tournament for the throne is about to change. Qin Yunfeng was also lucky enough to win the diamond rank throne back then. Those who have won the legendary throne in the past in the seminary are all famous in the history of the school. The nearest one is naturally Bai Lao. I hope this person is my son of Hua Sha. Yes, the one who can push the shrine angrily must be the iron bones of my Hua Sha. Hua Sha, Hua Sha. All the people who saw this news immediately shouted two words in unison, Hua Sha. In the copy of the throne, Yi Bi looked at the time and made sure that no one would come to deliver the food. I can only smash it and smash it. Let's go, there's no time to waste time here. A bunch of cowards. Nightingale at the side pretended not to hear anything. The one who came here is not a coward, but a fool. Although she underestimated it in her heart, she didn't dare to say it. This master is a bit fierce. A heavyweight beauty like a princess will be smashed if she says she will blow it up. Inhumanity. Is there any boss worth killing here? Yi Bi stood on top of Jiaolong's head and asked. Susanoo and Yamada no Orochi generally only appear one, and the relationship between them is very bad. In total, there are only two that can be obtained, but there are still conflicts in the end. It's hard work. Yi Bi could only shake his head helplessly. According to the map in memory, continue to teleport to the northwest. With the skill of jumping, many steep cliffs and valleys could be jumped directly in the past. The forward speed has been increased again. Master, your mount can still evolve. Isn't it a waste of food to eat so much without evolving? Evolutionary mounts are all rare treasures, and they cannot be bought with money. The master of the princess's pink python is a rare species that can evolve. Quote. Huh, you mean this can be passed down from generation to generation and become a family mount? Yes, you don't know. Yi Bi just looked back, and Yi Bi was so scared that he immediately changed the subject. Your mount will become an adult after 2 to 3 more times, and it will have the ability to reproduce when it becomes an adult. I have an aphrodisiac potion here, and I just need to use it to ensure that her life will be full. You use the idiom incorrectly. It's called a full house of children and grandchildren. The house is full of children and grandchildren, and the house is full of children and grandchildren. Nightingale immediately changed her tune. Change, must change. All the way through the map, all the way to kill. Yi Bi is not shy anyway, and he has experience in killing mobs, which is not a loss. He didn't need to do anything himself, the Skywrath Legion directly pushed across the map. After death, the infusion will continue after the natural disaster. Anyway, the soul power has been supplemented all the time, and it is definitely not a loss to support the battle. Looking at the stars in the sky, Yi Bi finally stopped. Spend the night here tonight. Further ahead is the map of the White Bear. This should be the last bush. Nightingale obviously also has some understanding of the maps of other countries. There are bosses at 3 o'clock and 11 o'clock, and the level should not exceed silver level. If you want to try it, I will send you some soldiers. Quote. Yibi knows that he can't let people keep calling 666 after him, and he still has to give some sweetness. The throne cannot be traded, it can only be revealed after death. Thank you, Master, for the reward. Nightingale thought that this time the dungeon could only become a passerby calling 666. Unexpectedly, this handsome host is so caring. Drink a bottle of potion with anti-rotting blood. The blood alchemist turned into a defensive little loli, and led a group of silver-white Skyrath Legion to bloodbath all the monsters on this map. Yibi watched a boss battle from the perspective of the opponent and the perspective of an owl in the sky. This little Lolita is not simple. One person can be proficient in multi-professional skills and move positions. This cannot be solved by medicine. After confirming that the little girl is absolutely not in danger, Yibi entered the state of meditation. Early the next morning, when he opened his eyes, he saw the petite figure curled up at his feet. Even with the layers of protection from the Skyrath Legion, she still chose to activate the camouflage of the invisible potion. I really don't know what she's been through before. Level 34. It seems that I have to reach level 30 as soon as possible. As if feeling the gaze of being watched, Nightingale opened her eyes immediately. Master, thick. The girl was smiling, but there were tears in the corners of her eyes. Eat something and go. Passing through the undergrowth area, the color that appears most in front of Yibi is white. The snow area began to increase, and the monsters were mostly polar bears, polar wolves, and snow monsters. What if the master bypasses most of the white bears maps and goes hunting on the fragmented small country maps further west? Nightingale looked at the road Jiaolong walked. Line, make a preliminary judgment. On the second day of the dungeon, basically all the bosses below bronze in the main map should be killed. The 2 to 5 days should be the most intense time for silver and gold level bosses to compete, and the last 2 days are the critical period for synthesizing the throne and card synthesizing points. Master wants to. Nightingale mourned for these poor children for 3 seconds. Just think of Princess Sakura who was pressed and rubbed on the ground. When cleaning up the monsters on the road, he dismissed a few unsuspecting professionals. Are all the professionals here so poor? Yibi looked at the broken abyss suit and broken equipment with a look of disgust. In fact, he also knows the reason. In recent years, Western Union professionals have often had conflicts with the Western region's province. War consumes the most money. It is normal for professionals to be poor. Fortunately, after harvesting 3 bronze thrones and a few pieces of thrones, it was not in vain. Point 0. Oh, a strange sound came from the depths of the snow field. Yibi wanted to use the lower sky eye, only to find out, there is no one. After entering the snow field, there are fewer and fewer birds in the sky. He hadn't come across any flying monsters or birds for hours. There is a good show to watch, Nightingale said excitedly. Yibi felt her manly nature was provoked. Shouldn't men be more interested in this kind of thing than women? What's the matter with this little loli? It seems that he has realized that he is wrong. Nightingale quickly lowered her head and said, the customs of the fighting people here are quite special. I have studied that their blood contains a lot of primitive animal blood. So I didn't do anything. Everything is normal. Yibi tapped her little head lightly. In the future, stop studying these useless things and focus on improving your strength. Oh, I see. Nightingale looked aggrieved. Could it be that the owner is gay? No wonder there has been no action on myself. Why does this handsome guy have such a good mouth? Yibi does not have the sole ability to monitor other people's thoughts, otherwise knowing her thoughts would definitely give her the right to prove her innocence. The two quietly touched the source of the sound. The hot eye scene finally appeared. If there is no Nightingale, Yibi can still enjoy it for a while. But since this little loli is following her, she can only decisively let the two of them go one step ahead. Seeing Yibi make a decisive move, Nightingale became more convinced of her guess. Only gay can be so displeased with normal behavior. Boom! The snow-capped mountains in the distance made muffled rumbling sounds. It's actually an avalanche. Yibi raised his hand to summon the Jiaolong, pulled Nightingale who was still stunned and flew up, and quickly flew away from the snow-capped mountains. Many professionals scattered around were also blasted out. However, they don't have mounts, so they can only rely on their own life-saving skills to escape quickly. Some people even rushed towards Yi in a panic. "Handsome guy, bring A, from now on I will be your man." The blonde big sister winked at Yi. It's a pity that before they got close to Jiaolong, they were overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of the Sky Fury Legion. "People are exempted, and I accept the equipment and the throne." Quote. Yi mercilessly took his spoils. This scene frightened many professionals who were leaning over and started to stay away. "Master, there is an ice and snow fortress ahead." The nightingale drank the potion with the blood of the eagle-eyed hunter. Successfully assumed the responsibility of the Eye of the Sky. The castle of the Frost Queen. Finally found you. According to the map given by Mo Xuan, Yi roughly judged that there would be a territory not lower than a diamond-level boss here. As the city approaches, the cold wind blows the face like a knife cut. A set of anti-ice potions. Already prepared. Nightingale obediently offered the ice resistance potion. Yi nodded in satisfaction. This girl is smart enough to be convenient and worry-free. After taking the anti-ice potion, I feel much more comfortable. When Jiaolong disappeared in the snowstorm, the ice and snow castle in the distance also disappeared. It seems like there's never been anything here. A feeling of dizziness came. Yi felt a sudden change in the surrounding scenery. Subspace evening. The countdown to the subspace of ice and snow castle is 3 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Space rules. Kill the Snow Queen before the countdown ends. Reward and punishment mechanism. Kill within a limited time to reward a random skill of this profession. Once the learned skills will not appear. If it fails, a copy will be sent directly. A 4-hour kill mission. Only rewarding one professional skill, isn't that too bad? Nightingale was a little speechless. I really don't need too many professional skills. It doesn't matter if I have one more or one less. Very good. What Yi values is this kind of non-repetitive skill learning opportunity. Gorgeous old castle, inhabited by a beautiful princess. Yi unexpectedly popped up a brief introduction about the subspace. At the end of the introduction, 2 dialogue boxes popped up. Save the princess, kill the princess. Master, which one do you choose? Nightingale looked at Yi beside her. Kill it, I will save her, who will save me? But if you save the princess, the final boss will reduce the difficulty to a certain extent. No need, time is running out, I have to rush to the next game after killing. 2. The difficulty of selection has increased, and the Ice Queen has been promoted from the original diamond level to the legendary level. Ice Queen. Human beings without compassion, this queen grants you a death sentence. With the appearance of the lines, the originally gorgeous castle instantly turned into an ice sculpture. On the top of the castle stood a woman who thought she was wearing an ice crystal robe. Seeing the reminder that the difficulty increased, Yi finally became interested, and it was right to choose to kill. Pop Fire Rain, Fire Wall, Hellfire. Skywrath Mage took the lead in casting the group attack fire spell. Warm up your surroundings first. Fire Ban. The Snow Queen raised the frost staff in her hand. Smash the castle. Yi ordered the Skywrath warriors to demolish the castle. If you ban fire, can you also ban smashing walls? Then you are a real 263 cow. If the original 5-story castle was smashed by the team members, it would be hard to say whether it could be smashed in 4 days, let alone 4 hours. But for the Skywrath Legion of over 1,000, each person has 1 axe, and it's just a matter of every minute. Can you still play like this? Nightingale finally opened her eyes. Obviously it is a long-distance game than the output, but let the master play the Snake Flower. Obviously, this move was not expected by the Ice Queen. Snowstorm. Reverse the universe. Before the Snow Queen's blizzard fell, Yi directly turned the world around. Come on, turn the ice method into the fire method, and you have banned the fire. I see how you fight. Seeing the castle descending layer by layer, the Ice Queen could only keep raising her staff there, but was unable to issue any damage skills. The watching Nightingale called 666. In the end, the Ice Queen had to rush to Yi with her wand and fight in melee. I thought it was awesome, but it turned out to be a fool. Yi also didn't expect that the Ice Queen would do just these things. What about a 4-hour time limit? Compared with Yamada no Orochi, the Ice Queen's battle ended faster. Hundreds of axe fighters took turns to bombard with skills. The shaman was playing bloodthirsty, and he was directly disturbed. Kill the 37th level Ice Queen Diana, Subspace Legend level, Experience plus asterisk, get Diamond level Throne plus 2. Acquired Soul Skill. Requiem. Within the range of Requiem, all soul-infused puppets are immune to all abnormal states, attack plus 100% and speed increased by 100%. White light flashed, ye be upgraded again. Level 27. Congratulations to the master for leveling up. In this way, you can only choose boss to fight. Level 27. Why only choose boss to fight? 27. Isn't it 35? Nightingale Flax stunned. You can't see it yourself. Yi glanced at the dull-looking Nightingale. Well, I see that all the master's information is. And this thing, I'm just at level 27, and there's still a long way to go to level up. But if you make a dungeon, level 35 will be fine. Nightingale quickly took out a bottle of golden potion from her portable space. The experience potion my master gave me can double the experience gained before level 31. Is there such a good thing? Yi is now worrying about how to upgrade quickly. Even if the copy of the throne is less than 35, it must be 30 plus anyway. This is her natal potion, just like my melting potion, only we can make it. Take it and drink it. Set off. With the potion of experience, Yi swept up like chicken blood all the way. The pictures passing by are like locusts crossing the border. Just when Yi was crisscrossing the Sakura and Shirokuma maps. There are also 3 teams far ahead on the Washa local map. Because Shu Qian's team has foreign aid, its killing speed is also among the top 3. In addition, Shu Qian has a strong background like Fengli Pavilion, so the students of the same year still give her a little bit of light. Everyone, although you have obtained the gold rank throne, if you are still willing to follow me, the reward will definitely not be small. And it is guaranteed that everyone can get at least 1 silver level throne. Quote. Shu Qian became the golden throne, and greater ambitions also emerged. Sorry, our task is to help you get the gold rank throne, and the rest of the time belongs to us. Mo Feiyan was the first to stand up and make the decision to leave. Then half of them decided to leave. Although Shu Qian didn't say anything on the surface, she already hated Mo Feiyan in her heart. Are you guys sure you want to leave? You know, the low-level throne bosses in Washa map are almost wiped out. Gold level or higher level boss cannot be killed by one person or a few people. I don't want to be rivals with everyone. If you can't be soft, you can be hard. Shu Qian has never lacked means. Several people looked at each other, and 2 of them were still shaken. In the end, only Mo Feiyan and the other 4 chose to leave. Seeing the direction Mo Feiyan left, Shu Qian said to everyone, "Thank you for your hard work, let's rest at the same place and not continue." During the rest time, Shu Qian called her confidant and whispered a few words in his ear. The assassin immediately made excuses and left. The foreign players knew what he was doing, but they were not familiar with him at all. There is no need to offend the benefactor for a colleague. Zhao Qian's plan is similar to that of previous seniors. In the early stage, rely on your own strength to try your best to get the guarantee of the Golden Throne. Then find a strong team to merge into a team, so that although the drop can only be attributed to one person. But if you kill 1 gold boss a day, you should have a high probability of getting 2 more before the end. In the end, as long as you make a promise to ask everyone to help kill the Diamond Synthesis Guardian, you will get the Diamond Throne just like Tian Qiming. As for the few big bosses in the country that no one dares to touch, she will not provoke them as usual. This was what Tian Qiming had repeatedly instructed. If you don't have a group of 40 people, don't touch the diamond level boss. Don't touch the legendary level if you don't have a group of hundreds of people in a powerful MT. Captain, there has been no news about that kid Yi. Has he been hung up? It's possible, even if it didn't show up, it's probably because of poor character and no one formed a team, and slipped away after getting almost the same throne. He's lucky. If he's still alive after he gets out, Brother Qiming will take care of him. Shu Qian said in a whimpering voice. Is it okay for Lu Defei to clean up that Mo Feiyan alone? It shouldn't be a big problem. Lu Defei's PvE is average, but his PvP is one of the best among sophomore assassins. The assassin's Lu Defei was hanging 100 meters behind Mo Feiyan. Because Mo Feiyan was always moving at high speed, and he couldn't sprint to catch up. I'll let you have a taste of Master Fei's power when I catch you soon. Lu Defei, who is naturally lecherous, dare not touch Xu Qian, he has worked hard enough. Now when encountering a beautiful woman like Mo Feiyan delivered to her door, it is impossible not to be presumptuous. As for whether he can beat or not, he didn't think about it at all. A puppet master and a union member attached to a provincial university. Why can you compare with the people from China's #1 academy? Seeing Mo Feiyan gradually slowing down, Lu Defei also began to adjust his state and take state medicine. Beauty, here I come. Lu Defei calculated the distance and directly sprinted and backstabbed. Phew, a direct hit from the dagger with anesthesia. Simpler than expected. Just in case, Lu Defei stabbed the dagger again. Phew, it came in again. It is indeed the feeling of piercing the human body. Die. Lu Defei suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing on the back of his neck, and knew he was about to suffer. He didn't try to dodge, but threw down the Mo Feiyan in front of him with his body under pressure. I just felt a burning pain in my back. Fortunately, it was only the back and not the deadly nape of the neck. If I had been a little slower just now, I would have confessed. He shot the dagger out with his backhand, hitting the man in the chest. It's a puppet again. With a shake of his hand, the dagger that stabbed the puppet was pulled back by an invisible wire. Holding the dagger in both hands, his body is slightly bent, and he is fully in the posture of facing the enemy. Brush, brush. Another puppet flew out, coming with a bomb in his hand. Plus, Lu Defei immediately wanted to turn sideways to dodge, but his feet were firmly grasped by a pair of hands. Boom! Zale directly blossomed. Even though Lu Defei evaded, he was still ashamed by the bombing. Don't let me catch you, or I will make your life worse than death. Angry. Phew! A steel needle passed directly from the back of his head, and came out between his eyebrows. His scolding had just ended, and this big steel needle just came out. Mo Feiyan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up from the ground. It turns out that Mo Feiyan on the ground has always been the deity. This heart strategy is very well played. It's worth it no matter how you look at it. Anesthetics. HMPH. Nasty. Lu Defei mended his lower body a few more times to vent his anger. Finally, he staggered towards the hiding place. Huasha Theological Seminary. Diamond thrones have appeared in both Polar Bear and Western Union. Why are we still just a group of gold level wandering around here? What are you doing? It's the third day, so someone should have come out. While speaking, the teleportation array flickered, and the two students returned successfully. Immediately, countless students and mentors surrounded him. What's the situation? The two students took a few breaths before saying, a large number of professionals from the Sakura side entered our map, and the two sides fought fiercely. The one over there is said to have been massacred by our summoner. It is said that there is not even a mob in the map. There are also careers of some white bears. Players also went south at the beginning. This year the throne dungeon is not peaceful. The copy of the throne will be peaceful one day, but it's just 2 days earlier this year. Do you know which summoner is so powerful? I don't know, we just heard about it, who knows if it's true or not. If it survives, it's considered to be picked up. The two took out the silver level throne, and 2 seats that were slightly larger than ordinary seats appeared beside them. Sit on the throne and get the second gift in their life. Mine is a B level talent, strong endurance. Finally no anemia. Hey, mine is B level, haste. I am a mage alone, what the hell is it that increases my attack speed? As time goes by, finally came the 5th day of the throne tournament. More and more players choose to return. After all, the gold rank is already above the average line. As for those who did not return, the results are nothing more than 2. One is absolute self-confidence, and there are higher pursuits. The second is dead. Calculate how many people have not come out of the seminary. Mo Xuan gave instructions to the staff in charge of counting the throne. Yes, there are still 78 students in the school who have not returned. Mo Xuan glanced at the list of people who hadn't returned yet. Xu Qian, Wei Shangyu, Qian Yue. It should be a team of 40 people, ready to hunt diamond level bosses, or hunt gold level bosses together and resist foreign professionals. In the copy of the throne. After sweeping the maps of Polar Bear and Western Union countries, Yi Bi finally returned with a full load, and returned to the mainland map of China. Follow his logic. This kind of world-class dungeon must first harvest the resources of other countries. As for the native ones, give them 5 days to play by themselves. If you've had enough fun, go away, otherwise he won't suggest helping you synthesize the throne. In 5 days, Yi Bi successfully upgraded to level 32. At level 30, the mount evolves again and becomes an adult dragon. While growing in size, it also has an offensive skill, Dragon Sing. Enemies within 100 meters will suffer mental damage, with 50% mental attribute weakening for 30 minutes. Closing parenthesis. The King of Wrath of Heaven is only one diamond-level human form boss short of being able to advance. Yi Bi glanced at the 98% evolution rate of the King of Wrath of Heaven, and made up his mind that he must succeed in advancing today. Name: Yi Bi. Occupation: Soul Puppeteer Unique. Level: 32 2.11%. Power: 1350 plus 3700. Equipment plus 13500. Halo. Agility 0.9. 1350 plus 3700. Equipment plus 13500. Halo. Spirit: 4050 plus 3700. Equipment plus 40500. Halo. Physique: 1350 plus 3700. Equipment plus 13500. Halo. Equipment: Soul Thirsty Staff, Abyss Suit 5/5, Abyss Cloak, Abyss Ring, Dragon Ring, Greedy Necklace. Puppet: 2160 2160. Talent: Sharing SSS level. Soul Skills: Infusing Soul level 3 plus 4, Burning Soul level 5 plus 4, Chasing Soul level 4 plus 4, Controlling Soul, Requiem, Fierce Soul. Passive: Greed, Number of Summoned Objects x3. Equipment Skills: Reversal of Heaven and Earth, Absolute Domain, Flash, Dragon's Breath. Mounting Skills: Leaping, Dragon Chanting. In terms of attributes alone, his basic attributes have already surpassed Skywrath Shaman and Skywrath Mage. If the level of the King of Wrath of Heaven is not raised as soon as possible, then the attributes of these soldiers will not be able to be improved. The enemies you face in the future are likely to kill the puppet in seconds. In this way, the storm flow is a bit weak. Master, is this going to the Washa map? Nightingale got the Golden Throne long ago, but following Yi Bi is really comfortable. She didn't want to go back so early. Well, it's time to close the net. Yi Bi, no matter who is hunting on the map of Washa, the ones on the way are enemies. Someone. Nightingale saw a person running towards her not far ahead. Leave this to me. Alone, Nightingale will definitely pick up the cheap ones. She knows that Bebe doesn't even look down on the gold-ranked throne now. If it wasn't for the experience of the boss, he might not even bother to kill it. Wait. Yi Bi reached out and grabbed her arm. In Washa, you can't kill people without letting you kill them. Yes, it's the master. Nightingale knows it's wrong. This time, Liu Yang was also crazy about killing, and she was a little carried away, forgetting that her master's identity is not a Chinese. Mo Feiyan. Yi Bi finally saw the face of the person coming. It was the puppet girl Mo Feiyan. Mo Feiyan saw that Yi Bi was actually on the mount, and finally settled down in her heart. She has been chased by Shu Qian for a day and a night. This woman was blown up by her own puppet, like a wildcat whose hair was blown up, chasing after her. Come up. When Yi Bi passed by Mo Feiyan, he reached out and grabbed her by the collar, and directly lifted her to the top of Zhaolong's head. Thank you. Mo Feiyan bowed and thanked. Go out and thank your brother Mo Yifan. Yi Bi didn't say much. Since he promised Mo Yifan, he had to do it. It's fine if you don't meet Mo Feiyan, but now that you do, no matter who makes things difficult for her, you have to stand aside. Xiaofan. Mo Feiyan couldn't believe it was Mo Yifan. Before the two had time to reminisce, a red scorpion mount rushed towards them from the opposite side. Dragon chant. It was just a dragon chant, and everyone on the opposite side covered their heads and screamed. The scorpion mount also made a sharp turn and stopped on the side of the road. It's you. Shu Qian saw Yi Bi at first sight. Unexpectedly, this kid has reached this stage. Roll. Yi Bi gave a cold shout, scaring many people to turn around and leave. Just kidding. Who dares to provoke this kind of plague god? Others don't know. Who among the students in these copies of the throne doesn't know about the Sakura Kingdom incident? Don't be arrogant. If you have the ability to fight those outside professionals who come over, why are you so fierce to yourself? Xu Qian didn't leave directly. Relying on Tian Qiming as the backstage, she decided that Yi Bi didn't dare to do anything to her. 3, 2, HMPH, I don't believe you dare to touch me. Although Xu Qian's heart was pounding, she still insisted on her mouth. 1. A natural disaster. Supreme Wang Quan. What? Under the astonished eyes of everyone, Senior Colonel Xu's flower was directly tied into a hornet's nest. Burning soul. Boom. No matter how beautiful the face is, it will be the same blood mist when it explodes. Yi Bi turned to look at several Xu Qian's team members who were still standing there stupidly. Several people turned around and ran like desperately. Some simply started chanting teleportation magic. There is no way, the retreat is soft, and I can't run. Red Flame Blood Scorpion. That's right, there is another mount. This is already the 6th mount that Yi Bi has harvested. The first one is Princess Sakura's mount, which was eaten by Jiaolong. The second one is an extremely ice snow leopard, which belongs to a single mount. The third is the group Mount Mammoth. The fourth and fifth are single mounts, War Bear and Chocobo. As for the 2 golden thrones, Yi Bi looked at Mo Feiyan and asked, what level of throne do you have? I haven't hit it yet. I've been working for this white-eyed wolf girl. Then she was plotted against by her subordinates, and it took 2 days for her to recover. Then take these 2, take a look at them later, and then get a gold level 1 for each of you, and it's almost the same. Yi Bi doesn't have a high demand for the throne now, mainly looking for a place to synthesize the highest level throne. In the past few days, counting the kills of bosses and professionals, he has already synthesized 3 legendary thrones, and there is 1 more diamond and several gold ones. As for the silver ones, he didn't even bother to count them, as too many took up space. Mo Feiyan, you came just in time. Help decorate the equipment, and hand it over to the sisters of the Han family to help me sell money after going out. Yi Bi stuffed a lot of spare parts and equipment to Mo Feiyan. Anyway, this girl must have no space. You killed Xu Qian, be careful to go out and get revenge from Tian Qiming. Mo Feiyan reminded. Who is Tian Qiming? Yi Bi didn't care about Tian Qiming and Wang Qiming at all. The master of Fengali Pavilion, a junior at Huaxia Theological Seminary. The existence of 50+ is said to be a half-step god. Oh, 1111. Master Fengali Pavilion, I know that last year's national professional contest was in the top 10 for groups and top 6 for individuals in the division below the god level. Although Nightingale is far away in the country of cherry blossoms, she pays more attention to China on weekdays. Because her mother is from Huaxia, and has a good status in China. For some reason, she had to live in Sakura country with her master. It's not the first thing you said. Yi Bi also thought that this pavilion master is so powerful. Oh, that's right, it's not that the number 1 can't enter the master's eyes at all. Nightingale has made a lot of money by calling 666 and flattering horses all the way. So she decided to go down this road. Whether he has outsiders or not. Where are you going? There are basically foreign professionals on the map of Huaxia now, and you have to guard against being plotted against if you kill a boss. Mo Feiyan doesn't think Yi Bi can easily deal with so many angry professionals. Those people are obviously here for revenge. Ha ha ha, don't you know why these people came? Nightingale seemed to hear the funniest joke ever. Is this kid okay? Why do you take a mentally handicapped child to play? Mo Feiyan's mouth is not ordinary. Nightingale was not angry. Anyway, her master was on her side. She's an alchemist. Alchemist, fight for the throne tournament. Mo Feiyan felt that her IQ had been seriously insulted. Yi Bi briefly talked about little Lolita's special occupation, which made her feel relieved. Since this is the case, then you take me to play another gold level throne, and I will leave after I synthesize a diamond level throne. I owe you a favor. If there is anything I need to do in the future, you can just say it. Quote. Mo Feiyan thinks that her favor still has some value, at least for the puppet master, the value is quite high. Yi Bi didn't refuse either. Anyway, favors count on both sides. Mo Yifan belongs to Mo Yifan, and Mo Feiyan belongs to Mo Feiyan. You will go if you get the diamond level throne, it's too high to be suspected. Yi turned to Nightingale and said something. Oh. Obviously, this lowly still has something to say. Sure enough, I met a few groups of outsiders on the road. But after seeing Yi Bi's Silver Skywrath Legion, it was like seeing a plague god, and he ran away. Now Mo Feiyan finally understood what little Lolita said before. The gang of feelings is forced by Yi Bi. What a crime this must have been. Finally saw the first gold level boss outside a lake. Yi Bi coughed lightly, and those hunting boss professionals gave up on the boss and ran away after seeing the thousands of silver white fighters. For domestic professionals, Yi Bi is quite tolerant. As long as you don't block the way, you can give others a way to survive. Of course, if you don't know how to praise, continue to grab the boss. Then don't blame yourself for exploding with the boss. With a simple harvest, Mo Feiyan had accumulated 3 golden thrones. The next step is to find a place for synthesis. After 3 maps, I finally found a diamond synthesis point guarded by a giant bear. There are 2 groups of people ambushing nearby. A Nightingale is in the Hawkeye Hunter state. Okay. Yi Bi hummed and moved on. Until the hatred of the guardian of the giant bear is attracted. Those 2 groups of talents showed up one after another and launched an attack on Yi Bi. I'm so impatient. Yi Bi waved his hand, and countless Skywrath legions appeared behind these people. The giant bear boss is still not doing well, and these 2 groups of people were directly slammed. Mo Feiyan looked at the countless Skywrath legion around him, and finally understood why there were so many maps of countries. This is simply cheating. The puppets of the puppet master are of high combat power, and then you can get the same number as the summoner. Are you letting others play? The bear god is coming. In the final stage, the giant bear monster directly transforms into a human form, that is, it is fully resurrected with the mountain axe. Human form. Good. Yi Bi didn't have much energy when playing. Call now. Looking at the boss who feels more oppressive after transformation. Mo Feiyan retreated slightly. On the other hand, Nightingale shouted even more enthusiastically from the little colored flag. Sure, this kid is definitely out of his mind. Kill the 38th level giant bear god guard, experience plus asterisk, and get the diamond level throne synthesis time 2 hours. Skywrath King absorbed array of god level power, silver level 100%. Do you want to start the puppet advancement immediately? Yi Bi asked the 2 women to synthesize the throne here first. He stepped back and started to advance. The silver armor of the Skywrath King began to fade, turning into gold. At the same time, the demon horns on its head grew again and more complicated demon runes were attached. The surrounding Skywrath Legion also all turned golden. And bowed down to the king together. Infuse. Of course Yi Bi cannot forget the most important step. Rumble. There was an empty thunderbolt in the sky. The purple thunder shot down quickly and sank into the king's devil's horn. God's wrath. The king of wrath of heaven let out a roar that shook the sky. As the sound passed, a dark gap slowly opened where the purple thunder appeared. Yi Bi seems to have returned to the scene on the day of the job change. A graceful figure appeared in the gap. See your majesty for breaking the formation. Break the array. There seemed to be a hint of memory in the eyes of the king of Sky Wrath. In the end, he still shook his head. Do you want to erase the memory of Sky Wrath breaking formation? Yi Bi didn't expect this woman to be a puppet with memories. In other words, she is not a puppet at all. I have a lifelong blood contract with you. As long as you have a little soul power, I will never betray you. Breaking the formation seems to be able to see the identity of Yi Bi, and it seems to be the young man in front of him after all. Leave my memory, I can better assist you in Jun. No, Yi Bi is still confident in controlling his puppets. And a puppet without memory is cannon fodder. This kind of elite is the focus of training in the future, just like those summoned characters in Yi San. Thank you. Pojin bowed lightly and stood behind the King of Sky Wrath. Only then did Yi Bi look at the property of breaking the formation. Puppet. Breaking array, God level. Power. 50,000. Agility. 50,000. 150,000. Physique. 100,000. 120,000. 120,000. Equipment. None. Skills. 10 absolute formation, reverse formation. Talent. Formation 200% increase in formation speed. God level. There is also an equipment bar. Bring your own talents and skills. Isn't this a complete professional? It seems to see Yi Bi's doubts. Pojin lowered his head slightly and said, if you chose to erase my memory just now, my grade may be reduced to diamond or gold. Do you have your own name? Intervene in the Skywrath Legion, there is only a code name, no name. Yi Bi raised Pojin's pointed chin slightly, examined her for a long time before letting go. The cold and beautiful royal sister style. The kind that is more mature than Leng Ruohan. The cold temperament is deep in his bones, and the stubbornness in his eyes makes the man look like he has a desire to conquer. What type of equipment do you need? Yi Bi is going to equip her with a set and use it first. All types below level 60 are the same. Yi Bi feels that he has met someone more versatile than himself. Throw out a set of abyss suits, and a magic book weapon with an array level. The ring and necklace are the ones of Princess Sakura. Can be used in legal system. Mo Feiyan and Nightingale formed the 10,000 thrones, and saw another beautiful woman. The two of them were also very tacit and did not speak. Especially Mo Feiyan, who can see the difference in breaking the formation at a glance. Master, do you really want me to go? I want to go with you for another 2 days. Nightingale is reluctant to give up, even though the 35th level is full, the diamond throne is also in hand. But watching Yi Bi vertical and horizontal copies is really cool. Just standing next to him makes me feel good. Go back and upgrade well, and if you have a chance to meet again, you can add my professional number when you go out. Yi Bi sure 140 can't continue to take her with her. This is the map of Washa, so what's the matter with the servant of this Sakura country professional? Glory to the country. It is more suitable to bring Princess Sakura. Knowing that what Yi Bi decided could not be changed, Nightingale took out all the potions she had stored. Don't take the equipment, take it back and sell it. How else do you explain the diamond level throne? You really beat the boss, can you beat it? Yi Bi waved his hand, life is getting better now, Nightingale really doesn't like that bit of equipment. With the end of the 30-second teleportation guide, Nightingale disappeared before his eyes. However, Yi Bi can vaguely feel that she is far away with the master-servant blood contract. Then I'm leaving too, I hope you can find the synthesis place. Mo Feiyan didn't talk nonsense, and finally took a look at Pojin, and then went out. Seeing the sky getting darker, Yi Bi decided not to fight today. It is not so easy to find a god-level throne to synthesize. Must go to the most dangerous point. Yi Bi glanced at the Sky Wrath King, who was a little different from usual. Puppet, King of Wrath of Heaven, gold level, 30,000. Agility, 30,000, 30,000. Physique, 90,000, 80,000, 80,000. Sky Wrath King's soul is in a chaotic state. The more complete the King's soul, the more pain there will be. This is the curse of the Lord of the Abyss. Looking at the still chaotic Sky Wrath King sighed after breaking the formation. Lord of the Abyss, Yi Bi repeated, with your current level and strength, you can't get in touch with her yet. The battlefield under our feet is the place where the king and her confronted back then. Copy of throne, ancient battlefield, Yi Bi enlightened. My appearance is precisely because you awakened the king here, so that I can break free from the cage of time and space. But it will also cause the peeping of the Lord of the Abyss, so I suggest you leave this broken copy as soon as possible. Yi Bi shook his head, he couldn't leave yet. I want to find the synthesis point to synthesize the god-level throne. God level. Also, how can the master of the king be a throne of other levels? The ground cannot be synthesized. Only when you go deep into the dungeon, close to the core area of the abyss, can there be a fusion place for this kind of throne. After all, he raised his hand and played a formation. The formation took her as the core and spread in all directions. Just in the blink of an eye, the formation has covered the entire map. I found it, are you sure you want to go? He broke the formation and looked at Yi Bi to confirm again. After getting an affirmative answer, he stomped his feet lightly. The whole formation is activated. The earth began to tremble, and the surrounding scenery changed drastically. Inverting the array, stealing the sky and changing the sun. A copy of the throne outside the major seminaries. No, the entrance to the throne dungeon has been sealed. Unknown divine power is interfering with the copy of the throne. Activate the emergency plan. Notify the Professionals Association quickly. Washa Theological Seminary. Mo Xuan lightly tapped the formation on the conferred god stage with his crutch. A counter shock almost knocked her off. What a domineering formation. Yunfang, you guys are optimistic about this place, and don't let anyone touch the conferred God platform. Yes. After making arrangements here, Mo Xuan stepped into the void and disappeared. The reappearance is already inside the theology tower. You mean that the copy of the throne is controlled by an unknown formation, and the students cannot come out? After listening to Mo Xuan's description, Bai Lao was also a little stunned. This situation has never been seen before. You take my place, I'll go and have a look. Lao Bai got up and gave up the position of the formation to Mo Xuan. Came to Fengshantai, after careful observation. Bai Lao decided to release a ray of divine power to find out. In the copy of the throne, standing next to Yi Bi and Pozhen, Zhaolong kept marching underground. Discovered so quickly. After breaking the formation, he felt the fluctuation of the formation and said, "What? There is divine power to sneak in, but the abyss will eliminate interference for us, so you don't need to worry." Here Yi Bi really has nothing to worry about. But the contestants of the other dungeons were indeed in a panic. The original return to the city is not easy to use, and even the teleportation copy is out of order. This is tantamount to waiting to die. Fortunately, those who can persist until this period are all players with some strength. An effective counterattack was organized immediately after the panic. Face the abyssal monsters that continue to emerge from the cracks on the surface after the terrain changes. Players took turns to go to battle in batches. Only the initial moment of confusion resulted in some casualties. It didn't take long for Bai Lao's ray of divine power to see this scene, and he was forcibly ejected from the dungeon by a powerful force from the abyss. Continue to guard the exit. No one is allowed to approach here unless I order. Bai Lao left some words and then disappeared again. After returning to the Huasha Theology Tower, the connection between theology towers was opened directly in the void. This is the Tower of Huasha Theology. The copy of the throne is suspected to be invaded by unknown divine power, and the power of the abyss is constantly leaking. Please prepare to open the abyss plan in advance. This is the White Bear Tower, 2nd. Sakura Tower, 2nd. Seconded. Yi Bi didn't know yet that the outside world was in chaos because of the act of breaking the formation. National professional associations have launched contingency plans. After cleaning up the abyss demons overflowing from the abyss along the way, Yi Bi also finally saw the boss guarding the altar. Level 40 Chongqi, looking at the body like a hill, and the pair of wings that can cover the sky and the sun. Yi Bi also felt a little stressed. Flying bosses are not easy to deal with. Especially since my current air-to-air ability is too little, I am afraid that it will be difficult for the explosive force to play a role. Fortunately, the King of Wrath of Heaven has returned to normal. Supreme Wang Quan explores the way first. Chongqi actually directly ate a set of Supreme Wang Quan. It also stretched the pair of pitch-black wings like a show of power. Chongqi, 3 major forms: tiger form, cow form and weasel form. The cow form can absorb damage, the tiger form can charge an attack, and the weasel form is good at assassination by space transfer. You need to kill Chongqi in 3 forms before you can truly kill him. You have to prepare for a protracted battle in this battle. Po Zhen knows every monster here like the back of his hand. With her, although the battle is still difficult, the odds of winning are much greater. Are you ready? Po Zhen bowed slightly, and said to Yi Bi beside him. Let's start. Yi Bi received the dragon, ready to release the fierce soul, and attack the burning soul from a long distance. 10 absolute formation flying immortals. The brilliance flashed at the foot of the broken formation, and a pair of wings composed of formations appeared behind the Skywrath Legion. The same is true behind Yi Bi. The entire ground force instantly becomes a unit that can fight in the air. Very good. Yi Bi got used to the wings of formation, and started a battle with Chongqi. The attack power of Chongqi in the first form is indeed mediocre, but his health is as thick as a turtle and his defense is high. Yi Bi is also trying to consume as much as possible with Skywrath soldiers. Too many ants kill elephants. Since you are a turtle, then I will chew slowly. If the soul power is not enough, it will be extracted from the abyssal demon below. When a natural disaster strikes, just throw a few burning souls at will, and the soul power will be filled immediately. It will be a matter of time before the first form is worn out. The Skyline Legion is no stranger to air combat. Facing Chongqi in the form of a bull, it is very flexible to move. Moving up, down, left, and right can always avoid the impact of a huge body. This battle started with Changqi chasing the Skywrath Legion, and then the Skywrath Legion chased it everywhere. More than 20 hours have passed. From the underground of the abyss to the outer sky. Many contestants who saw this scene tried their best to stay away from this terrifying battle circle. It's terrible, doesn't it mean that there won't be level 40 people in this dungeon? How could there be so many people who can fly? This golden armored soldier is stronger than those silver armored summoners before. Cheating. Level 40 professionals have come in, what are you doing? Stay away, don't be accidentally injured, but you must pick up any omissions. This boss is at least a legendary level. If you mix it up with the legendary throne, it will be released. Those who are timid will naturally be desperate. A few brave ones quietly followed Changqi's position and kept moving. Anyone can see that this boss is dying. Once it finally erupts, the Golden Armored Legion will suffer from both sides. Isn't it the best time to pick up the leak? Mew. A cry like a bison resounded throughout the space. Changqi's huge figure fell directly from the sky to the ground. Chance. The speculators rushed to Changqi's corpse immediately. Ow! A tiger roar came. Several people received the box lunch directly. Yibi just watched everything indifferently in the air. This is all within his expectations. Human greed is never less. So it is also essential to pay for your own choice. Changqi's speed and strength in tiger form are more than doubled. A swoop consumes the nearest Skywrath shaman. Let the king lead the battle, and I will fight. The broken formation flew out first, and the formation in his hand flew. One fell to the king of Wrath of Heaven, and the other fell to Changqi. At this time, the king of Sky Wrath changed from a one-handed giant blade to a two-handed weapon. The giant blade split into two long swords, one of which was comparable to that of Changqi's on. Yibi sees that no matter how Changqi hits the king, he will be hurt to a certain extent. And the king seems to have activated the blood-sucking aura, and the blood volume does not decrease. As long as you fight down, this wave will be stable again. This time no one dared to approach the battlefield here. It is not a series of battles at all. The Skywrath Legion also descended one after another, cleaning up the monsters gushing out of the abyss on the ground. Generally speaking, although abyssal monsters have appeared, humans still have the upper hand overall. It's too fierce. But that Changqi is no match for one-on-one. The more fierce one is still watching the show there. Haven't you seen that beautiful woman and those around her? That's the real master. Thigh, do you want to lick it? Lick, did you go over and try and cut the letter for you? You can only lick if you can fly, but now you don't even have the qualifications to lick. The abyssal monster in this picture is almost surrounded by the Skywrath Legion. The idle contestants also have a chance to breathe. Is Yibi kind? Of course not. It's all about experience. Competing with him for experience is more uncomfortable than taking his life. More than 3 hours of close hand-to-hand combat. There are already countless wounds on Changqi's body. On the other hand, the King of Wrath of Heaven, holding long blades in both hands, is still as fierce as before. Roar! Changqi shook his giant wings, his whole body began to shrink, and at the same time gradually blurred from a solid body. Weasel form. Pay attention to protect your own safety. Its defense is very low at this stage, but its attack speed has exceeded normal cognition. You can understand it as the speed of teleportation. Rejuvenation. Skywrath Shaman immediately casts Rejuvenation for the entire raid. Your own passive transfer will come in handy in a while. As long as it survives for a few seconds, the Shadow King can definitely kill this mouse. Dragon's Breath. Control the soul. Flash. Absolute Field. Control skills and life-saving skills are used one after another. He cheated Changqi's skill attack first. Then spread the damage by embedding flowers and trees. Yibi insisted on grabbing Changqi's wings. Activate Shadow Form. Shadow King. Transformation. Rage Bloodthirsty. Requiem. Kill God. Tear. Changqi's pair of pitch-black wings were torn off by the Shadow King. Changqi, who lost his wings, could no longer move instantly. Immediately afterwards was the bombardment of punches to the flesh. The entire ground vibrated rhythmically with each punch. The contestants were already trembling with fear. This is too shocking. One punch is enough to shake the ground. Boom. Final punch. Changqi turned into a blood mist and disappeared. An iron drill covered with mysterious inscriptions appeared in the sky. Kill Chongqi at level 40, God level throne composite guardian beast, experience plus asterisk, and get 2 hours to synthesize the throne. Yi didn't care about the upgraded status, and directly took out the 3 legendary thrones and started to synthesize them. Countless soul powers around began to gather. There was also lightning and thunder in the sky. It seems that there will be some miracles in heaven and earth. It's actually a throne composite guardian beast. What level must this be? Level 40 must be the highest level. God level. How is that possible? Who has 3 legendary thrones? This year's contest for the throne has changed. It seems that the appearance of the 2 legendary thrones is all the work of this person. In addition to foreign professionals, members of Huasha Theological Seminary are naturally indispensable. Many people have seen Yi, and they can see that it is Yi flying in the sky. It's hard for a sophomore to raise his head now, because he's being pushed over and over again by a freshman. The trial of new and old students. Yi has finished torturing those old students. If he had to say that those people were all sophomore tales, he could justify it. But this time for the throne tournament, it's all elites from the upper sophomore class. Except for some individual geniuses whose level exceeds 35, almost everyone who has never participated in the throne tournament participated. Being slapped in the face by Yi again, the kind of slap. It's not that we were beaten alone. Sakura, Shiro, and Exumang were beaten even harder. I heard that the princesses of Sakura Kingdom were all beaten. That's right, at least he didn't attack us, and it's not ashamed to take a golden throne back. That's right, this is a riot in the abyss. It's awesome to be alive, and it doesn't matter whether he slaps his face or not. If he can take us back, I'll post it there and let him fight it out. I'm going to do it. Witnessing the birth of the God-level throne with my own eyes is worth it. Click. There was a loud thunder. A gigantic demonic hand appeared in the sky. The palm is the seat of the throne. Yi flew into it, and sat right in the middle of the devil's hand. At this moment, he is the master of this God-level throne. God-level, can you take it away? A cold voice came from under the abyss. Breaking the formation and flying behind Yi, he raised his hand and made a formation. It doesn't matter whether you can take it or not, my master accepts you, the hand of God. Against the formation, cross the sea. Boom, a burst of heaven and earth transformation. The original abyss no longer exists, and everything has become what it was originally. The dungeon or that dungeon seems to be a dream. God's wrath, I won't let you go. The female voice was unwilling and angry, and finally disappeared under the abyss. All the contestants around flashed their teleportation lights one after another. The dungeon time is up. Yi put away the God-level throne held by the devil, and his figure disappeared in place. Appearing again is already on the stage of deification of Huasha Theological Seminary. The contestants who appeared together gave up the C position very naturally. This is respect for the strong. 9-color auspicious clouds condense in the sky and linger for a long time. God-level throne. The staff in charge of registration was directly frightened. The moment Yi summoned the demon hand throne that was huge enough to cover the conferred God platform. Auspicious clouds turned into streamers and shot into it. 9 eyes appear in the background image of the throne. Each one seems to be able to see through everything, making people dare not look directly at them. Absorb the God-level throne, get SSS-level talent, Eye of Reality, seeing through all nothingness. Okay, enter the school history hall. Lao Bai's voice came from the side of the conferred God stage. Old Bai. Yi bowed slightly to Lao Bai. Yes, come with me. The school history hall is personally managed by each principal. Those who can enter here are all amazing talents. In the column of the throne tournament, there is nothing but Bai Lao. Only this time Yi knew Bai Lao's real name, Bai Shusheng. It's also a crazy name, no wonder the old Bai Lao gave up his real name. The school's rewards will be issued later, you can go back and rest first. I'm afraid you will still be busy in a few days, hurry up and upgrade during this time. Okay, Yi turned around and left, he still had a lot of good things to sell. Hurrying back to find Mo Yifan to write off the account as a serious matter. In the villa, Su Xiao and Han Xiaoxiao have been taken away by their mentors. Only Mo Yifan was reading there. Yi sat down on the sofa and said, help sell some things, and there will be dividends. Woo good. How much did you rob this time? Mo Yifan knew that looting equipment is indispensable in any battlefield. Not many, but better than last time. Come and see. Yi Bi threw the abyss set and some level 35 spare parts all over the place, and then there were countless jewelry such as rings and necklaces. The last few mount pendants directly broke Mo Yifan's defense. I heard from Mo Feiyan that your harvest is not bad, but this is too rich. You got 5 mounts. 6. The one of Princess Sakura was swallowed by the dragon. Local tycoon. By the way, there are still a lot of thrones left. I heard that this thing can be exchanged for credits. Where can I exchange it? Yi Bi can't take out the throne, after all, they are all bound items. It is only possible to escape from the bounds by special means. This is going to the Theology Tower. There is a special place to exchange for the throne. You can exchange for credits, and you can also exchange for tower climbing points. You have so many credits, it is more appropriate to exchange for points. Mo Yifan suggested. Integral. Well, now your first task is to upgrade, and the Theology Tower has an upgrade holy place below level 40, but you need tower climbing points to open it. You will understand the specific rules when you arrive. Okay, as long as you know where to change it. Just don't take up too much of my personal space. Mo Yifan was speechless for a while. There are still people who dislike the throne for taking up space. What a shameless Versailles. I suggest you to participate in the auction for spare parts and mounts. Whether it is organized by our Washa Theological Seminary or the Professional Association, there will be sales. Okay, please pay attention to me, and let me know if you have any news. Yi Bi waved his hand and prepared to go upstairs to rest. Running around these days, I am really tired and can't beg. By the way, Lang Ruohan bought a villa in the Xinsheng district, and told you to find your way when you came back. Mo Yifan yelled upstairs. Is it just to know the way? Yi Bi touched his nose in doubt. The Lang family was afraid that they had already received some news, so they would put pressure on Lang Ruohan. Otherwise, how could a girl, especially a cold girl like her, take the initiative to invite herself to find her way? Rest for one night first. Tonight is really not suitable for strenuous exercise. Early the next morning Mo Yifan pulled Yi Bi up. Is it okay to let me sleep more? You don't know how tired the throne dungeon is. Well, I don't know, I didn't participate anyway. I didn't beat the professionals from Sakura and other countries to run around. Yi Bi had no choice but to be dragged by Mo Yifan to Lang Ruohan's villa. How much benefit did you take from her? What's the benefit? This is the base of Yemen. As the leader of the club, you can make up for it. Ah, Yemen's base is located here. Yi Bi felt that his thoughts were a little off. The association requires an independent office location, at worst it must be a villa. These credits are taken by Lang Ruohan and Enshweching. During the conversation, the two had arrived outside the Yemeni headquarters. The villa is the most magnificent in the new area. The price is definitely not cheap. When Lang Ruohan saw Yi Bi, he immediately greeted him and said, "Congratulations, you have won the God-level throne and entered the school's history hall." Others also came to congratulate. Most of these Yi Bi don't know each other, but they don't hit the smiling faces. Making a smile, Yun nodded his thanks. 3-story villa. The first floor is the office area. The second floor is the residential area of Lang Ruohan and Enshweching. 3 floors are reserved for Yi Bi. After all, he couldn't live in Yi San's place all the time. On the day of the throne tournament, Yemen has already officially started operation. Mo Yifan belongs to the peripheral housekeeper, while Lang Ruohan mainly manages finances and internal affairs. And Enshweching and Li Shui are in charge of intelligence work. The most important battle hall has not yet decided who will be in charge, basically waiting for the first round of assessment for freshmen to be completed. Currently we have 52 people in Yemen, 51 freshmen and 1 sophomore. Lang Ruohan reported the personnel situation. There is only a provisional version of the club's reward and punishment rules, so it has not been announced to the public. This needs to be finalized by you. Yifan took out the provisional reward and punishment mechanism. Stop, I have a headache, you go, I really don't want to care about these things. If I need to get credits, I can support it, and equipment can also support it, but please don't let me participate in this kind of thing. Yi would rather play a few more copies of the throne than think about such annoying things that waste brain cells. Then first give 100,000 credits to Steward Lang, 5 sets of Abyss sets, and you can give them the spare parts. Mo Yifan was really blunt and asked for it directly. Yi gave him the truth all at once, but he had already spoken his own words. He could only transfer credits to Lang Ruohan, and took out 5 sets of Abyss sets, and as for the spare parts, show them with a dozen or so sets. Simply finalized several rules and regulations, and the morning passed. Yi felt more tired than playing Chongqi, so he had to go upstairs to rest no matter what. They had no choice but to let him go first. Lang Ruohan handed over the work at hand to Mo Yifan, turned around and walked upstairs as well. And Xueqing also wanted to follow, but was held back by Mo Yifan. What are you doing up there? Listen to what they said. Isn't Lang Ruohan a cold girl? I want to see if she is still cold under the oppression of the family. Even if this couple lives under the same roof, it is inevitable that they will see each other embarrassingly before they are reconciled. Li Shui looked at the figure that disappeared at the corner of the stairs, and asked in confusion, I think Ruohan likes Yi quite a lot, why is the family forcing him? Being dragged by Mo Yifan, and Xueqing could only give up the idea of listening to the corner. Sitting back on the sofa, he said, the Lang family is anxious to let her have a baby, so that she can secure her position. In the family, only when there are descendants can one be considered secure. It's a little early for them, isn't it? And although the university doesn't prohibit marriage, I'm afraid they will be warned for such a big thing as having a child. Li Shui still didn't quite understand the family's thinking. Yi had just returned to the room. Before he could see the furnishings in the room clearly, there was a cold knock on the door. Come in and sit down. Did you decorate this room? Yi let Lang Ruohan in. Well, I don't know what style you like, so I arranged it in a simpler style. Tell me what you need, and I will buy it. No, it's fine. Yi really likes a simpler style, and it is inconvenient to use too many things. Embarrassing. Seeing that Lang Ruohan didn't speak, Yi could only continue admiring the room. The double bed is quite big. Although it was just emotion, I regretted it after I finished speaking. Lang Ruohan blushed in an instant. The double bed was chosen by Xueqing, and she was still running on her at that time. Ma family, hey, you know. Lang Ruohan knew this and had to speak directly. After all, Yi cannot be avoided. Yi looked at her. This time he really didn't understand. Are you going to upgrade the theology tower? It's still the same old routine, but it works. On Monday, go to the seminary copy for freshmen. On Tuesday, organize the club book. If you can lead the team, you can finish the day. On Wednesday, go to climb the tower. In fact, Lang Ruohan Aga has been working on a copy CD for a week. It's just that no one brought the group book, so it can only be left empty, and the large group book of 40 people really can't be moved. Okay, let's make an announcement on Tuesday. Those who meet the conditions will bring a CD of the secret realm of the raid for free. In the future, they will join the team according to their contribution, and those who don't have enough contribution will earn it. It doesn't matter to Yi anyway. Now level 33, if you want to upgrade quickly, you can climb the tower. The two chatted for a few more words, but Lang Ruohan still couldn't muster up the courage to confess to Yi. Finally, I can only say goodbye and leave. Yi originally wanted to stay for a while, but in the end, considering that he had just entered the school for a few days and still had a lot of things to do, he had no choice but to give up. This time, the CD of the transformed form of the King of Wrath of Heaven was shortened by half after he was promoted to the gold rank. Although the number of arms of the Skywrath Legion has not increased, the existing 3 major arms have added resistance attributes. Tougher than ever before. Although the enhancement of attributes is not much, it is more than 1 level higher than the silver level. Tomorrow is off. I have to find the teacher to explain the puppet's advancement. Now what the King of Wrath needs is gold and diamonds. I don't know if the cheap master can cheat. This night was the most comfortable night Yi slept after changing jobs. After getting up in the morning to wash and go downstairs, Lang Ruohan and Xueqing had already left the house early. I finally saw you. Seeing you is harder than seeing our palace master. Meng Fei's voice came from the corner of the hall. If you don't talk, I don't even know there is a big living person here. Yibi felt like he hadn't seen him for a few days, and this kid became much stronger again. As an MT, I will be seen wherever I stand, otherwise I will destroy the group. After Meng Fei joined Yemen, he was positioned as a team MT. Among the 3 books and 2 secret realms in the seminary, one of them is specially open to people below level 35. The secret realm is bounded by 40, one below 40 and one above 40. The club book is opened separately in the Theology Tower, which requires credits to open, and 1 CD per week. In the early stage, these are the ways to upgrade and obtain equipment. If it's just for quick upgrades, then use massive credits to level up the space. Corresponding level corresponds to experience, build according to time. Meng Fei had almost bottomed out his credits within a week. However, the level has risen rapidly. 24 levels. 1 level higher than Leng Ruohan. Boss, borrow some credits from Wawa. Meng Fei came to see that Yibi was real, but the main purpose was to borrow credits. No way, I am addicted to upgrading. Earn it yourself, I'm not a bank. Yibi will not be used to this problem. Loan points are fine, let me reach level 29. After 25, there will be 30, and after 30, there will be 35. Headless, just follow the team honestly. Yibi knew that this kid must have climbed the tower secretly, otherwise how could the credits be spent so quickly? Forget it if you don't take out a loan, I'll have income in a few days. Meng Fei pretended to be mysterious and said. But seeing that Yibi didn't take the bait, he could only confess directly. I was spotted by a rich woman, and she hired me to help her team with abyss sets, 1 piece worth 5,000 credits. Be careful of being tricked. Returned the rich woman. Yibi didn't bother to talk to him, as long as he didn't get scammed, he didn't care that Meng Fei's price was lower than his own. After all, brushing equipment is different from buying equipment. By the way, aren't you going to participate in the freshman welcome auction? Meng Fei almost forgot the business. What will it be? It's an auction held by old students to welcome new students, sponsored by the student union, and a fair auction held by the tutors of several halls. Meng Fei didn't bother to explain, he just pulled Yibi up and ran outside. Yibi looked at the time and realized that today is Sunday. No wonder there are so many people in the school and they are so idle. All around the school auditorium are simple booths. You can buy and sell equipment, and you can also barter. Many life skills professionals are also actively doing business. There's nothing to see outside, go to the school auditorium to watch the auction, there are good things. I heard that the finale of this auction is the Mount W. Although Meng Fei couldn't afford it, he couldn't help but love to join in the fun. Yibi was fine anyway, and followed him all the way to the auditorium. 5 credit tickets. Meng Fei pulled Yibi and pointed to the notice board beside him. Emotions wait for me just to save 5 credits. How poor is this? After paying the credits and entering the auditorium, it was full of people. Freshmen account for more than half, there are also many sophomores, and there are very few juniors and seniors. Meng Fei is familiar with the front and leads the way. After going around in a circle, I went straight up the stairs from the aisle to the small private room on the 2nd floor. At this time, Leng Ruohan, Mo Yifan, Li Shui, and An Shuiqing had already started participating in the auction. Coming, Leng Ruohan gave up the position beside her. Yibi sat down naturally. Meng Fei could only run to the corner on the other side of Mo Yifan. This time, you can take a look at the skill scroll. As for the finale mount, just look at it. Our club doesn't have any demand for it yet. An Shuiqing looked at the auction roster and said. There is no shortage of equipment for several people, but there is still room for improvement in weapons. Some people don't have all the jewelry, but the price-performance ratio is not high, and everyone is not ready to start. It's better to wait for next week to brush the book and try your luck. The next auction is the Mage skill, Ice Roar. The base price is 3,000 credits. 100 plus 1 price. 3,000, 3,100, 4,000. It soared to the 10,000 mark in less than a minute. Leng Ruohan originally wanted to raise his placard, but in the end he was still reluctant to do so. 10,100. Yibi raised a placard to make an offer. 11,000. Private rooms not far away continued to increase prices. Yibi looked at it. 2W. Too lazy to add a little bit, tired and flustered. People are stupid and have a lot of money. When such a sentence came out over there, the flame was turned off immediately. 2W once. 2W twice. Is there any price increase? The group attack skill of ice method can be called the magical skill of PK painting. 2W deal. Congratulations for winning the 207 VIP room. Quote. The auctioneer packed and sealed the skill scrolls and handed them over to the master of ceremonies who was in charge of the transaction. After a while, the young lady came to the VIP room with a tray in her hands. Yibi directly swiped the card to pick up the goods, and handed them to Lang Ruahan. Yibi, you value over friends. Meng Fei scratched his heart and lungs greedily. Boss, give me some, 1,000 will do. Seeing that Yibi didn't answer at all, Meng Fei begged again. You still owe me 5 credits for tickets. If you don't pay me back, I will charge you interest. What a dog. Who are you to blame for taking the credits to climb the tower yourself? I told you not to rush, but to climb the tower in a hurry. Don't you regret it? Lang Ruahan was so happy in his heart that he naturally wanted to stand in line for his man. I'm not doing it for our society. I'm a low-level MT. The society should report part of this money. According to the contribution, you can exchange it by yourself. Your MT contribution is also high, why don't you say it? And Shuiqing unexpectedly stood on the same front as Lang Ruahan. Slapped the mount. Stop talking. Li Shui pointed to a black panther on the rostrum below and said. Yibi just glanced at it and lost interest. Ugly. Black panther mount. The base price starts at 2W, and the price increases by 1,000. 3W. 4W. Don't compete with me. Save face and send your girlfriend. 6W. Almost all the bidders were old students. Freshmen don't have so many credits to squander. It's 6W for being so ugly. Yibi really doesn't know what's good about this game. Sour grapes. There was a strange voice from the private room where the skills were grabbed just now. I can't eat these grapes, I'm not interested. There are quite a few mounts in Yibi's hands, any one of them can beat the Black Panther by a few blocks. What do you mean? Someone below is not happy, obviously this mount should be consigned by him. It's fun, someone actually got into a fight with someone from the beast taming department. It must be a freshman, and he doesn't understand the value of a mount. I don't know why I have some credits. If you're talking about a freshman, you can spend 20,000 credits to buy an ice roar, which is indeed a local tycoon. As far as I know, except for Yibi, the rookie king, there are only a handful of people who can afford it. Speaking of Yibi, it seems that everyone stopped talking about it. Now the name is taboo in sophomore year. There was even a news from the Fengali Pavilion in the junior year, Yibi should not leave the seminary, otherwise he will look good to him. Why don't you let me talk about being ugly? I also consign a mount. Yibi hates pretenders the most, thinking they are talking nonsense until they come up with something. The auction stipulates that equipment needs to be applied for consignment in advance, and scrolls and mounts can be auctioned directly on the spot. After all, these two do not need to be strictly determined, what you see is what you get. A moment later, a war bear appeared on the rostrum. War bear of the White Bear Kingdom. This person can't be really Yibi. I didn't say anything just now. It really blows up the master. This year's welcome auction will be more ruthless. This mount is a symbol of honor, he is willing to sell it. There's nothing to be reluctant about. I heard that he even took the blood bats that Tian Qiming gave Shu Price. It's a big deal. They are riding a dragon that can evolve. Even Huasha Theological Seminary can't see a second one. The moment the auctioneer saw Zan, his eyes lit up immediately. Everyone knows what to buy. This mount is the finale of today's auction, so please don't be impatient. After this commotion, Black Panther was completely ignored. In the end, it was bought by 6W as a gift to his girlfriend. Mounts that were originally at least 8W will be sold for less than 2W. War Bear Mount. A symbol of honor. The base price starts at 50,000 yuan, and the price increases every 10,000 yuan. 10W, 11W, 15W. Yibi didn't expect this thing to be so popular. I knew that I would go around the map a few more times on the White Bear's side and kill more professionals. In the end, the bear was photographed by 25W. Yibi netted 237,500 credits after deducting 5% commission. It really echoes the old saying, kill people, loot goods and get rich fast. This is for you, I forgot last night. Yi Bi handed the extreme ice snow leopard pendant to Lang Ruohan. This is too expensive. Although Lang Ruohan liked it, he still didn't dare to take it easily. Your attributes match very well, take it. Yi Bi pulled out a few more mount pendants, blinding the eyes of countless people. Boss, I also need a mount, that mammoth is perfect for me. Meng Fei almost rushed over to hug Yi Bi's thigh. Does the skin thickness match? Yi Bi gave him a blank look and said. Hee hee, well, I don't even look at my own virtues, but I still need a mount. But Mr. Leader, does our society have to have a group mount? In the future, we must have a status when we go out. And Xueqing immediately began to ask for a group mount. Yi Bi looked at the mammoth and the blood scorpion, and finally decided to leave the mammoth to the society. Scorpions are more sensitive, it is better to find a trading bank to deal with it. Yi Bi lost interest in the second auction that followed, and the biggest finale was the ugly mount that was bred. Lang Ruohan and the others also lost the desire to continue. You or Yi Bi? When they walked out of the auditorium, Yi Bi and his party were blocked by another group of people at the door. A good dog doesn't get in the way. Yi Bi didn't even look at anyone, and let the King of Wrath of Heaven clear the way. The other party obviously didn't expect Yi Bi to be so fresh. Come here without saying a word. Private fights are prohibited in the school, does this guy not care at all? I'm the deputy head of Tiankui, our head asked me to. Roll. Yi Bi finally stopped. This fly is really annoying. Okay, it really is a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. Let's see how long you can be arrogant in the seminary. Yi Bi ignored the clamor of the flies and led the people back to the villa. It started, the collision between the new student Yi Bi and the old student has begun. Qian Wei is really unlucky. He was sent to bring a message, but he didn't finish his sentence. I heard that the public loser coveted Yi Bi's puppet, so I asked Gongshu Shangyan to find a way to trouble him. It's fine in school, but it's troublesome to go out for training every month. Freshmen still don't understand how to survive in social colleges. I really thought that everything would be fine if I hid under the school, but I was wrong. Quote. I think that Yi Bi is not afraid of the public losing Shangyan at all. In the 2 dungeon battles, he is a big winner. That's true. The throne dungeon hasn't seen it for many years. The tears of the professionals on the side of Sakura are said to have dried up. You said Sakura, I just remembered what I saw on the forum last night, saying that the princess from Sakura Kingdom is bound to find her way back, and is organizing staff to come to our Washa seminary for freshman exchanges. What to communicate? The experience of being hammered or the experience of action movies? Ha ha ha. There is always a lot of fun in college, but the eyes that discover the fun are missing. Even in the circle of professionals, men and women are also inseparable. Yi Bi had just returned to the villa and hadn't settled down yet. Yi-san came to look for him. Next week, Princess Huawu from Sakura Social College will lead a team over for an exchange and study, and you will receive it on behalf of the seminary. Me. Reception. Yi Bi pointed to his nose. Yes, the other party asks you to receive him by name. Don't lose the bearing of a great country in China. Yi-san didn't forget to remind her. Obviously knew some news in the copy of the throne. Teacher, I have something to ask you. Yi Bi briefly explained the fact that the King of Wrath of Heaven has been promoted, and clearly demanded that the promise be fulfilled as soon as possible. Your conditions are not equal. Before, I promised to help you upgrade from silver to gold. Now that gold is upgraded to diamond, I can't afford this kind of material. Yi-san is not stupid. Bai Yin Jin 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 himself did not find all the materials, and now he wants Jin 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 diamond again. Playing. Teacher, it doesn't matter if you can't talk. Back then, our conditions were the materials to advance to the first level puppet. It didn't say that it must be silver to gold. If you don't agree, I have to go out to find materials recently. I'm afraid I won't have time to meet Sakura's princess. You kid dare to negotiate terms with me. It's been a long time since Yi-san has seen anyone who dares to negotiate terms with him. The grass on the last grave that did this has been changed a few times. Then I'll talk to Bai Lao, maybe he has a solution. Yi Bi was not in a hurry. Anyway, Yi-san was not the only one present at the time. Okay, stop talking nonsense. hurry to the school office, there will be a professional master of ceremonies to help you welcome foreign professionals. Remember, you are not representing yourself, but Washa Theological Seminary. Yi San came in a hurry and left in a hurry, which shows that the senior management is very busy now. After fighting against the monsters of the abyss for so many years, it is finally time to fight back. And this opportunity was torn from Washa. The top management naturally attaches great importance to it. What does Princess Sakura look like? I heard that she has a very good figure. Is it true that she loves you out of hatred? And Xueqing leaned over and surrounded Yi Bi asking this and that. Although there were mostly jokes, Leng Ruohan still had a sense of crisis. Just like Dang Yesen said at the beginning, he may be superior in Linhai City. But in the seminary, all living beings have been wiped out. There are too many girls who are better and prettier than themselves in the seminary. Even the princess of the Sakura kingdom has to take the initiative to come and call Yi Bi. Even if there is nothing between the two of them, it is enough to explain the problem. The family's worries are not unreasonable. Leng Ruohan clenched his fist vigorously, and must take action. Turn on the phone, search and enter, how to pursue the boy you like. Puff, and Xueqing secretly glanced at Leng Ruohan's phone, and couldn't hold back immediately. What are you doing? Leng Ruohan quickly hid the phone behind her back. No, it's nothing, I suddenly thought of something funny. And Xueqing would not expose her so early, it is rare to see this rival embarrassing, so she must hold back. In the afternoon, the master of ceremonies took the initiative to find Yi Bi and gave a simple training. Facing the ladies of ceremonies, Yi Bi had no choice but to follow suit. Leng Ruohan's face turned even colder. Fortunately, the MC team was very upright, and they didn't do anything out of the ordinary in the face of the handsome Yi Bi. Brother Yi Bi, remember to gather at the main entrance on time tomorrow. The task was completed, and the pretty seniors bid farewell to Bei one after another. Looks nice. Meng Fei's saliva flowed like a river. As soon as the master of ceremonies left on the front foot, Tiankui's people came on the back foot. This time it was Gongshulei who brought a group of freshmen. Yi Bi, my brother let you join Tiankui to give you face, don't be ungrateful. You know, the elite of the puppet masters are all in our Tiankui. Where is the dog barking here? Yi Bi frowned and looked towards the door. Don't be complacent in school, go out if you have the guts. Gong Shulei had a rascal expression like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Anyway, no one can do anything to anyone in the school. He couldn't beat Yi Bi by himself, but he didn't dare to do it in school. Snapped. The sudden coercion made Gong Shulei feel suspicious of life for a while. You dare to do it? Gong Shulei exploded. When a dog blocks the way, it is natural to beat the dog. Yi Bi's movements were so fast that the other party didn't even react, and it ended. The school does not allow private fights, but now you can only do it yourself, and you can't become a king. Do you want to fight life and death PK? If you don't fight, get out. You wait. Gong Shulei covered half of his swollen face, and walked away dejectedly. There are many students watching the excitement around. Do you know that this Yemen boss is not easy to mess with? Immediately back home. The farce is over, and everyone goes back to their respective homes. Mo Yifan proposed to move forward tomorrow's club activities, starting at 0 o'clock. Finish before the Sakura country professionals arrive. Okay, let's get everyone ready, I'll show you the secret realm first with the new 0-point CD. Yi Bi yawned indifferently, and seemed to catch up on sleep. As soon as 0 o'clock arrived, the theology tower began to become lively. The new CD is here for all the night owls. Yi Bi is the first time to enter Washa Theology Tower from the main entrance. The mentor on duty saw the team of 40 people and knew that this was going to be included in the group book. Yemen, Tian Tuanban. Leng Ruohan was responsible for handing in credits and reporting the club name. Although the group book is good, you have to do what you can, because people will die in it. Seeing that it was a rookie group, the instructor naturally reminded him. Generally speaking, there are very few deaths in the theological tower. But the group copy of the club is an exception. After all, if a book with 40 people is accidentally killed, there is no chance to run out of the copy. There is only one difficulty in the group book, which is the difficulty of nightmare. The experience and equipment are very objective, but the difficulty is also quite high. Thank you for reminding me, teacher. Lang Ruahan went to the group pass and thanked him. Yibi pointed to the display beside him and asked, "What is this?" The mentor will take a look and reply, "The team kill record. First place. Zange, 6 hours, 32 minutes and 51 seconds. Second place. Fengali Pavilion, 6 hours, 48 minutes and 12 seconds. Third place. Undefeated Legend, 12 hours, 2 minutes and 08 seconds. Are there rewards for the top few? Yibi asked. Yes, each of the first 3 CDs has free tower climbing time. The first place is free for all members for 3 hours, the second place is 2 hours, and the third place is 1 hour. Quote. Okay, thank you. Yibi beckoned everyone to come in. This record, he broke it. Enter the group book. The small map will automatically pop up the location of the 10 big bosses. This is an open raid, students don't need to explore, just follow the map process to kill the boss. However, the map is a spatial distribution, which needs to be drawn from the bottom layer to the top layer. No wonder the fastest team takes more than 6 hours. With this kind of circular structure, it takes several hours just to run the map. Counting the killing time, 6 hours is basically a threshold, and it is difficult to be surpassed. Want to break the record? Yibi looked back at the Yemen people. Many people lowered their heads slightly, not daring to look directly at him. This morale is not good. Forget it, you just need to follow and don't fall behind, and leave the rest to me. Yibi is also too lazy to waste time, cheering them up with facts is the most effective way. Break the formation and take off. Yibi knows that if you want to pass the level quickly in this situation, you must break the spatial distance. 10 absolute formation flying immortals. Breaking the formation appeared beside the King of Wrath of Heaven, and raised his hand to play the flying formation. Follow up, don't fall behind. Yibi looked at the bewildered crowd, and took the lead to fly to the second floor with thousands of Skywrath Legion. Then the third layer, the fourth layer. After the initial discomfort, the club members got used to the feeling of flying. Is this the kind of flying that can only be experienced at level 40? Great. I experienced it in advance, and it really is different, the whole world is different. The boss is mighty. Yemen is mighty. Facing the exclamation of the crowd below, Yibi led the team to climb up. According to the original mechanism of the regiment, as long as you don't open monsters, you can fly all the way to the highest level. And his plan is to fight from the top floor, so that the bosses and mobs on the lower 9 floors will come up on their own initiative. This saves time on the road. It's not that no one has thought of this method, but the clubs that played dungeons in the first place must not be able to fly at level 40. Secondly, even if it was level 40, they would not dare to fight from the top. This is to face all the bosses and mobs in the entire instance at the same time. It's tantamount to courting death. But what Yibi is best at is group battles. The more minions the opponent has, the happier he is. Even in the later stage, minions are his output bombs. The boss on the 10th floor is a titan holding a stun gun. It looks a bit like Zeus in Norse mythology. This dungeon itself is a copy with the background of Titan, starting from the first one-eyed Titan to the end of the final Titan King. Minions are dominated by ogres and offspring of humans and titans. Behemoths are most common here. Here it is. Yibi finally flew to the roof of the 10th floor. The huge rooftop looks extraordinarily empty. Breaking the formation created a defensive formation in the team, and then added a strong offensive formation to the Skywrath Legion. Array Master. It's more stable now. Boss just shouldn't. The formations are all built in. After coming to the seminary for more than a week, many freshmen also understood the importance of the formation master. Although 5-person small books are not common, 10-person to 40-person group masters are all popular. However, there are too few occupations and they are very clumsy. It is really too difficult to hire a formation mage. How do we cooperate? Mo Yifan is usually the team leader, but now he obviously can't keep up with Yibi's thinking. Standing still is cooperation. After Yibi finished speaking, he rushed forward with the Skywrath Legion like a Titan King. Seeing thousands of gold-armored warriors rushing past like a tidal wave, many melee fighters were immediately excited. Meng Fei drew out his shield and prepared to charge. Tell you to stand still, can't you hear me? Lang Ruahan grabbed him by the collar and said coldly. I'm just trying to help. You're only going to help more and more. Mo Yifan and others expressed their dissatisfaction one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of heavy footsteps continued to come from below. Everyone looked at the location of the interface between the 9th floor and the 10th floor. Seeing this, I almost lost my soul. It's all black and full of monsters. Among them are 9 huge bosses. This directly shocked all the monsters in the whole book. Snowstorm. The Skywrath mages sent out a blizzard all at once, and their movements were uniform. The whole space seemed to have really had a blizzard. The monsters in the lower level became sluggish in an instant. Chain lightning. Click. A series of chain lightning passed again. The mob's blood drained immediately. You know, this is a blizzard and chain lightning that belongs to hundreds of clans. Any configuration of 40 people can't reach the number. Burning soul. The sound of bang bang was endless. Quite a few small bosses died before reaching the top 10th floor. The remaining 9 bosses are still moving forward slowly. Finally, the top 10 bosses gathered together. Yibi starts the strongest group attack mode. Furious Bloodthirsty plus Natural Disaster plus Dragon's Breath plus Supreme Wong Quan plus Fierce Soul. After a set, the first floor boss is the first to enter the last 10% Berserk mode. Burning Soul. One can imagine the power of the boss's Burning Soul. The entire 10th floor was directly bombed and shook non-stop. The bloody Skyfury fighters also began to explode. The battlefield instantly became like hell on earth. It's too cruel. Is this the boss's invincible style of play? Storm Soldier Flow plus Explosive Soldier Flow, you really are a rogue. There are still 5 big bosses. It seems that the troops are not enough. The troops are sufficient, mainly due to the lack of attack. The blood volume of the golden soldiers can't stop the heavy blows of several big bosses. Break the formation and take a step forward, probing the formation. 10 Absolute Formation, Crazy Killing. In an instant, the 5 bosses were enveloped by formations. The lightning raged wildly inside it, and the huge body twitched under the lightning. Only the Titan King is immune to this crazy lightning attack. Divine Throne. The Eye of Truth. See through the weaknesses of each boss. Transform. Shadow King. God-killing power. Kill. People still don't understand what's going on. I saw the demon who was fighting with the 10th floor boss transform directly. With a flurry of long blades in both hands, the battle is over. What's going on? You ask me, who do I ask? What was that black shadow just now? And that huge throne, isn't it the legendary god-level throne? It seems to be a demon's hand. It's so cool. And those eyes that make people flustered just by looking at it. Congratulations to the Yemen community for killing the Titan group for the first time. The killing time is 46 minutes and 18 seconds. The group book is being settled. Brush, brush, brush. Each regiment member flashed white light continuously. It's been continuously upgraded. Get Titan Long Sword Gold level plus 5. Get Titan Shoulder Armor Gold level plus 3. Get. A series of kills have popped up one after another. This is clearly visible to everyone. As the team commander, Mo Yifan must distribute equipment as needed. But Yibi is the only one playing this shit. What should I do? I don't need any of these, just look at the points. If you don't contribute enough, you owe it first. You can also buy credits. Yibi just glanced at the drop attribute and lost interest. Step directly into the teleportation array. Teacher, where do we get the reward for the group record? Yibi looked at the bewildered mentor and asked. Oh, I can get it here. But this score, I have to check with the monitoring room. It's too scary, less than an hour a day. It's almost the same as cheating. The monitoring room is also suitable again and again, the data is no problem, and they directly kill the top 10 bosses and all the monsters. As for how it was done, it cannot be revealed. The killing details of each society are their own secrets. Even schools can only have the right to understand and the right to intervene. After the instructor gets the results that meet the requirements, he directly updates the latest team kill ranking on the leaderboard. First place, Yemen, 46 minutes and 18 seconds. Second place, Zange, 6 hours, 32 minutes and 51 seconds. Third place, Fengali Pavilion, 6 hours, 48 minutes and 12 seconds. Fourth place, Undefeated legend, 12 hours, 2 minutes and 08 seconds. I'm not mistaken, am I? The number 1 in the raid is not Zange. Outrageous. What the hell is the killing time of less than an hour? Yemen, isn't that the new society created by Yi? This is the first kill right away. This old man's face was slapped. Is there no one who can cure him? Most of the tower climbers are old students, and the freshmen are not rich, and the credits must not be used to climb the tower. After all, not everyone is as strong as Meng Fei. Yi looked at the experience bar that he was barely able to upgrade, and decided to clear the secret realm below level 40. Under the organization, try to defeat the secret before the Sakura country's team comes over. Yi took the time to plan and write the book. The pendants of the association naturally did not object. A raid should be at least level 3, and if you play a secret realm, you will reach 25 directly. The secret realm below level 40 is called Xuanyuan Tomb. This name can't help but remind Yi of another name for the theological tower, Xuanyuan Tower. There's no connection between the two, right? Although it was still early in the morning, there were already more people at Xuanyuan Tomb. The two secret realms on the seminary side are divided into 3 modes with different numbers of people. 10, 20 and 40 people. Difficulty increases naturally. No matter how many people are in the secret realm, the CD will be shared. There are occasional first-year students here, but more sophomores and juniors. This year's freshmen are so vigorous, there are 40 people in this year. You don't know that, do you? They directly broke the record in the Titan Book of the Tower of Theology. Ah, I really don't know about this. Wasn't it still the first kill record in the battle map last week? You also said it was last week. Last week Yi was killing people in the throne dungeon. This shit is outrageous. Yi a puppet master, why? It's called Soul Puppet Master, a hidden profession, thank you. Yi didn't care about these old people's gossip, anyway, his sense of the old people was mediocre. Xuanyuan Tomb. After Emperor Xuanyuan fought against the alien race. An introduction and opening remarks of Xuanyuanfan. Let everyone understand the background of this secret realm and the distribution of bosses. Forbidden. Yi Kitahara was going to take a group flight, but the secret place was banned from flying. Normal difficulty is not very dangerous for the whole group. Yi did not forbid the members to walk around. I roughly and the Skyrath Legion will copy. Every corner of it was plowed. I thought the final boss would be Emperor Xuanyuan's clone or something. It turned out to be just a sword spirit guarding the spirit. This kind of spiritual boss, Yi naturally likes it. Easy to get to open the nightmare difficulty. After 1.5 hours, the difficulty of hell will be opened. If you don't want to die, just stand here. Yi doesn't dare to underestimate the enemy on the difficulty of hell. At least those people in the club can't be protected by him. Reminder. Random events. Hidden bosses appear in the dungeon. You need to open the abyss crystal. Is it open? Open. The abyss crystal on Yi's body is going to be moldy. The sword thief appeared near the sword mound. Please kill it quickly. Don't move here. I'll kill the hidden boss first. It is good. Yi took the King of Wrath of Heaven and broke the formation to ride the dragon and immediately rushed to the vicinity of the sword mound. The monsters along the way directly burst into battle. Sure enough, when I came to Zhanjiang, a new tomb appeared in a blank space of the original copy. The word, Xuanyuan, is engraved on the tomb. The real Xuanyuan tomb. Yi knows that although this secret place is called Xuanyuanfan, but there is no real tomb inside. It seems that it's not that there is no, but that it is hidden. If the sword thief did not appear, there would not be a grave in the hidden area. Sword thieves are not aggressive, but have very high defense. Each attack only drops 1 drop of blood. And it keeps running. The result is that ghosts are constantly being refreshed in the hidden area. If this encounters the general team configuration, it will be cold directly. But Yi's soul and body are invincible. When you first come, I will explode. After the ghost burns the soul, it can hit the thief with 10 drops of blood. In addition, the Skyrath warriors kept hacking and chopping. Yi doesn't believe that this guy can't be killed. The harder it is to kill, the better the drop. This has become a convention for hidden areas. After chasing and hacking all the way, the sword thief was finally knocked to the ground more than an hour later. Congratulations on getting the sword thief's package. Do you want to open it now? Open. Obtain Xuanyuan Sword Part 2 Artifact. Shards of Artifact. Yibi didn't expect that a secret realm with an upper limit of level 40 would explode with artifact fragments. The odds are truly impressive. On the way back, I killed the small boss passing by. Go directly to level 34. If you want to rush 35, you can only climb the tower. In the end, the boss sword spirit was enraged on the spot under the self-detonation of the Sky Wrath Legion. 3 Xuanyuan suits appeared, undoubtedly owned by Yibi. Level 33 wear requirements, others cannot use it. What's more, all the way is used as a pendant, so it's too embarrassing to divide the equipment. On the contrary, many spare parts were pre-ordered by the members who needed them. In the future, we should make more contributions in exchange for powerful equipment. A CD again, if you're lucky, you'll be able to put together a set. Mo Yifan looked at the new suit and said, Yibi put on the Xuanyuan set, although there are only 3 pieces, but the attributes are already stronger than the 5 pieces of the Abyss set. It is indeed the strongest set below level 45. Your luck is not ordinary. Not only did you get out of the hidden area, but also the fragments of the artifact burst out, and the 3 suits are not the same. It's so-so. I'm going to join the Master of Ceremonies. You can take care of the 5 people yourself, don't wait for me. Yibi tidied up in a hurry and rushed towards the Fengshantai. It's less than half an hour until the assembly time. This time is almost stepping on the point. Exchanges between the 2 seminaries take place every year. It's just that this year it was Sakura Country who proposed it on its own initiative. Bai Lao didn't postpone it, even though he's been busy recently. But it is only limited to high-level students. Middle-level and lower-level students are still studying and living step by step. Before the Abyss project was fully launched, everything went according to plan. Princess Huawu didn't wear the flame battle suit on the battlefield this time, but a snow-white cherry blossom kimono. Yibi, we meet again. Fire Dance Princess greeted Yibi very politely. But the anger in those eyes had already burned out. Yibi also replied according to the etiquette of the Master of Ceremonies. Welcome Princess Fire Dance and students from Sakura Theological Seminary to come to Washa to discuss and exchange ideas. Yibi, I hope we can have a better and in-depth communication this time. It depends on the schedule. Yibi didn't answer the call, and he didn't want to communicate with her in depth. If Leng Ruohan finds out about this, shouldn't he overturn the jar of jealousy? Yes, I will personally apply to your school. The princess is determined to save face. I really don't know who gave you the courage. Yibi's gaze became icy cold, showing murderous intent inadvertently, making Huowu beside him shiver unconsciously. Ahem, Your Highness, please. The Master of Ceremonies hurried over to ease the atmosphere. If you don't intervene, I'm afraid that the princess will be slammed without even entering the door. I have to say that Princess Fire Dance's appearance and figure are quite capable. Along the way, it attracted a lot of eyes from the opposite gender. Mo Xuan received a group of people in the auditorium. However, the opposing team's mentor has never attracted Yibi's attention. It wasn't until Mo Xuan appeared that the opponent changed from a follower in the team to the team leader. Hino-kun still likes hide and seek so much. Mo Xuan was obviously an old acquaintance with him. Kids don't like being stared at, so I can only pretend to be a fire cook in the team. Hino's voice is very magnetic, and he was also a handsome man when he was young. It's just that the wrinkles on his face now make him look like a bad old man no matter what. Are there any changes in the Abyss along the way? Mo Xuan asked after sitting down. Fortunately, when I came out, I encountered a few sea beasts that didn't open their eyes. After dealing with it, there is nothing worth mentioning. But the waters deep in the high seas are a bit unusual, but there are students on the warship, and I didn't leave easily. It should be related to the launch of the Abyss project. How are you preparing? These were all within Mo Xuan's expectations. The team has been assembled, but there is something wrong with Huowu's throne dungeon this time, so we can only change a group of people to the lower tier battlefield. Hino looked at Huowu, who was bowing her head in thought, and Yibi, who was fiddling with wine glasses. Young people's affairs, let them go by themselves. Mo Xuan didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. Hey, I'm afraid it won't be easy to solve this time, and the upper echelon is furious. If Huowu hadn't suppressed it with all his strength, Yibi would have been directly on the must-kill list. You guys are as unreasonable as ever. Mu Yi spread out his hands, saying that he didn't care about this matter. What does Huawu say? Mo Xuan glanced at the quiet princess of Sakura Kingdom. What else can I say? She has to fight again. Otherwise, she will definitely give up. Then I will discuss it with Yi Bi. Mo Xuan has already made up his mind. When the time comes, let Yi Bi release the water. Don't educate too much, just make a tie. Don't. She wants to fight for real. If Yi Bi releases the water, the cherry blossom hunting order will come the next day. Mo Xuan looked at Kino and saw that he was not joking. Shaking his head helplessly, he said, "You princess is suffering because you like being abused. I have heard about the situation at that time. I'm just a nanny, I don't know anything else. I just know that she has extraordinary influence in China, even better than her mother." Mo Xuan had no choice but to call Mo Yifan and whisper a few words in his ear. As a freshman representative, Mo Yifan was also honored to attend the banquet. After bringing back Mo Xuan's words, he looked at Xia. Seeing Mo Xuan nodded slightly, he was also speechless for a while. This fire dance princess is really cheap. After the banquet, it is naturally the highlight of communication. The new students of Sakura Country played 6 players, and the old students played 3. According to the principle of reciprocity, Washa Theological Seminary also has to fight against the corresponding Idemitsu new king at the corresponding level. Because it is a friendly match, the PK form of the dying protection mechanism is adopted. The first match between Han Xiaoxiao of Washa Theological Seminary and Aisha Yuriko of Sakura Theological Seminary. They are all level 25 melee professionals. Sword dancer and shadow assassin. The opening made the audience addicted to their eyes. The shadow assassin's skills are secretive and changeable, and his movements are flexible and coquettish. The sword dancer's skills avoid damage, bring back blood from group injuries, and are not afraid of direct toughness. The blood volume of both sides is gradually decreasing, but Han Xiaoxiao is slightly better in terms of talent. They are all abyss sets, and the basic attributes and equipment attributes are not much different. The comparison is who has enough blood. Han Xiaoxiao became more and more courageous as he fought, and used his sword dance skills to avoid the opponent's skill damage many times. It also really made the other party helpless. If you use skills, the opponent's skills will evade, and if you don't use skills, the combos will be incoherent. Assassins play an output rhythm. If the rhythm is broken, the output cannot be maximized. The white light flashed, and Han Xiaoxiao finally exchanged blood to send the opponent away. But then Su Xiao was upset by the opponent. In the third round, Washa Theological Seminary lost by another narrow gap. Immediately, the professionals in Sakura Country expressed that it was nothing more than that. Mo Yifan got up and came to the game portal to indicate that he was ready. The opponent was actually a meat shield player. Mo Yifan entered the arena and directly summoned the griffin to take off. This scene caught the opponent a little off guard. However, tank players obviously also have special abilities. The meteor hammer in his hand turned into a flying hammer and threw it into the air. Boom! The meteor hammer turned into dots of starlight and connected into a star field. Receive. Mo Yifan suddenly felt his body sink, and the gravity of the entire arena changed. It turns out that this meat shield can control the gravity field. This can also be regarded as one of the means to restrain the Dragon Knight in the early stage. You really think I can't fight? Mo Yifan raised his sword and shield and swooped down. Come with a griffin and a one-hit swoop for the kill. Standard skill of Dragon Knight. The two sides swooped back and forth in the air to plunder, and the other defended and counterattacked on the ground. A spectacular battle ensues. No loss of meat shield as the most resistant professional player. If it wasn't for Mo Yifan's superiority in the air, he would have lost this match. But there is no if in the battle. The moment he rides on the griffin, it means that he is invincible. Gravity control is obviously not as powerful as imagined. In the end, the meat shield was ground until there was no trace of blood left, so we quit the battle. In the fifth game, Sakura Country played a puppet master. He even took the initiative to ask to compete with the same profession. The one who was going to play was the elemental mage. Finally, the Tiankui Society took over the competition and sent Gongshulei to fight. There is no way, among the new puppet masters, he is barely above the level. The puppet is a sky level again. Although the people are not good, the hardware has passed the test. The puppet family's public loser, lucky to meet you. Konkuro in Shahua Street. Obviously, the Gongshu family is well known in the puppet world. Gongshu Lei snorted softly through his nostrils, and walked directly to the teleportation array to enter the battlefield. The battle of the puppet master is rather weird, so the scene is not open. Instead, it adopts the combination of ancient houses and courtyards. The two sides are in two ancient houses, separated by a courtyard in the middle. As the battle began, Ji Konkuro first appeared in the courtyard with two puppets. Don't plan to fight a little hidden battle, just fight hard. Puppeteer masters don't fight covert warfare, and you can tell at a glance that they don't understand the true meaning of puppet warfare. Gong Shulei thought he had understood the essence of puppet warfare, and he didn't fight hard with the opponent at all. Yibi took a look at the situation on the battlefield, and knew that Gong Shulei, this idiot, was doomed. The courtyard is a place of contention, and this idiot just gave it up. It doesn't make sense for him not to lose. Konkuro Hanaichi's puppet was not as good as Gong Shulei's puppet, but in the end he took down Gong Shulei's sky-ranked puppet in a 1-for-2 exchange. Gong Shulei, who had lost his puppet, was sent directly to him. This battle seems intense, but in fact, like EB, discerning people have already seen the result. The last scene of the freshman was obviously reserved for Fire Dance Princess. And the old student walked out of a puppet master to challenge the same professional player by name. After Gongshu Shangyan reprimanded Gong Shulei, he stepped out of the auditorium. Sophomore, head of Tiankui Club, Gongshu Shangyan. Sophomore, captain of Anbu's third team, Sasaki. Both sides are 40-level players, and they are also among the best in their sophomore year. Same old house and garden. The two sides fought for the courtyard. The owner of the ancient house manipulates the puppets, and the puppets flying in the courtyard are erratic. From 1 to 2, and then to 3, 4, and 5. Both sides obviously have the preparation or talent to increase the upper limit of puppets. In the end, they all took out 7 puppets, and decisively blew up the puppets after the shopping. As the last puppet exploded, both sides flashed white light. It was a tie. Yibi also finally saw a battle between real puppet masters. True and false, false and true. Sometimes the main body is hidden in the puppet. But sometimes the puppet becomes the real body. Reflect on your fighting style. It seems that it really doesn't get along well with the puppet master. My sophomore Anbu, the captain of the first team, Minako Kaichi. Challenge the puppet master of Washa Theological Seminary. Minako is like a refined puppet. Is this 340 blowing up the puppet nest? Is it all a puppet war? What are you doing? Tiankui is inferior to other puppet masters except Gongshu Shangyan, how can you fight? Gongshu Shangyan's complexion was not very good before, but now his face turned livid. This time Tiankui's reputation plummeted. I originally wanted to take this opportunity to make a name for myself. As a result, Gong Shulei was too stupid to fight for the courtyard, and was finally won by 1-for-2. He was actually defeated by the other party's self-destruction. The face of the public loser was completely lost by the two. Minako yelled again, but there was still no one from Shaw Seminary to fight. It's not that there are no puppet masters present, it's just that the level of the challenger must not exceed the opponent's level 2. Almost all the juniors on Washaw's side have reached level 45, and there is no way to fight. And it's not that the sophomores can't fight air combat before they reach 40. It's just unprofessional. Many people have started to look at Yibi, and now only he has the experience of World War I. Yibi did not expect to be noticed by so many people. So he turned his head and asked Mo Yifan beside him. Isn't it a battle between old students? Why do you all look at me? According to the rules, old students are indeed required to fight. It is for the sake of fairness, but there is no rule that freshmen cannot fight. As long as they are not higher than level 42 puppet masters, they can theoretically go up to fight. Mo Yifan was very clear about this kind of annual communication. Say it early. Yibi got up slowly, walked towards Minako and said, is the rest of you also a puppet master? Let him do it together. If it was someone else, Minako would make the other person behave with a big push. But Yibi is obviously not on the list, she can only look at Princess Fire Dance first. Don't look at her, are you fighting or she is fighting? Aren't you going to fight the puppet master? Yi couldn't help but walk towards the direction of the teleportation array. Yi, you are only level 34, we are all in air combat, this is not fair to you. Minako can only use this to reject the other party. I don't have the guts to snatch the prey from Her Royal Highness, otherwise I won't know how to die when I go back. Yi knew that if Huo didn't let go, no one would dare to fight him. So he walked towards Huo, stood in front of her and looked down at her and said, "You want to stand with me without reservation, right? Okay, then let your two puppet masters go up together. If they can go unbeaten for 10 minutes, I promise you. Of course, even if they lose, I will promise you this battle, but I will not do my best." Huo felt insulted and got up panting heavily. Seeing that many boys also panted heavily. "Minako, you hero, you must do your best." Huo finally decided to let the two go into battle together. In order to finally fight Yi head-on. Both Minako and Yuhiro are more difficult puppet masters than Sasaki. It enjoys the reputation of a puppet double wall at Sakura Seminary. Minako is a typical creature puppeteer who has refined part of her abilities into puppets. And Yuhiro was born in a puppet family of living beings, and completely integrated the living beings and machines. A mechanical puppet with a living heart was refined. Unwise. There is no comparison between levels above 40 and those below 40. A flying skill opens up the watershed between the two stages. No matter how powerful you are, it's useless if you can't beat the enemies in the sky. Mo Yifan's ability to grind the opponent to death is because he has the advantage of flying in the air. Air dominance is very important. I'm afraid I'm going to lose my lord this time. HMPH, Yi, I'm afraid you will lose if I don't do it myself this time. I'll see how you end up in a while. After Gongshu Shongyun personally experienced the opponent's style of play, he didn't have a good solution. This kind of enemy who can't beat me and explodes is the most troublesome. If you are fighting on the battlefield, you can also run away to avoid it. But in this 1v1 battlefield, once you run away, you will lose. The result of biting the bullet and going straight is a lose-lose situation for both sides. This Yi is a bit interesting. Knowing that the advantage of level 40 is the sky, you dare to 1v2. Your seminary has produced a terrific genius. Mu Yi looked at Yi who was walking towards the teleportation array with a hint of playfulness. That's why you are useless, the sky must have an advantage. Just look at it. Mo Xuan was not sure why Yi dared to challenge a level 40 professional. But since he dared to speak out, it meant that he had a certain degree of certainty. On the other hand, the boy and his family didn't look worried at all, knowing that the so-called air supremacy is nonsense. Sure enough, Yi did not disappoint everyone, and revealed the answer directly on stage. 10 absolute formation flying immortals. With the thought of breaking the formation method started. Immediately, countless gold-armored soldiers grew their formation wings, and directly surrounded the opponent's poor 20-odd puppets. Burst. With a series of explosions sounded. The battle is over in less than a minute. 2 white lights flashed, and Minako and Yuhiro appeared on the scene in disgrace. It's over. It's over. I just yawn, it's funny. Is this outrageous? 34 against 40, less than a minute of Teacher, I feel that my job change is a fake job. Is this a puppet master? Change the name to Bomber Master. Boss is important, the important point is that awesome group flying skill. It directly evened the gap with level 40. Fire Dance Princess was stunned. Is this still the Yi who punched himself to the flesh? Don't stop when you promised to be positive and tough. How did it change to Art of Explosion? Yi walked up to her, lightly adjusted Huo-Wu's pointed chin with his fingers, and said, "Are you still hitting your highness princess? For the sake of fairness, I will fly with you." Kr. Huo-Wu's chest heaved uncontrollably several times, but in the end she still didn't say anything. Impressed, completely convinced, but still keep fighting. Putting on her battle suit, Huo-Wu walked towards the portal. Yi smiled and followed behind. It has to be said that this little girl does have proud capital. Say it first, don't cry. Yi clenched his fists hard. Huo-Wu felt electric shock all over her body before hitting her. The previous experience of being pressed to the ground and exploded with a hammer resurfaced again. Humph. Step into the teleportation array. Yi enters again. This time, the scene was changed to a campus full of cherry blossoms. What does this princess mean? Playing a beauty trick? The petals of the cherry blossoms all over the sky are still playing a fart. Is there any reason to fall in love directly? Kino seemed to know it a long time ago, and looked at the big screen with a smirk. Since ancient times, heroes have been saddened by beauty pass. It seems that Yi-Bi is not immune. As long as he rarely loses his mind, he will be selected into the maze of cherry blossoms and cannot extricate himself. The obsession of the Huowu family is not a joke. God-level powerhouses will also fall into it and cannot extricate themselves. Am I beautiful? In the battle situation, Huowu seemed to be a different person, constantly changing her clothes, showing her coquettishness. This vixen, and Xueqing couldn't stand it anymore. If it wasn't for Lang Ruohan on the side to hold her back, she might have gone to the front and scolded the Sakura team for being shameless. Although Lang Ruohan was extremely upset, he still believed that Yi-Bi would be able to resist the temptation. It's over, Yin has also fallen. The boss raised his hand and touched the opponent's face. Meng Fei explained directly on the spot. Lang Ruohan, who didn't dare to watch anymore, couldn't help but look at the big screen again. Just at the moment when everyone thought that Yi-Bi had fallen into the obsession of dirty fire. Yi-Bi pressed the palm of Huowu's face hard, and directly pressed Huowu to the ground. Boom. This is really not light. Play formations with me. It won't work even if your ancestors come. Yi-Bi secretly thought it was dangerous. If it weren't for the broken formation, he would have almost fallen. Wouldn't it be more uncomfortable to let oneself lose face in front of many compatriots than to kill him? This girl must be taught well today. What kind of instructions do Mo Xuan have to go to hell? Huowu was also stunned by this sudden move. My family's tried and tested obsession has actually failed. Not to mention that her skills are not in place, she has fascinated more than one god-level professional in this country. Why is he not afraid of Yi-Bi? Clap clap. Yi-Bi slapped Huowu's buttocks. The hit is called a ring. Asshole, die to me. Where did Huowu suffer this kind of grievance? Or the part that was beaten live? Vulcan descends. Transform directly. No mind. Shadow King. The two stage the scene in the copy of the throne again. This time Yi-Bi deliberately adjusted the angle, so that Huowu could feel the power and insult of his fist. Everything hit her self-esteem shattered. As for physical damage, it is nothing. After transforming, Huowu's resistance to beatings is not so high. Every punch brought countless petals of cherry blossoms to fall. This scene is really different. I'm going, this is the whole point. Go straight to home run. Down. Down. The hammer exploded. Finally saw the famous scene. Ahem. Silence. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Mo Xuan coughed lightly to calm everyone down. I can understand your excitement, but at least don't be so direct. Didn't you see that the heads of the professionals in Sakura country are going to be stuck in their crotches? Boom. The blood mist dissipated at the last touch, and the cherry blossoms also changed from white to red. The battle is over. Yi-Bi finished torturing the fire-dancing princess. Satisfied now, Yi-Bi cleared his throat and looked at Her Royal Highness, who was still twitching. Huowu, whose face was bloodless, finally took a breath. He looked at this man who had completely conquered himself with a complicated look. I'm sure, this is the man I'm looking for. It's different from those ugly faces who know how to flatter when they see themselves. Each of his strokes comes from the heart. This pain was something she had never experienced before. After the last time, she dared not face this feeling. This time, finally proved his own ideas. Don't be dissatisfied, this is what you asked for. If you dare to challenge again, I won't recognize your mother when I hit you next time. Hee. Huowu actually laughed. You are mentally ill. Yi-Bi couldn't be overwhelmed by her smile. Next time, please go to my cherry garden to fight, enjoy the town. Yi-Bi saw a hint of wildness and urgency in her eyes. This kind of look, it also appeared in Han Xiaoxiao's eyes. No way. Yi-Bi's heart pounded. Why do these beauties have such special hobbies? Okay, that's the end of the exchange and discussion. All the professionals from Sakura country have come from afar, and there are some garden notes. Mo Xuan came forward to save the professionals of Sakura country from death. Although Huo Wu strongly invited Yi Bi to go to her residence to taste the tea ceremony, he declined. Just kidding, can I still leave after I go? In this battle, the name of Yi Bi has really made a name for itself in Huasha Theological Seminary. Not to mention freshmen, even old students above level 40 dare not underestimate him anymore. Flying human bombs ask you if you are afraid. And there are thousands of them. Yi Bi returned to the residence and locked herself in the room. The outside world is scary. Han Xiaoxiao is like this, and so is Princess Huowu. What's wrong with this world? It is more fun to play with the copy monsters. Are you asleep? A cold voice came from outside the door. Yi Bi breathed a sigh of relief. Group door. As a result, a fiery body fell directly into his arms. Black silk pajamas, fatal temptation. The evil fire that was originally aroused by Huo Wu on the field could no longer be relieved. A new battle has begun. Honey, do you like that princess? Leng Ruohan curled up in Yi Bi's arms and asked softly. Huo Wu's identity, figure and appearance all made her feel a sense of crisis. Otherwise, with her aloofness, how could she dress like this and throw herself into her arms? Of course, the timing was very well grasped. During the day, Yi Bi was affected by Huo Wu's obsession. Now that he is suppressed, how could he, Wang Zhaozhao, be able to bear it? You are my princess. The second scene begins. Faced with the proposition of sending away, Yi Bi chose to fight to resolve it. The next morning, I opened my eyes and saw breakfast. Leng Ruohan actually made him fried eggs and toast himself. Can you still cook? Yi Bi didn't expect that a lady like Leng Ruohan could cook fried eggs. It's simpler. After all, you have to take care of yourself at school. Leng Ruohan smiled more in front of Yi Bi. Naturally cold beauty, smile is precious. After breakfast, Leng Ruohan and Yi Bi bid farewell, and prepared to go to the 5-player book with Xueqing, Mo Yifan and others. Yi Bi, come first and get ready to climb the tower and level up. But as soon as he went out, he met people from Fengali Pavilion. Yi Bi, our pavilion master invites you to go to Fengali Pavilion for a talk. It's an official invitation. Yi Bi looked at it, threw it back casually and said, lead the way. Not to mention Fengali Pavilion, he is not afraid of even Sakura Seminary. Tian Qiming finally got serious after watching Yi Bi's fight. This is the player who can compete with himself. Is it worth it for a dead woman? After careful consideration, Tian Qiming decided to give Yi Bi a try. Watch Yi Bi really come. He couldn't help but nodded. Guts alone. This person can definitely rank in the seminary. Please. Tian Qiming got up and gave way, and then sat back in his seat. Yi Bi sat down generously, picked up the tea and took a sip. We may have misunderstood before. As long as you hand over the blood scorpion, our affairs will be cancelled. Master Tian Pavilion, you have such a big face. Opening your mouth is a mount. Don't you know that all items in the copy of the throne are ownerless? Student, let me advise you, don't lose the big because of the small. Tian Qiming's request for a mount is actually to give both parties a step down. Unexpectedly, this kid actually kicked his nose on his face. Farewell. Yi Bi put down the cover in his hands, turned around and left without hesitation at all. How courageous. If you walk out of the Fengali Pavilion, we will have a knot. Tian Qiming also got up abruptly and said angrily. Yi Bi's footsteps did not stop at all, and disappeared directly outside the gate of the villa in Fengali Pavilion. Master, let someone release the news. As long as you see Yi Bi outside the city, you will be rewarded with 10,000 gold rewards for the news. A direct reward of 1 million gold if you can kill, plus become an ally of my Fengali Pavilion. There was a trace of cruelty in Tian Qiming's eyes. The Abyss project is about to start, and everyone will have to go out of the city to perform tasks. No way, Yi Bi can survive. After leaving the city, without the protection of Huasha Theological Seminary, let's see who can keep him. Is Yi Bi strong? That is definitely strong, but strong enough to be invincible. That is impossible. Among other things, if a god-level powerhouse ambushes, there is a high probability that he will be able to kill him in seconds. Of course, this requires mental arithmetic. After all, his talent is too strong. Strong enough to ignore attack strength. Life-saving skills are emerging in an endless stream. As long as one is prepared, a god-level powerhouse may not be able to kill him in seconds. But in Tien Kimming's view, battles are never simple numbers. The right time, place and people are indispensable. To kill Yi Bi, it is necessary to occupy all three. And the next Abyss activation plan will allow him to take the lead. Fengli Pavilion is the main battle group, with the task of leading newcomers to the expedition. The rookie group will be incorporated into the main battle group, and then they only need to use some means to incorporate Yemen into their side. So cleaning up Yi Bi is not a sure thing. The dragon mount will be fostered by you for a while. Then spit it out with my fire scorpion. Tien Kimming has been coveting the opponent's rare mount for a day or two. After knowing that Yi Bi owns a dragon mount, many people have thought about it. However, Yi Bi has not been out of the city. Recently, the limelight is tight again. Some people just stopped thinking about it. But how could an association like Fengli Pavilion, which is used to domineering 923, be able to swallow this breath? Tien Kimming is a typical case of revenge. After brushing the dungeon below level 40, Yi Bi went straight to the Theology Tower. Today you must climb the tower to reach level 35. Climbing the tower is the breakthrough of the single-player mode. Each level has a corresponding monster, and you can enter the next level after sending it. There is a small boss on the 5th floor, and a big boss on the 10th floor. The teachers and students of the seminary all use climbing the tower as the standard to measure their comprehensive ability. If you're a man, go up to the 100th floor. This remark has become the slogan that must be shouted before climbing the tower in the seminary. Yi Bi came to the long queue queuing up to climb the tower. Here, if you want to climb the tower, you have to queue. The team before the 30th floor is mostly freshman team, and the team from 31st to 60th is a team of senior students. 61 to 90 is basically a team of tutors and senior students. 91 to 100 years empty. Hi, I'll redeem tower climbing points. Yi Bi said to the mentor who manages the tower climbing points. The weekly exchange limit for new students is 30 points, and the credit ratio is 100:1. How much do you exchange? The instructor saw that it was a new face, and immediately explained it. Exchange the throne. Yi Bi threw out the remaining thrones in the portable space with a clatter. Is this guy reselling the throne? There are more than a dozen diamond-level thrones. Does this mean that all the details of the throne copy are empty? It's no wonder that you can get the god-level throne, which is the highest level of the dungeon. If there is a higher one, Yi Bi will definitely get it. The exchange instructor didn't expect the freshman in front of him to be so arrogant. Immediately call the following students to help with statistics. Throne recovery is also an important job. These thrones can serve as bases for some important formations. Diamond level is priceless. 36 fragments, 28 bronze levels, 26 silver levels, 21 gold levels, 13 diamond levels, and 1 legendary level. The student in charge of statistics has never seen a legendary throne in his life. Fragment 1 point, bronze 3 points, silver 9 points, gold 27 points, diamond 81 points, legendary 243 points. In the end Yi Bi got 2,217 points. Exchange another 30 points. The corners of the instructor's eyes twitched, and he thought to himself that this kid definitely wants to live in the tower and never come out. By the way, I still have an hour to kill the first place in the club book. Cough cough cough. The mentor couldn't bear the successive blows and almost couldn't catch his breath. After all the exchanges, Yi Bi smashed his mouth and looked at the long dragon that had padded far away. You don't have to wait in line. According to regulations, those with more than 500 tower climbing points can enjoy VIP service and have the priority to climb the tower. The instructor pointed to the last line on the instructions for climbing the tower. There is indeed such a VIP. Human touch, I love it. Yi Bi walked towards the VIP passage that had been empty for a long time. Drop. Swipe the points to start the road to climb the tower. With the breeze blowing, Yi Bi seems to be on the prairie. Before taking a few deep breaths, portals opened in all directions. Half-orc warriors appeared one after another. Naturally, Yi Bi will not waste time, and the Skyrath Legion is all online to start the harvesting mode. Kill the orcs in the trial, experience plus 50,000. A mob has 5W experience. It really is a leveling paradise. 100 were killed, the scene changed, and there were 100 more. 100 plus 100. from a 5W to a 6W, and the long queue outside saw the change in the number of floors of the climbing tower in the VIP passage. The first floor is less than 30 seconds away. The second floor is less than 30 seconds to end. 3 floors, 4 floors, 30 floors. None of the first 30 floors lasts longer than 1 minute. This is outrageous. I've been fighting on the 15th floor for 3 days, but I still haven't passed it. Why does he pass it in less than 30 seconds? Because he has a god-level throne, and because he can hit Princess Sakura and call her husband. I don't know that the great god has a lot of pendants, I can do it. If possible, I would also like to call you husband. Forget it, those who want to call Yi B's husband are longer than this tower climbing team, and the team can't even get your turn. A flash of white light flashed, and Yi B returned to the VIP entrance. Is this the end? I haven't had fun yet, so why is it over? The 30th floor has arrived, and the climb will start from the 31st floor, so naturally we have to start again. The instructor explained very patiently. Oh, let's continue to the 31st floor. Floors 31 to 60 are 2 points and 1 hour. The instructor gave a reminder. Oh, it's okay, as long as the speed is fast, 2 points are enough. Yi B looked at floors 1 to 30, and didn't use up any points. Points are still quite useful. Versailles is full of words. It made countless students queuing up want to smoke him. Forget it, I can't beat it. Level 40 flying monsters appeared on the 31st floor. Although there are not many, it is a disaster for professionals who have not reached level 40. But Yi B has no pressure at all. After breaking the formation, a group of flying immortals, everything became silky smooth. 31 floors, 2 minutes pass. Less than 32 minutes. 40 floors, 30 minutes later. 41st floor, 40 minutes later. The students queuing up outside are not in a hurry anymore, they will come to see Yi B's performance today. Can you get in? You first, I'll take a look later. 60 floors, 2 hours and 18 minutes passed. A burst of white light flashed. Yi B at level 36 appears at the VIP entrance. Each floor has refreshed the record of breaking through the Washoth Theology Tower. Originally there were all kinds of names at different levels, but now they all become Yi B. Aga Yi B-kun is amazing. It happened that Princess Huawu took the professionals from Sakura country to visit the Theology Tower. And Yi B's name has just been refreshed on the record of each floor. Invisibly installed another wave. Morning, Your Royal Highness. Although Yi B looked down on the princess's habit, she still had to have proper etiquette. Yi B, you are so hardworking. It's already noon. Have you been climbing the tower since the morning? Facing Yi B, Huowu had completely given up on the reservedness of a princess. It's exactly the reaction of an ordinary little fangirl when she sees her idol. Xiaowu has only climbed to the 31st floor, so she can't beat it. Huowu acted coquettishly with a grieved face, which made many boys become hot. Ahem, Your Royal Highness, we are going to have dinner. Hino hurriedly reminded him. Yi B, come and have dinner with us. Huowu ran directly to Yi B's side, holding Yi B's arm with both hands and pleading. The touch, the softness. Yi B felt it very delicately, and it was indeed different. Since Her Royal Highness invited you, Tubei, you can come with us. Mo Xuan was afraid that Yi B would refuse, so he could only make the decision for him. I still have Bada. Mo Xuan looked at his record, 60 floors. The 61st floor requires a minimum level of 40, and your level is not up to standard. Yi B looked at the requirements for floors 61 to 90, and there was indeed a line of small print that indicated the minimum level of 40. This setting is inhumane. Why can't you let me in if you can fight? Fortunately, Mo Xuan Xindao is not humanized. If you humanize this theological tower, you will ruin it. Eating is never the main theme on the table. After Huo Wu and Mu Yi ate, they began to discuss the details of the Abyss project with Mo Xuan. Another purpose of this exchange is to finalize the strategic cooperation between the two parties. Once the Abyss project is fully launched, the dungeons and secret realms will be fully opened. Humans can go deep into the Abyss through dungeons and secret realms. Similarly, the Demon King in the Abyss can also enter the human world through the dungeon and the secret passage. War is always on both sides. Although people controlled the switch of the gate, they couldn't stop the invasion of the monsters from the Abyss. If you want to enter the abyss to completely solve the scourge, you will face the danger of being counterattacked by the abyss. Therefore, the forces that can be united must unite. No matter which region or country falls, there will be a chain reaction. There are over 100 dungeons and secret realms in Washa, organized and guarded by hand. It's been exhausting. If a few neighboring countries fall outside, it will be a fatal blow. Our plan is to first bring the copy or the area outside the city around the secret realm into monitoring and establish a temporary base. Once the situation in the abyss is uncontrollable, these strongholds can also act as a buffer. When Huo Wu talked about the strategic plan, his whole temperament changed. As long as your country can hold on to the dungeon and the secret realm from being counterattacked, we will be able to establish a frontline base in the abyss within a month. Mo Xuan also gave a definite time. Since you want to cooperate, you have to show sincerity. Then what about our forward positions? We need the support of Chinese professionals. Huo Wu understands the situation of Sakura country. Now the country is being divided into two factions. My side is the peace faction, and I suggest joining forces with Washa to fight against the abyss together. The radicals suggest that they fight their own, and it is better to lure the enemy to the other side. As for keeping dungeons and secret realms, radicals said they don't need them. Just keep a few important ones, and let go of the others. Professionals can fight if they can, and run if they can't. Anyway, Sakura country is that big, surrounded by the sea. Sooner or later there will be a battle. 1 month is a bit long, and our people can last up to 20 days. This is still the case when the resistance from the abyss is not fierce. Huo Wu had calculated the strength of the peace faction, and 20 days was already the limit. We will not intervene in the internal differences in your country, but please Her Royal Highness, the Princess, agree as soon as possible, and don't affect the overall situation because of your own problems. Although Mo Xuan didn't want to care about the two factions in Sakura's country, if it affected the overall situation, she would have to speak up. I made you laugh, I will deal with it when I go back this time, give me a week. A week later, the specific measures of the Sakura country branch of the Abyss project will be launched. Quote. Huo Wu got up and bowed deeply to Mo Xuan. This is really holding me back. After the plan is launched, we will send God-level teams to enter the dungeons and secret realms in your country one after another, and cooperate with your high-level leaders to stop the counterattack of the abyssal monsters. As for the abyssal monsters that escaped from the outside, we have to rely on low-level professionals to siege and kill them. Okay, I'll take your point to the top. Finally, there is the issue of sea routes. I hope that your country can send warships to guard the high seas. This has always been our foreign trouble. We have defended the dungeon and the secret realm. If something goes wrong here, the loss outweighs the gain. Mo Xuan did not give an answer immediately, and the upper management of this operation did not come up with a feasible plan. I can't guarantee this. After all, the main attack on the abyss has involved too many of our professionals. Huo Wu and Kino actually knew that they would not get support for the sea area issue, but they still felt a little reconciled not to ask. That's how it is. Bangzi and Ah-san should start the plan at the same time as us. Right. Well, they have already finished their preparations and are waiting for the exact news from your country. Okay, I will return tomorrow. Huo Wu finally decided to return to the voyage as soon as possible, putting the task of unifying the domestic factions in the first place. Once again declining His Royal Highness's request to stay, Yibi returned to the villa alone. The world of professionals is about to change. Deep in this era, we have to be pushed forward by the tide of the times. Only by becoming stronger can you determine your own destiny. Association announcement: all members try to increase their level as much as possible. Try not to keep too many credits, and the reward for the club is 3 hours. All must be used within 1 week. Quote. As the head of the club, Yibi made an announcement for the first time. After learning that the Abyss project will be launched in a week, Yibi had to change his style of playing steadily. Chapter 81. More and more students are pouring into the Theology Tower. Even in the middle of the night, the Theology Tower is still full of people. If you don't have credits, go to the training skill level. The dungeons that can be cleaned up should be cleaned up as soon as possible, and the priority of everything is to improve the strength. The trade goods of the Professionals Association, the price is rising every day. Yi Bi made all the equipment consigned by the Han sisters be emptied. In the next 5 days, Yi went through all the dungeons he could go. The abyss fragments played are kept as reserves, and all equipment, scrolls, and materials are sold. In addition to upgrading to level 37, the deposit of gold coins has also exceeded 100 million. The credits not only did not decrease but increased a lot. The price of the abyss set has soared from 1W to 15,000. This is still the rhythm of being robbed when you hang up. Everyone also understands that credits are just a number. Only by becoming equipment can you improve yourself. Seize opportunities and avoid risks in the coming crisis. It's a week away. Today, Shazhong is launching the plan to open the abyss. At the same time, countries and organizations such as Polar Bear and Examang also responded accordingly. The dungeons and secret realms of the human world are completely boiling on this day. The dungeon, which was originally only accessible by the team, has become a portal where you can travel with flying boats and mounts. People who have never entered dungeons and secret realms have seen the true face of the abyss. For the glory of mankind. Go! The god-level team took the lead in charging, and countless mounts and flying boats entered the dungeons and secret realms one after another. On this day, the kingdom is absent. Only human professionals and abyssal monsters. This is racial hatred. Yi Bi stood on top of the dragon's head, watching the god-level powerhouse rushing to kill in the sky. Next is their echelon. Ground forces will be intercepted by them. Behind is the infrastructure of the city, no monsters can be allowed to enter there anyway. The mammoth and the blood scorpion were also full of people. The associations of Su Xiao and Han Xiaoxiao also joined in. Coming, Yi Bi saw the first batch of monsters rushing out of the dungeon and secret realm through the birds in the sky for the first time. Rush, snowstorm, chain lightning, meteor shower. All kinds of long-range magic were released one after another. The first round of defense composed of humans started at full speed. This battle lasted for 10 days. Human professionals changed wave after wave. Abyssal monsters emerged one after another like a flood. The Sakura country didn't collapse, but there was a flaw in the Bangzi country. Major cities rushed to the scene, and the god-level team in the secret territory suddenly disappeared. The pressure is on the ground troops. Face countless gargoyles in the air and dragons from the abyss. Ground forces can only retreat. The defenders had to be forced to fight. In just 3 days, Bangzi Kingdom lost more than a dozen cities. Monsters from the abyss invaded the human city, turning the city into a purgatory in an instant. The video went viral online. Every city has increased investment in city defense. No one wants to be the next city overrun by monsters. The Association of Professionals immediately held an emergency meeting, and decided that the branch of the association in the neighboring country would send out encirclement and suppression teams. First, force the monsters that appear to the dungeon or secret realm as much as possible to maintain daily operation. The Huasha Professionals Association sent Yi San to lead the team. Qin Yunfeng and other god-level professionals are the pioneers. On the second night, killing gods and killing a city by one person was staged again. 3 days and 3 cities were taken back. In the picture, Yi San and several of her summons are sitting on a mountain of monster corpses. The whole battlefield is full of endless sadness and blood. Night God is mighty. Yi Shen, YYDS. Deafening cheers came from Huasha Theological Seminary. On the 18th day, the forward team of Huasha Theological Seminary finally established a base at the front of the abyss. A small human city rises from the abyss. Yi Bi, our Yemen entry number has come down. Mo Yifan came outside Yi Bi's room with the club number just issued by the seminary. What batch? Yi Bi opened the door and asked. The second batch will leave in 3 days. Okay, let everyone prepare in advance. However, there is bad news. Fengali Pavilion is also the second batch. Mo Yifan knew that the relationship between Fengali Pavilion and Yemen was already on fire. It is indeed a bit embarrassing for the 2 associations to draw a batch. Follow him. If Tian Qiming wants to play tricks, I will definitely let Fengali Pavilion be expelled from the seminary. Yi Bi doesn't care who the opponent is. If you dare to block your way, you are the enemy. Whether it's an abyssal monster or a human professional. Kill and kill. Tian Qiming, who got the news, was naturally happy from ear to ear. God help me too. Now Yi Bi, see how you hide. Tian Qiming immediately worried about the main members of Fengali Pavilion and prepared to make arrangements. On the bright side, Yi Bi and Yemen people must not be directly beaten. But in the face of abyssal monsters, occasionally some powerful enemies will be attracted, and it is normal for the enemies to kill human professionals. At best, the Wind and Thunder Pavilion just didn't play a supporting role. As long as Yi Bi is dead, Tian Qiming's family in Nanfang province will naturally stand up to protect him. The seminary will not make things difficult for a dead person. As long as everything goes according to plan, everything will be safe. Do you remember everything? Tian Qiming asked again. Don't worry, boss, as long as you meet that kid, guarantee that he won't survive the Lord's Day. No problem, if it doesn't work, our assassin can make up for it. He has formations that can take off, but we also have formations that prohibit the air. Without air supremacy, his death is only a matter of time. Okay, after it's done, everyone will be the heroes of my Tian family. After graduation, those who don't want to stay in the seminary will come back to the family with me to develop. Tian Qiming patted his chest to ensure everyone's escape. Boss, I heard that the situation of Zon Pavilion in the Abyss is very bad, and many main members are trapped in the subspace of the secret realm and their lives are unknown. After talking about Yi Bi, Fengali Pavilion's competitor, Zon Pavilion, is naturally the focus of everyone's attention. There is a problem with the distribution method of the War Pavilion. Without super strong combat power, once a tough battle is fought, it will definitely suffer. Tian Qiming scoffed at the distribution method of Zon Pavilion. The mainstream distribution methods of seminary societies are two categories: centralized distribution by group leaders and distribution according to professional needs. Zange adopted the latter, and Fengali Pavilion has always used the former. I heard that Tiankui's people were also trapped. If we meet this time, do we want to give Tiankui away? Not for now, the public losers are gaining momentum now. We can use the discord between Gongshu Shangyan and Yi Bi to make a fuss. Boss means that if possible, let Tiankui take the lead. If we can't do it directly, it's better not to do it directly. If the disciple of the Yesha god dies, she will probably kill someone. Tian Qiming said that he is not afraid of Yi Bi as actually a fake, but he is more afraid of the night-killing god behind Yi Bi. It's scary how crazy this woman is. Massacres are commonplace for her. Tian Qiming didn't want to bring such a terrible enemy to the Tian family. In addition to Huasha Theological Seminary, colleges and universities in various provinces have also sent teams to join the front line of the Abyss. Lengjia in Linhai City, brothers Leng Yun and Leng Feng are commanding family members to pull a new batch of warships to the front line. This is the result of rushing work for the past half-month. The forward movement has advanced to land and sea, and the warship must not only fly, but also adapt to naval battles. The shipyards in several major cities along the coast are running 24 hours a day, just to supply the needs of the front line. I don't know what happened to that girl Ruahan. Leng Yun couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he watched the teams of professionals rushing to the front line. With Yi Bi by my side, her safety should be worry-free. As the head of the house, Leng Feng has already placed Yi Bi on the same level as a certain head of the house. Hey, the timing is not right, otherwise we would have married them anyway. That girl Ruahan is too reserved, and I don't know how far the two of them have developed. I heard that the flamboyant princess of Sakura country is attacking Yi Bi. Sakura country, you can play around, they will not be sincere to her. Do you think we also have to create momentum for Ruahan? How to make it? Send a warship. I think it will work. The two elders of the Leng family directly decided to give one of the warships to Yi Bi. Of course, it appeared in the name of Leng Ruahan, his fiancé copyrightee. 3 days of preparation time passed in a blink of an eye. The second batch of teams joining the Abyss front line has all assembled. The Leng family dared to deliver the warship before Yi Bi and others set off. Tian Qiming saw that the people in Yemen actually had war boats. Can't help but be jealous. Leng Ruahan, when Yi Bi dies, you will be mine. Your Leng family's warship will also be mine. Tian Qiming clenched his fists and swore secretly in his heart. For a cold beauty like Leng Ruahan, no man can refuse. Compared with Xu Qian's enthusiasm and initiative, Tian Qiming prefers women who are enemies. The second batch of team leaders is Su Xiao's teacher Chong Wu. It was the strong man who ranked 5th. To enter the front line of the abyss this time, you need to go through a 45 to 60 dungeon area. Without the escort of senior professionals, it is estimated that those below level 40 will have to go if they can't go anywhere. The Abyss project is to run through several dungeons and secret realms, directly connected to the underground Abyss world. Although the dungeons and secret realms passed by are all reinforced by formations. But from time to time, there will be free monsters attacking passing professionals. Yi Bi and his party are flying in the sky on the warship. The dungeon monsters below can only watch them skip. I vaguely saw the boss in the dead mine and the devil's door in the abyss of death. Chongwu's mount, the two-headed chimera, continued to lead the way. There are several god-level mentors in the back who are responsible for the surrounding security. The warship was flying steadily in the center. Overall, it's pretty safe along the way. Ahead is the last section of the 45 to 60 level area. All instructors cheer up. Chongwu's deep voice came from the front. Some monsters flying along the route were sent away directly by Chimera's venom spout. Individual monsters launched attacks on the battle boat, but they were all blocked by the battle boat's formation. The mentors in charge of the escort took action to dismiss these annoying guys. Finally, the scenery ahead changed. What had turned into a scorched earth-like land. Occasionally, huge fireballs will streak across the sky in the distance. The abyss has arrived. The dungeon enters the abyss, and there is a layer of enchantment. This is the handwriting of a god-level formation master. The badge of Washa Theological Seminary is the key. Everyone who passes through the enchantment will be watched, and will only pass through the enchantment after confirming their identity. As soon as he entered the enchantment, he heard a strong smell of gunpowder smoke, mixed with a touch of. The smell of blood indicates that a large-scale battle has just been experienced here. How's the battle going? Chongwu immediately pulled a professional and asked. There was a fight 3 hours ago, and the Abyss Demon King's team was beaten back by us. Zhang Wu nodded, and immediately took everyone to the front line to hand over the task. Mo Zunjiang organized a medical team for comprehensive treatment. Seeing Zhang Wu coming, he walked over and said, after the second batch of members are arranged, follow me to the front line. It is good. Chongwu didn't talk nonsense, and handed over with the commander who was handed over. Yemen was taken to a makeshift camp. This will be the venue for the next half-month. You can build it yourself, but you can't expand it. The task will be released in 1 hour. The members of Fengali Pavilion were taken to the military tents that had been set up. The treatment of the main battle club is naturally different. Yi Bi and others started to get busy. 1 hour, just to set up the treatment room and rest room. Before the place to eat had time to build, I received the mission of the first battlefield. Transportation mission. Carry supplies for 50 people through theaters number 2, 7, and 14, and deliver them to the front line of theater No. 16. Mission difficulty 1 star, reward military merit 10. Everyone can see the task distribution map. The so-called number 2, number 7, and number 14 theaters are 3 fronts with marked areas. There are abyssal monsters entrenched in it. It's just a small force or a sporadic monster. Area 7 is a dilapidated building. Number 2 is a forest. Number 14 is the scorched earth plain near the front line of the battlefield. Moving forward 4 kilometers from the 14th is the front line of the 16th theater. The task of transportation is relatively easy for Yemen, because the only one in the new society that owns a mount is Yemen. Transportation is naturally very convenient. Mammoth and Blood Scorpion set out together. The overall speed should not be too fast. As for the sporadic monsters, Yi Bi's Skywrath Legion naturally cleaned them up. Passing through the number 2 area, the sky has gradually darkened. Yi Bi is ready to quickly reach Area 7. Everyone is over hundreds of millions in the building group where the number 7 area is located, and then set off again the next day. Anyway, the time required by the task is to arrive within 24 hours. With the mount, it can be completed half a day in advance. Everyone naturally does not object. The risk of traveling in the abyss at night is great. Many hidden dangers cannot be predicted at all. Yi Bi stood on the abandoned high-rise building, looking at the flames of war in the distance. What's wrong? Leng Ruohan quietly came to him and asked. Tell me, is there such a possibility? Although we have taken the initiative to attack, In fact, this is all planned by the Queen of the Abyss long ago. She calculated that humans would seize this opportunity to fight back. So a large number of abyssal demon kings have been organized long ago, waiting for our arrival. Quote. Lang Ruahan couldn't give him an answer, because even if Bai Lao came to this question, there was no definite answer. No matter what the facts are, I just hope that I can stand by your side. This way I will feel safe. Lang Ruahan slowly leaned towards Yi Bi and said. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Yi Bi caressed her long hair, and with the fetters, she naturally felt that the burden was a lot heavier. Just outside the building where the two were intimate, several extremely fast professionals flashed by in the dark night. Then the knight was approaching where Yi Bi was. Confirm that the target has not reached level 40, and prepare to launch a surprise attack. Receive. Received on. Someone is approaching. Yi Bi held the cold hand and patted the beauty in his arms lightly and said. Enemy, you go down first and let everyone get ready for the battle. I'll see the specific situation first. Yi Bi saw someone approaching him quickly through the owl. These people are assassins around level 40. Did not choose to fly, just for concealment. Obviously these professionals are not going to deal with monsters from the abyss. Otherwise, he wouldn't have approached him so silently. People from Fengali Pavilion. It's only the first day, Fengali Pavilion can't be so restless. Bang! The sound of the dagger hitting the formation resounded through the quiet night. The Yemeni people immediately lit torches and entered a state of combat readiness. The tinkling sound continued. Melee combat is going on in the dark. Many people. Take off. The attacker obviously didn't expect that besides the more than 50 people, the opponent also had close combat hidden in the dark. Want to go? How could Yi Bi let them go? A flying fairy broke through the formation, and the angry army took off directly to catch up with the enemy, which was a mess. This kind of assassin-type enemy doesn't need any bells and whistles at all. Just fight with them. Explode without blood. After a few rounds, the sound of patter came from the ground. Many people were knocked down. Yi Bi grabbed several professionals who had been beaten until they vomited blood. Lifting off the mask, it really wasn't someone from Fengali Pavilion. What are you doing? Robber. Robbery. Yi Bi feels that these people are not here to make a joke, right? After interrogating several people, he finally confirmed that these people were really robbing. After the original dungeon and the secret realm were completely released, many professionals entrenched nearby directly killed the abyss from the ground. If you can't beat the massive 047 abyssal monsters, then choose some professional pigs to interrupt them. In the past few days, there have been several teams wandering around in Area 7. The purpose is to rob the supply team. After asking the reason, Yi Bi was not polite, and sent all of these people on their way. Many Yemen students spit it out after seeing it. Where have they seen murder? If there is no Yi Bi, you will die. Mo Yifan reprimanded with disdain. Normally Yemen is pretty good up and down, but after reaching the abyss, many people make small calculations. After all, this is an abyss that could kill you at any time. Don't think about it when you go back. The 45 to 60 area is just food delivery for these little chickens who are less than 30. If Yi Bi hadn't been here today, these dozen or so professionals around level 40 would have allowed these 50 people to go straight to the road. Let them join the battle in the back road. You can't protect them all the time. Mo Yifan made a suggestion. After all, Yi Bi will leave sooner or later. Who will Yemen rely on at that time? Ida's not about self-improvement. Okay, you are in charge of leading people to play forward, and I will support you in the center. Yi Bi understood Mo Yifan's thoughts, and naturally agreed with his proposal. It's just that Yemen is his club, and seeing the members of the club collapse in front of his eyes, he still feels a little uncomfortable. That's why I acted as a nanny along the way. If he hadn't participated in the war, it is estimated that 50 people would be able to return alive, but no more than 30 people would survive. Starting from Area 7 to Area 14, it took more than 4 hours in Yemen. Several of them were close to attrition. Fortunately, there are enough shaman priests in the Skywrath Legion, and they just added so that everyone did not lose their staff. Abyssal monsters start at level 30. Our current level has no advantage, and the damage we often hit is miss. Mo Yifan looked at the battle records. The probability of miss is too high. The level is low, and if the equipment attributes are worse, it is not uncommon to miss it. In the team, there are only a dozen or so people in abyss suits who cannot miss the whole process. Complete the task first. After completing the task, there is only 24 hours of activity time. Let's hurry up and find a place to upgrade. Yibi has already inquired. One task is 24 hours, and there will be a 24-hour rest period after completion. In other words, half a month only needs to complete 7 routine tasks to end. It's not the main battle group, most of them are logistics tasks. As long as you are careful, your safety is still guaranteed. Area 14 is a great challenge for Yemen, and there is no shelter around it. From time to time there are gargoyles passing by in the sky. The abyssal sandworms in the ground caused Yemen to reduce its staff for the first time. The melee assassins of a certain team were sucked into the mouthparts by the sandworms, and were directly brought underground. The chances of surviving this situation are almost zero. Keep going. As the conductor, Mo Yifan could only feel sorry for the members. But the road ahead has to go on. Finally, around noon, Yibi saw the frontline positions in Area 16 from the gargoyle's vision in the sky. At 1 o'clock, proceed about 3 kilometers to the frontline position. Yibi pointed to the 1 o'clock position, all the way relying on his guidance to quickly find the nearest way. 10 minutes later, everyone finally arrived at the front line. Everyone also saw a picture that will never be forgotten in a lifetime. Tens of thousands of abyssal demons poured out from the distant abyss crack, rushed towards human professionals regardless of direction. The two sides fight together. After killing a wave, human professionals will have a period of time to breathe. Although the second wave is coming. This is the battlefield meat grinder. Any individual is insignificant on such a grand battlefield. The number 16 theater is just a relatively remote battlefield in that huge battlefield. The main battlefield will cross the 16th area and reach the 100th area. The 3-digit battle zone is the main battle zone for humans to fight against abyssal demons. The god level will perish there. Supplies. When the professionals in District 16 saw a group of juniors under 30, they knew that they were responsible for delivering supplies. Yemen community, responsible for 50 theater supplies, please sign for the mission. Mo Yifan gathered everyone's supplies and handed them over to the person in charge. Okay, the task is completed. You can rest here for a while, and then go back the same way. Senior, which club do you belong to? Mo Yifan looked at the retreating professionals in front of him, but he didn't see which club they belonged to. From Zange. But our main force is trapped in the secondary space, and the formation master team responsible for reinforcements has not yet arrived. It's really the Zange Society. It seems that the news from the rear is true. Mo Yifan stepped back and said. Before departure, everyone knew the news that the main force of Zange was trapped in the subspace. But it has never been implemented. Tear, a sound of space being torn apart came from not far away. Be careful, get out of here quickly. Another space has appeared. The array mage in charge of Zange immediately issued a warning. Mo Yifan and the others retreated immediately. This level of enemies is definitely not something they can deal with. It's gargoyles. Watch out for their petrified attacks. The 3 teams are on top. The mage and the hunter team shoot. Following several figures charging, knocking the gargoyle unconscious. The salvo of hunters in the back row and the meteor shower of mages also fell one after another. The first few gargoyles that appeared received the lunchbox directly. But there are obviously countless gargoyles behind. With the continuous expansion of the secondary space, the entire sub-war zone of the 10th district was directly surrounded. Run out of the subspace. The commander of Zange immediately issued a warning to the people on Mo Yifan's side. But obviously it was too late. The subspace expanded far faster than they thought. In just a dozen breaths, the entire 16 theaters were surrounded and isolated by subspace. From the outside world, the people here seemed to be erased in an instant. The members of the 17th theater next door could only shake their heads helplessly. Trapped in the subspace, without a team of professional formation masters, it may be difficult to get out by yourself. Because there are various subspaces on the battlefield, but most of them are easier to break from the outside than inside. However, it is more difficult to find a team of professional formation masters who can break the subspace. There are only 3 in the entire Washaw Theological Seminary, 2 of which are in the main theater, and the remaining group needs to perform tasks in more than 90 theaters. Therefore, although Zange applied for it a week ago, it has not been lined up. Welcome to the world of gargoyles. Professionals, feed my children with your blood. The environment of the subspace is like a medieval cemetery. There are gargoyles squatting on the huge stone monuments around. In the distance, a giant bloodbat with blood-red eyes on the dark cathedral stared at its prey. Click, click, countless pairs of withered bones slowly stretched out from the cemetery. Yi-Bi looked at this familiar scene. Isn't this the natural disaster skill? Pay attention to your feet, don't be caught by the ankles by the skeletons. Yi-Bi immediately alerted the surrounding members. And the senior brothers and sisters of Zange obviously have extremely rich experience in battle. There was no need to wait for Yi-Bi's reminder, they all used their flying skills to stand up. Attack the ground and try to open up a place without skeletons. The Zange formation mage immediately pointed out. Lang Ruahan directly released a blizzard on his side, and then Frozen Nova froze his feet into a world of ice. Not bad. This girl is very talented in fighting. Several people in the Zon Pavilion nodded and said that Lang Ruohan's response was very good. Meng Fei raised the 3-headed snake lizard shield, and sprayed venom at the skeleton soldiers rushing forward. Venom melts bones. Soon the rows of skeleton soldiers turned into a gray liquid exuding a scorching smell. Boss, why don't you make a move yet? Meng Fei looked back at Yi-Bi, who was as steady as an old dog. Who am I going to hit? Hit you. Yi-Bi was speechless for a while. Not many enemies appeared, and all the skeleton soldiers who came up were dealt with by him. The gargoyle has not yet moved, and is obviously in a state of being unable to attack. The most important thing is to wait and see. And according to the rules of the secondary space, there should be an explanation. Obviously, everyone has not activated the rules of this space. Seeing that there was no follow-up, the people in Zon Pavilion also fell from the sky one after another. Flying all the time will reduce the recovery speed and consume mental power. Without blue, it is basically equal to a dead person. Which of you is the leader? The opponent's formation master looked at Yi-Bi and Mo Yifan. Mo Yifan stood up and replied, he is our regiment leader, but I am responsible for the combat command of other members. Zon Jie is away all year round, so he doesn't know about Yemen, a rookie club in the seminary. Although I have heard of the name Yi-Bi, but I have only heard of the famous official. He didn't know that the handsome guy in front of him was Yi-Bi himself. The head of the group doesn't join the group. It's a bit interesting. I advise you to keep your spirits up, this time the space is not ordinary. What's your name, brother? Mo Yifan asked the formation master. Sha Junming, Senior Sha, can you form us into a group? We are in charge of the ground forces. Mo Yifan knew that Yi-Bi didn't want to join the war directly, so he had to rely on foreign aid. We try our best to help you block the attacks in the sky, but you may not be able to withstand the ground team. Sha Junming is obviously not optimistic about this vegetable club. Be careful. Yi-Bi quickly pushed away a legal profession in the warband team. At the same time, an arc flashed across the position just now, and the space seemed to be split, and there was a burst of space fluctuations. If Yi-Bi didn't push this, that legal system might be cut into 2 pieces directly. Burning soul. Boom. A blood mist exploded in front of everyone's eyes. Hunter sets off fireworks. The so-called fireworks or flares can illuminate invisible monsters. As a result, it directly took a picture of the dark monster in front of it. It's Mantis Mosquito. Exploding flames. Sha Junming immediately directed the magic system to release flame magic. Mo Yifan also raised his hand to signal the legal system in the team to release the firewall. Explosive flame is a level 30 skill, and they haven't reached the level yet. Woohoo! A wave of praying mantis mosquitoes had just been wiped out here, and several wolf howls were heard from far away from the cemetery. It's a werewolf, the hunter of Zange said after taking away Hawkeye. What level? A group of 10, 1 silver wolf, 9 iron skins. Level 42. Can Zhao Wu hold it together? The legal system and the hunter gave me this wave of AoE. Sha Junming is ready to make a quick decision. Don't worry, it's not just this group. Yi-Bi saw a wider view from the crow's vision in the sky, and there were 30 or 40 werewolves behind this wave. So much. Sha Junming obviously had doubts about Yi Bi's words. The hunter reconfirmed that there were indeed 3 to 4 groups behind. Sha Junming looked at the 14 members on his side. If you go all out, you can solve these werewolves in the first time. But the consumption is probably not small. The situation behind is not optimistic, at least those gargoyles haven't moved yet. That is the killer monster in this space. Legal class, use the lowest level of spells to attack, hunters are level A. Yi Bi gave an order and summoned the breaking formation. 10 absolute formation flying immortals. Group flying. Sha Junming and the others looked dumbfounded. Less than 30 young rookies flying in groups. What about fighting with me? But the facts in front of them made them have to believe it. The Yemen law systems put small fireballs one by one, and the hunters are flat A. The werewolf below can only spin around in place. This wave of Operation 666. Although the little chicken's attacks are weak, they can't stand up to many people. More than 10 minutes before and after, more than 40 werewolves were killed without injury. Many people directly upgrade. The biggest advantage of the trumpet is that it can be upgraded quickly. Once upgraded, the status is directly full. Your team leader is this wave of Auxiliary 6. The people in the battle group immediately changed their orientation towards Yi Bi. Auxiliary. The corner of Mo Yifan's mouth twitched. Well, in fact, this wave of Yi Bi really only contributed vision plus group flying formation. Seeing that there was no prompt yet, Yi Bi looked towards the black church in the distance. Let's go that way. No, it's the enemy's lair from over there, and it's a self-inflicted trap. Sha Junming was the first to object. In the case of this kind of unknown form, isn't the castle-like building in the past tantamount to throwing yourself into a trap? If Nightingale was here, she would definitely tell him about the feat of demolishing Bei Chang. Ignoring Sha Junming, Yi Bi took the lead and walked towards the cemetery. Mo Yifan and others must follow Yi Bi's example. Follow without hesitation. Not a single one fell. Looking at the group of people going away, Sha Junming narrowed his eyes and said, "It's a very united society, the leader of this group is quite charming. Then let's go and have a look. These juniors dare, what are we afraid of? Haha, sure enough, you will lose your courage after being outside for a long time. I really miss the passion of these boys. Captain Shaw might as well go and have a look, maybe there will be clues from the team leader and others." Alright, just keep up with Nguyen. Sha Junming thought of the leader, and his heart was moved. I thought it was a very dangerous section of the road, but no accidents happened when I followed Yi Bi. Based on the experience of Sha Junming and other veterans, this road should be full of thorns. Yi Bi came to the black church door. He stared at the huge blood bat squatting on the black cross for a while. Raising your hand as a shot from the supreme Wang Quan. With the flying sword of soul power, the blood bat was sent flying like a kite. Sha Junming. Other people. Sure enough, Yi Bi showed a really so expression. Summon more than 20 Skyrath fighters and start demolition. Watching the big axe used for fighting directly demolish the house. Everyone stared blankly. A few minutes later, the huge black church disappeared directly. Shameless human beings, wait for Earl Ben's wrath. Goblin subspace rules. Find Krulu, the abyssal goblin, kill or surrender. Countdown to subspace. 2 hours, 36 minutes and 28 seconds. It's actually a cunning abyss goblin. We have all been deceived. Sha Junming patted his thigh and sighed. If the head of the other party hadn't seen through the disguise of this space, everyone would still be wandering outside after the countdown ended. This goblin is indeed cunning. The space here is so big, where are the goblins? Sha Junming looked at the surrounding environment, as if there was no place to hide people. Yi Bi took a brief look, and indeed nothing could be seen from the surface. But what he is least afraid of is this subspace. Summon the throne. Eyes of truth. With the emergence of the giant demon hand throne, Yi Bi sat on the god-level throne filled with 9 eyes. God-level throne. You are Yi Bi. Even if Sha Junming and the others don't care about school affairs, they still know about such important events as the battle for the throne. This year, he unexpectedly won the god-level throne. And it is said that the arm of an abyss lord was cut off and refined into a throne. How could such explosive news be missed? I'm looking for you. In the eyes of reality, all illusions are shattered. Yi Bi walked up to an ordinary gargoyle statue and inserted his palm into it. When it reappeared, it was already holding a goblin that was only half a meter tall, staring at its limbs indiscriminately. Kruru, Yi Bi asked coldly. Master Krulu. Crack, 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 3 big pushes in a row. Kruru knelt down directly. Stop hitting, just ask whatever you want. What about the people who entered the subspace before? In space prison, yes, those who do not complete the subspace rule task before the countdown ends will be sent to the space prison. Open the space prison, Yi Bi ordered. I have no right to open it. Kruru replied with a helpless expression. Crack, crack, crack. This time, the King of Skywrath took action directly. Krulu, who is so big, flew straight away. The Skywrath warrior brought it up and fought again. Beat until the goblin's yellow teeth fell out all over the floor. I hit. Yi Bi kicked the goblin's ass and gave him a dog-gnawing shit. Krulu's little eyes kept rolling. Yi Bi didn't even wear him, just let him knock on several stone tablets in the cemetery. The last teleportation formation actually appeared between several stone tablets. Taking advantage of Yi Bi and others not paying attention, Kruru jumped into the formation and disappeared. Humph! Burning soul! Boom! A cloud of blood mist appeared, and one of Krulu's arms was blasted out. What the teleportation circle is most afraid of is energy fluctuations. And burning soul directly magnifies this fluctuation. After chasing the soul, there is no need to lock it, and the soul will be detonated directly. It's brutal, but I like it. Sha Junming finally saw the tricks of the Rookie King. Although I don't know how he locked the opponent. But this reaction speed is definitely first-class fast. The wave of transmission energy was blown out before it disappeared. After a while, the formation that Krulu jumped into before opened again. This time it was a less stable portal. Kill the Abyss Goblin Krulu, get the key of the space prison +1/1. Yi Bi reached out and grabbed the key, and threw it towards the space portal. The portal becomes stable. Your regiment leader may be behind. Yi Bi stepped into it first, followed by Mo Yifan and others. Seeing that it was already like this, Sha Junming and the others could only grit their teeth and step into it. You must know that they are most afraid of entering the unknown space after many years of fighting in the battlefield. This is a taboo, but this time, they gambled. Bet this Rookie King has something special. And they were right. There is an independent space behind the portal. Inside the space is a prison composed of rows of energy grids. The 25 members of Zange are all in the prison, and they are hit by the power grid from time to time. Most are already languishing. Only a few people looked at it. Captain, Sha Junming ran to one of the grid prisons. Don't touch it, it will reduce the attributes. Yi Bi looked at the head of the Zan Pavilion, and it turned out to be a woman. No wonder Sha Junming, who has always been calm, got excited. He must have a crush on him. Sha Junming, who was shocked for a while, suddenly felt powerless. All attributes are directly halved. Fortunately, only half an hour. But obviously the leader and the others have been continuously targeted, and their attributes have always been halved. Be careful, there will be guards coming to patrol at the hour of the day. Zan Wushwang reminded. Yi Bi looked at the surrounding buildings. It should be a laboratory rather than a prison. The grid prison is only used to detain experimental subjects. Obviously Zan Wushwang and others were the last batch to come in. The previous ones should have turned into dry bones. Kruru, the goblin, might be a mad scientist. Specially experiment with human professionals. Has any of you been pulled out to be a test subject? Yi Bi asked suddenly. Zan Wushwang silently nodded. She saw her team members being killed by that nasty goblin with her own eyes. Grid prison is not real electricity, but a demonic force from the abyss. Yi Bi has no clue for the time being, but after a while, you may find something new by asking the jailer. The jailer is coming. Zan Wushwang counted the time in his heart. In this timeless subspace, time can only be measured in the most primitive way. A goblin walked from a distant space leading to abyss hellhounds. Seeing Yi Bi and others, he ran away. Yi Bi's soul control directly fixed it in place. This time, it actually deprived the other party of one of their abilities, lockpicking. I didn't expect the matter to be solved like this. Grid prisons were opened one by one. The remaining 20 Zange members were successfully rescued. With the opening of the grid prison, the laboratory space without experimental products gradually collapsed. Subspace released. Yi took the goblin jailer and stood in the 16th theater. Come out, come out. Many professionals in the war zone next door shouted. Zhan Wushwang bowed his hands to his comrades to express his gratitude. Finally, he walked up to Yi and said, "Are you a freshman?" Okay. Yi nodded. Head, he is Yi, the one on the god-level throne. It's you. Sure enough, something happened. What are you going to do with this goblin? Zhan Wushwang pointed to the abyss goblin who was pretending to be dead. Senior want it. Yi saw what Zhan Wushwang was thinking. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. All the military exploits will be yours, and I will give you 2,000 military exploits from the Zhan Pavilion as a reward for helping us get out of trouble. Make a deal. Yi handed the goblin to the other party. Zhan Wushwang called Sha Junming and sealed the goblin to prevent him from running away. Can be a frontline base. Which regiment is meeting us? Fengali Pavilion, but it hasn't appeared yet. Sha Junming replied. Zhan Wushwang looked at Yi. She had also heard about the grievances between Fengali Pavilion and him. So he said, "Don't worry, I dare not do anything to you and Tian Kiming." Yi shrugged indifferently. I hope he treats me like that, so that there will be no future troubles. Ha ha ha, you are indeed the rookie king. This courage, I am convinced by Zhan Wushwang. Zhan Wushwang went to the pendant on his neck, raised his hand and summoned a King Kong. People in Zhan Pavilion jumped on King Kong's shoulders one after another. Mo Yifan also raised his hand and summoned the mammoth. Yi released Zhaolong. Seeing this lineup, the associations in the 17th theater are drooling. A rookie club, 2 groups of mounts, too proud. Zhan Wushwang gave a thumbs up and ran towards the base first. With Zange to open the way back is basically a straight line. Donkey Kong went on a rampage all the way, without stopping at all. On the way, I happened to meet Fengali Pavilion who rushed over to take over. Tian Kiming just glanced at Yi and didn't stop for too long. With a mission on his body, and the other party has people from the Zhan Pavilion, it is inconvenient to get out of the tail. Zhan Wushwang also ignored them and passed them directly. Back at the base it was already dark again. Zhan Wushwang took the Abyss Goblin to report the latest battle situation. Yi and others also continued to build temporary footholds. An hour later, Zhan Wushwang directly asked Yi and others to go to her camp for the night. Simple tents are obviously much better than temporary structures in the open air. What are your plans? Take them to upgrade. Zhan Wushwang looked at these juniors who were less than level 30, and was really worried for Yi. Sister, what advice do you have? Yi knows that the Zhan Pavilion who arrived earlier must know more about this place. Zhan Wushwang opened the sandbox with a smile and said, "It depends on what you want to do. Appreciate further details." Yi knows that this senior can lead Zange all the way to kill. Going to the top 3 clubs in the junior year is definitely not in vain. Now the god-level group is besieging the temple of the evil elephant god, and there are 4 altars around it. There are quite a few sporadic villages of elephant god believers around the altar. If you just want to get some mobs to upgrade, then stay away from these places. Quote. What about long-term development? Yi obviously heard what Zhan Wushwang meant. Then occupy a village with me, and attack the altar. In the early days of the war, it was easiest to establish military exploits, and the professional association allowed families and trade unions to establish sub-bases around the main theater. I saw 2 good villages, and I was going to try my luck after the main battle mission, but I was trapped in the secondary space. The auxiliary infrastructure club I originally selected also ran away with the other main battle groups, so I can still take a club with me to set off. Zhan Wushwang obviously took a fancy to Yi's strength. The so-called bringing Yemen is actually bringing Yi. Yi looked at the sand table, and there were 2 red areas, one near the sea and the other near a mountain. They are all relatively good bases. The sea beasts in the Abyss world are completely different from the monsters in the Abyss, so we don't worry that the sea beasts will come ashore. Zhan Wushwang explained. Is this the map of the Abyss corresponding to the country of cherry blossoms to the northeast? Well, after 2 sections of sea area and a section of high seas, it is the entry point of the first copy of Sakura country's most island. Why? So choosing this place will be of great help to us in expanding the sea in the future, right? The relative military achievements will be higher. Yes, but because there is no reliable barrier, it is relatively dangerous when facing a large number of enemies. Yi Bi nodded to express his understanding, and finally pointed to the seaside stronghold and said, "That's it. I'll take this here, senior sister, you go to the backing stronghold 3 kilometers away." Zhan Wushwang squinted his eyes and stared at Yi Bi for a while, then he clapped his hands and said, "I like your boldness. That's it. Good Zhao, it would be great if the 2 strongholds can be taken together, they can reflect each other from afar. However, if you disperse your forces, I am afraid that neither side will be able to take it down in the end. Moreover, the 2 associations can only rely on a day of rest to attack, and cannot fight a protracted war." Junming gave him the distribution map of the monsters in the fishing village. "We will launch an attack together at regular intervals. As long as you can hold those murlocs for 3 hours, I can get out and go to reinforce them." Zhan Wushwang really didn't expect Yi Bi to eat the fishing village alone. After all, this group of trumpets that are less than level 30 can't be filled by people. It is good. Yi Bi didn't explain anything. Since he received the task, he should do his best. It is also more difficult to face 40+ enemies in quick battles. Fortunately, by the sea, the enemy will not have room to retreat, and our own side has a big killer. Battleship. This is a big killer at sea. If you make good use of it, you can save a lot of Skywrath Legion and take down the fishing village. Let's take a good rest and set off before dawn to launch an attack on time at a moment of nothingness. Zhan Wushwang checked the time and immediately brought people into a resting state. Different from Yemen, the people in Zhan Pavilion sleep as soon as they say, without delay at all. And many people in Yemen can't sleep at all. This is the difference between veterans and recruits. Yi Bi also doesn't expect the people under his command to sleep as soon as they talk like others. But several main battle members fell asleep relatively smoothly. Before dawn, Zhan Wushwang and his team had already started making pre-war equipment. Yi Bi also asked Mo Yifan to wake up everyone and check the equipment and supplies. The most important thing is to bring infrastructure equipment. A simple formation plate and some infrastructure talismans that can be used directly. The people of the 2 regiments headed towards the 26th Theater together, and it was not until the moment before dawn that Yi Bi arrived at the outskirts of the fishing village. Looking at the white belly in the sky and the rising sun rising from the sea. Thousands of Skywrath legions are already in place. Leng Ruohan also prepared the battleship, ready to release the battleship and Yi Bi to launch an attack from both water and land directions immediately. The Skywrath warriors rushed into the fishing village, waking up the sleeping murlocs. Leng Ruohan led the members of Yemen to shoot a volley on the battle boat. Everyone's first real team battle has started. Intense battles were also heard in the mountains in the distance. Yi Bi knew that Zhan Wushwang had also started to attack. Face hundreds of murlocs without reservation. Launch a self-destruct attack with the strongest posture. Absolutely don't let the murlocs have a chance to fight back against the warship. As for the Skywrath Legion, they will kill them casually. The fight lasted more than an hour. In the end, the level 48 Murloc leader was beheaded after being transformed by the King of Wrath. Clean up the battlefield. Build the infrastructure now. The warship is standing by the shore at any time. After working for more than an hour, the formation plate and infrastructure talismans were all installed. Yi Bi took out the abyss fragments and activated the formation disc and talisman. This is how a small fishing village base was built. Gun towers, arrow towers, watchtowers are all available. With abyss fragments, anything is possible. Sure enough, it is a strategic reserve material. Members of Yemen cheered and celebrated the victory in the first battle. Yi Bi was thrown into the air by them and fell down again, rise again. Okay, let's take a rest first. Yi Bi left hundreds of Skywrath warriors to patrol the surrounding area. On the other hand, he took the King of Wrath of Heaven to the battlefield on Zhan Wushwang's side. Now at level 37 Yi Bi, the control distance of the puppet has exceeded 5,000 meters. Combined with the flying birds in the soul-chasing sky, the strongholds in both directions can be taken care of. Yi Bi rushed to Zhan Wushwang's side, and the battle was at its most intense. Zhan Wushwang carried 1 big and 2 small bosses, and the other members rushed out. The shaman in the team is using bloodlust. There are more than a dozen gargoyles in the air interfering from time to time. In the main battle, Yi Bi is temporarily unable to intervene, and can only summon the natural but salvo gargoyles. Hundreds of meteors rained down, and even a level 45 gargoyle evaporated directly. Zhan Wuxuang saw that there were so many puppets helping, so he stopped pulling hard here, and immediately called Yi Bi for help. The King of Wrath of Heaven joined the battlefield and started to circle around with the big boss. Zhan Wuxuang and others immediately output the small boss with all their strength, and the battle ended in 10 minutes. Okay, I still want to help you there, but you are faster than us, so you came to help. My Murloc's blood is thin, and there are not many monsters. It was rare for Yi Bi to say a word of modesty. After half an hour, I will be able to finish everything here. There are mineral deposits in this mountain, and miners can be hired to mine. The school and the club each account for 50% of the resources. Zhan Wuxuang couldn't restrain the smile on his face as he looked at the mine that had been hammered down with difficulty. If there is no War 927, these resources will be uniformly allocated by the professional association. In the end, there is a high probability that it will be owned by the seminary, and it is impossible to assign it to the club. Now we don't know where this cave leads, so we have to step up our exploration here. I suggest that our two clubs perform tasks separately and explore in different shifts. Zhan Wuxuang has now treated Yemen as the main battle group. Although the school has no official appointment, in her opinion, Yi Bi alone is enough to form a group. It is good. Naturally, Yi Bi has no objection. Yemen's tasks must be to assist defense and logistics, and it is not difficult to complete. On the contrary, the tasks of Zange are mostly related to combat, and cannot be completed in a few hours. There are not many clubs like Zhan Wuxuang and Yi Bi who are willing to spend tens of thousands of credits to change formations and infrastructure talismans. After all, it is not difficult to take down a village in the Abyss world, the difficulty lies in keeping it. According to the principle of the Abyss, after the leaders near the village are cleared, they will be refreshed in the surrounding area from time to time. Only the destruction of the temple covering the village can completely change the spawning mechanism. Therefore, the Battle of the Elephant God Temple in the main theater is the core. After Zhan Wuxuang arranged for his men to be stationed, he and Yi Bi came to the fishing village. It turned out that the target was a warship. This is yours too. Sent from my girlfriend's family. Yi Bi replied with a smile. Lord, this thing's power at the seaside is comparable to that of a main battle group, and its combat capability at sea is stronger than that of the main battle group. You can let Shui Mei Lang's family come out and directly set up a small shipyard here. According to my estimation, we will go to support Sakura in a short time. Yi Bi knew that Zhan Wuxuang's analysis was very accurate. Huo Wu had reached an agreement with Mo Xuan before, and Huasha would get the first base within 20 days to a month. Then go to Sakura's side to help them secure their line of defense. The Bangzi kingdom collapsed in advance, the defense line was completely defeated, and reinforcements from professionals from various countries have already advanced. But it is obviously not something that can be done in a day or two to control the situation. Zhan Wuxuang is very optimistic about the power of the Leng family, and he is commensurate with Leng Ruohan's direct sisters. You can go back in advance and apply to the school for tasks, so that tomorrow AGB, when we are tasked, you can directly take over the two strongholds. I will apply to the Professional Association for Miners when I go back, but the early exploration needs to be completed by us professionals. Zhan Wuxuang finalized some cooperation details, and took over the seaside stronghold in an all-round way. Yi Bi took people back to the base to pick up the mission ahead of time. What I received was actually an inspection mission. The inspection site is one of the 4 towns outside the Elephant God Temple. West Temple City. According to the description of the inspection mission, West Temple City has been conquered by human professionals. However, the left-behind forces are not sufficient, and associations are needed to assist in patrolling. When Yi Bi and others arrived at West Temple City, the city that has just experienced the war has been dilapidated. The city tower was in tatters, and many traces of being attacked by magic still remained. The shattered bases of the moat formation were scattered at the foot of the city wall. Association of the Association, you take this signal flare, and if you find any monsters left in the abyss, fire them directly. The city defenders were the regular Chinese army, and they didn't ask what club Yi Bi belonged to. Anyway, all those sent over are treated equally. After Yi Bi took the order, he wandered around Eximiao City with his people. With the assistance of the soul-chasing Sky Eye, this kind of patrolling task really shouldn't be too easy. Boss, did you say that there are still abyssal tribes left in West Temple City? Meng Fei asked, looking at the corpses of monsters and dilapidated buildings all around. It should be. After all, this is their base camp, how could it be cleaned up thoroughly? Yi Bi didn't think that the abyssal monsters could be wiped out in one big battle. Just like human cities, it is absolutely impossible for monsters to massacre human beings completely. It is not uncommon for small forces to wander around the corners of the city. Although the scale of Eximiao City is not as large as Linhai City, it is several times larger than ordinary villages. The form of abyssal monsters living in groups is tribes. Although there are no towering buildings of humans, contiguous tile-roofed houses are easier to hide small forces. The 12-hour patrol mission was completed, and the enemy has not been seen. People in Yemen also relaxed. After returning to the base to eat something to replenish his strength, Yi Bi led his people to Zan Wushwang again. Their main battle mission is about to begin, and the responsibility for guarding the two strongholds will fall on Yemen's side. The main defense is the mine. There are no resources in the fishing village, and professionals will not pay attention to it. On the contrary, the mine will become the target of other societies. What Zan Wushwang was worried about was not the counterattack of the monsters from the abyss, but the intervention of other associations. Everyone wants to take a bite of this fat meat. After arranging everything, Zan Wushwang led his people to the frontline theater. Yi Bi asked Mo Yifan to arrange a patrol team to take turns to patrol. I am going deep into the mine. Obviously Zan Wushwang has already started to explore the mine. Seeing more and more branches of the mine, Yi Bi divided the Skyrath fighters into groups to continue exploring. It was only when the depth was interrupted that the first batch of abyss miners were encountered. This ratman, which is similar in size to a wolf man, lives exclusively in mines. Relying on grabbing the minerals in the mine to extract energy to improve your own strength. Unlike other abyssal monsters that kill and upgrade each other, this kind of creature living in underground mines has average combat effectiveness. One Skyrath warrior can wipe out a wave of minermen. As he went deeper into the mine, Yi Bi discovered a large amount of ore. This kind of ore, which looks like abyss fragments, is piled up in the corner. Minermen guard these ores as if they were life. After reaching a certain depth, the mine begins to extend laterally. Yi Bi felt the direction, and it turned out to be in the direction of Eximiao City. If you extend all the way to the east, you can go directly to the main city of the Elephant Temple through the West Temple City. This doesn't lead all the way to the Elephant Temple, does it? Rumble. Yi Bi felt the mountains above his head shake violently. As if hit by magic. Yi Bi, Yi Bi, Li Shui's hurried voice came from behind. What's up? Yi Bi temporarily gave up on in-depth exploration, turned around and went back. Quick, come with me, there is a fight outside. Yi Bi frowned slightly, and immediately summoned the dragon to rush towards the entrance of the cave. Before reaching the entrance of the cave, I saw two groups of people already making moves. Yemen has an advantage regardless of the number of people, but the overall level is not as good as the other side. Many people have been beaten out of combat effectiveness. And the other party obviously had some scruples and didn't kill him. Hurry up and get out, this mine is not something that a new society like you can own. It's Tiankui's man, but Gongshu Shangyan didn't show up. Li Shui whispered in Yi Bi's ear. Yi Bi chased after a few flying birds, and clearly saw a group of professionals hiding behind the slope of the mountain. A natural disaster. Supreme Wang Quan. Yi Bi doesn't talk nonsense, and the first move is a group attack. How dare you dare! Burning Soul. Boom. As the first professional was killed, Tiankui's people also gave up and retreated. Since you're here, can you still leave? Numerous Sky Wrath golden armored warriors gathered around, and a dozen or so Sky workers were immediately surrounded. Yi Bi, you dare to kill. The professional association will definitely hold you accountable. Gong Shulei's voice came from behind the mountain. Immediately afterwards, Gongshu Shangyan and others also appeared one after another. The heavyweight in Tiankui finally showed his face. Why don't you kill me if you grab my resources? Yi Bi ignored Gongshu Shangyan and the others at all, and directly ordered to kill those professionals who shot. A dozen or so people faced hundreds of Skyfree fighters, and they were hacked to death without even stirring up a wave. Gongshu Shangyan didn't expect Yi Bi to dare to do it. For a moment, there was an urge to run away. But thinking of Tian Qiming's words, he finally decided to take a gamble. Bet Yi Bi dare not offend the Gongshu family. Yi Bi, if you don't give me an explanation for this matter, I will report it to the school. Confession. I'll give it to you. Yi Bi raised his hand, and the surrounding Skyrath mages raised their wands one after another. You're crazy. How dare you kill me? The public loser will never let you go. Gongshu Shangyan immediately released all the puppets, and released his flying skills to fly into the distance without hesitation. Hundreds of meteors and fire rained down, and the ground troops who could not fly were directly killed by half. Many people used puppets to block the fatal attack. But all of them were disgraced and embarrassed. Yi Bi, I'm leaving now. Don't kill me, I was also bewitched by my brother, we are the same students. Gongshule was scared to death, and kept begging Yi Bi for mercy. Shaman chain lightning mass. There was a burning smell, and only the black corpse was left. The main force of the famous Tiankui club in the sophomore year just disappeared. Only one polished commander, Shu Shangyan, is still alive. This is not Yi Bi kindness, but the need for a messenger. Tian Qiming must be waiting for news somewhere. Yi Bi thinks that after Gongshu Shangyan saw himself fighting with a professional from the Sakura Kingdom. Already saw the gap between him and himself. If you still dare to hit the stone with an egg, it can only show that there is a bigger backer behind it. As for the background of the public loser, it may be useful in Donghai province. But it's not enough to put it in Huasha Theological Seminary. As Yi Bi expected, Gongshu Shangyan flew directly to the war zone where Tian Qiming was located. Tell the original story of everything that happened here. Yi Bi is crazy. How dare he kill people? Gongshu Shangyan was terrified by Yi Bi's eyes. So your Tiankui main force is gone? Tian Qiming asked, slightly displeased. It's gone. It's all gone. Gongshu Shangyan's mentality collapsed, and the community he had built was gone. Then why don't you go and complain to the school? Ah, good, I'll go right away. Gongshu Shangyan panicked and flew towards the base again. Tian Qiming cast a look at the two assassins beside him. The two disappeared silently. A few hours later, Gongshu Shangyan's body was accidentally found. The news that Yi Bi killed the professional in a heartbroken manner spread. Until Zange retreated from the front line, the news was still circulating in the base. Anbu, who is in charge of rear discipline, also participated in the investigation. After knowing the situation, Zhan Jie and Zhan Wushwang supported Yi Bi to kill. She also said that if anyone dared to covet her spoils again, she would kill them one at a time. For this matter, Mo Xuan had to temporarily retreat from the front line to the base. Make instructions after knowing the specific situation yourself. Professionals are encouraged to kill abyssal monsters in their spare time, but it is not recommended to rob each other of resources. If you have doubts about resource allocation, you can negotiate to resolve it. If there is another incident of robbery, the school will punish it severely. Mo Xuan's direct conclusion was also because of Mo Yifan's injury. This kid had already figured it out. Mo Xuan would intervene in person and beat himself up seriously. Seeing Yi Bi and Zhan Wushwang call werewolves. This is so ruthless that he doesn't even let himself go. But this also gave everyone a new understanding of this calm academic bully, Black Belly. The two sons of the public loser died in vain. In normal times, the public loser would definitely not give up, but after Mo Xuan came forward, the public loser just came to confirm it, and he didn't even dare to fart. As for whether he will retaliate against Yi Bi afterwards, anyone with a brain will think about it. But is Yi Bi afraid? Does the public loser dare to face the wrath of Yi Sha Shen? They dare not. Boss, the death of Gongshu Shangyan doesn't seem to have any impact on Yi Bi. That's right, the public losers didn't even dare to fart when facing Mo Shen. Tian Qiming took a sip of tea and said, there is Mo Yifan in Yemen, he is the grandson of God Mo. Doesn't that mean we can't move Yemen? Yemen is Yemen, Yi Bi is Yi Bi. Without Yi Bi, Yemen will be gone. Tian Qiming naturally saw clearly. After a while, the warship will be on the stage, and the losers will naturally join the battle. At that time, I will come forward and contact them. During this period of time, don't provoke Yi Bei, just wait for the opportunity. If we don't make a shot, it's fine, if we make a shot, we must kill it. Tian Qiming knew that if he succeeded in killing Yi Bei, even Meituan and Yi Shashan could only vent their anger. You won't kill an important person in the school club just because of a dead person. There are not a few people who die every year because of conflicts between clubs. The school also turns a blind eye. After all, everyone has to face the cruel reality when they leave school. The school does not want to cultivate a group of greenhouse flowers and plants. In addition to fighting, being a human being and facing dangers in the world are compulsory courses. Now that the boss has plans, the younger brothers below will stop talking. Fengali Pavilion also completed the tasks assigned by the superior step by step, and at the same time, it was looking for resource areas that could be occupied like Zon Pavilion. Mo Xuan changed the task of Yemen to exploration, requiring them to explore the mine in depth and report to the school regularly. It is said to be a task, but in fact it is to give the green light for Yemen. The application of the mining team Yi Bei is on the agenda. But it will take some time to come from the rear. According to the plan, this team will enter the Abyss world together with several major families of Zanzhou. That is the third batch of teams entering the Abyss world. The dungeons and secret realms in Huaxia have been under steady control. Everyone also has more energy to focus on the Abyss world. The only fly in the ointment is that the god-level team ahead has been unable to attack the temple of the evil elephant god for a long time. It's not that the rebels are so powerful. Without the evil elephant god himself, the few remaining god-level priests are no longer enough to resist powerful god-level professionals. But if you can't find the central magic circle to control the temple, you can't completely control the temple for human use. The high-level decision was to gain control over the elephant god temple, and use this as the starting point to build the Great Wall of the Abyss. However, it is easy to lay down the temple, but it is difficult to control the temple. If you can't find the control center, you can't completely control such a large city. We can't waste any more time. There has been news from the Sakura Kingdom that the resistance in the dungeon secret realm has reached the threshold, and the radicals have begun to incite public opinion to demand full opening. First, organize a god-level team to prepare to cross the sea, and let the formation hall find the center as soon as possible. If we still cannot find it within 3 days, we will abandon the Elephant Temple and launch an attack on the Ant Demon Kinga's sphere of influence. A. The Abyss Frontline Command has initially formulated the next battle plan. Bai Lao decided to spend another 3 days looking for the center of the formation. The pressure immediately came to the formation hall. The formation vanguard led by Lu Hongliang has been away for 3 days day and night, but still did not find the real center. The high priests of the elephant god are determined not to allow humans to gain control of the temple. Even if he died, it didn't reveal where the lieutenant colonel was. The battle on the front line is good, and the tasks on the Zange side have also been reduced a lot. Zan Wushuang joined Yi Bei's mine investigation after completing the finishing work ahead of schedule. But obviously her team is not good at fighting in this cramped mine. The work efficiency is not as good as Yi Bei's Skywrath warrior. Zan Wushuang simply handed over the exploration task to Yi Bei. On the other hand, he took the Zan Pavilion to sweep the Abyss monsters around. If the monsters refreshed daily are not cleared, they will still be affected. I don't know when we will be able to completely control the territory of this evil elephant god. I heard that this is only the outer area of the Abyss. Sha Junming and his teammates were bored cleaning up the monsters wandering outside. The people in the Formation Palace can't completely control the place if they can't find the Formation Hub. The monsters refreshed every day must be cleaned up. Everyone can't relax completely and move on to the next area. It's a vicious cycle. Formation Palace, they are busy applying for rescue, and they don't even know they are busy. Speaking of formation points, the people in the Zan Pavilion became very angry. Let's say a few words less, the entire Abyss is now in a delicate situation, and it's not just our Huaxia theater that is facing problems. It is said that the battle in the Western Union was very dark, and their blood demon gods were quite powerful, and more than one god-level team had been wiped out. Although Zan Wushuang is also angry with the people in the Dharma Hall, he still does not want to create a gap between the club and the school organization. If you want me to say it, it's better to let Yi Bei go and see, he might be able to make meritorious service with the God-level throne. Sha Junming has seen the ability of Yi Bi's God-level throne. We have no right to control this, the high level must have high-level ideas. Our Zange is only a member of the middle-level combat force, and Yi B's Yemen is not even the main battle group. This kind of thing is also about seniority. On the ground, Zan Wushuang's war pavilion patrolled the mountains. Underground, Yi Bi has led the King of Wrath of Heaven deep into the depths of the mine. If it weren't for him, there were enough Skywrath fighters. The passages extending in all directions below may not be able to conduct a comprehensive reconnaissance. Judging from the information fed back by the Skywrath warriors, this mine is just a passage leading to the central area. There must be more than one mine like this. Comparing the altitude, Yi Bi determined that he was at least 1,000 meters below the ground at this time. And this kind of mine doesn't look like it was dug by the abyss miners. From the surface to 500 meters underground, traces of digging by the minermen can be seen in this section. But since 600 meters, the area below has obviously been deliberately built for some kind of building. What do you think of the broken formation? Yi Bi feels that the layout here is not like a mine but more like a formation. Your guess is correct, the layout below is a man-made base for the formation. The entire temple area of Aa the elephant god is an inverted funnel, and the formation eye is located below the funnel. Quote, breaking the formation can share the reconnaissance route map of the Skywrath soldiers, and it can be seen at a glance that this distribution is not random. Yi Bi looked at the surrounding passages leading to other directions. If it was the eye of the formation, this should be the lowest point of the funnel. But what about the hub that controls this large formation? What kind of big array is this? God-level throne, the Eye of Truth. Open the throne. Yi Bi sat on the throne, look around with the eyes of solidity. Dimly saw a familiar object suspended in the space. Shards of artifact. This artifact fragment in fantasy and reality cannot be obtained by conventional means at all. Yi Bi opened one of the eyes of reality behind him again. With the sharp pain in his eyes, he finally found a group of elementary school that appeared in the space of the artifact fragment. Similar repels each other. Stepping off the throne, Yi Bi breathed a sigh of relief. Take out the Xuanyuan sword below in the portable space. Slowly approach the position facing the void. A vague repelling force came from the arms. Then there was another fragment of Xuanyuan sword that changed from illusion to reality in that space. Yi Bi's other hand gently pinched the half of the fragment. Keep your hands as consistent as possible. With a force, he directly pulled the other half out of the space. Click, click, the sound of glass shattering came from around. The center of the formation eye was taken away, causing the entire formation to begin to collapse. Yi Bi didn't have time to think about it, and quickly rode the dragon to the ground. It would be fun to bury yourself alive. Although I don't know how wide this formation is. But this formation that goes deep into the ground is unusual at first glance. Use a piece of artifact fragment as the formation eye. This is not a small pen. Just as Yi Bi was trying to escape to the ground. It is located in the Elephant Temple not far from here. The member of the formation hall who was in charge of monitoring the formation suddenly shouted, "The formation is broken." What? Lu Hongliang quickly ran to the position where the formation board was located. Sure enough, the array that monitored the formation of the Elephant God Temple was broken. This means the core of the temple is broken. Okay, which team did it? Make the first contribution. Lu Hongliang looked around, but all he got was a silent shake of the head. Report first. Regardless of which team he broke, this credit must be recorded in the formation hall. There is only 1 day left in the deadline above. He is also Alexander. Although there will be no punishment if you can't find the center of the formation, it's really embarrassing. Washa has taken the advantage of not having a boss to defend the level. If you can no longer control the temple, you will lose your life. Bai Lao rushed to the temple immediately. But after learning that the center has not been determined, he frowned and said, "Isn't the team that broke the formation not in your formation hall?" This is possible. Lu Hongliang felt his face turn red. It is still impossible to control the temple without confirming the hub. Although the formation is broken and the monsters in the abyss will not be refreshed regularly, we have no way to use the temple. That's right, but we can re-establish the formation system and determine the pivots ourselves. As a formation master, Lu Hongliang, as long as he breaks the opponent's formation, there are many ways to deal with it later. How long will that take? It will take at least a month to completely control the domain of the elephant god. We don't have so much time, and we don't have so many resources to build a formation system from scratch. Find the hub immediately for me. No matter which team it was, under what circumstances they broke the temple formation. I will know as soon as possible. Yes, now that Bai Lao had spoken, the people below immediately started working. Boss, now that the refreshing formation is broken, can we let the infrastructure troops enter in advance? Mo Xuan looked at Bai Lao and asked. Well, yes, pass down the order to let the prepared third batch of infrastructure teams and warship teams enter the Abyss world. Yes, the order was passed layer by layer until it was passed back to the seminary. The good news that the refreshing formation here was broken spread throughout the battlefield. The 24-hour god-level team can finally take a break. Qin Yunfang dragged his exhausted body back to the base. I saw many colleagues returning from major war zones with tired faces. Have you heard who broke the formation? I don't know, the people in the Array Palace are looking for it. Mr. Liu may doubt life again this time. Old Liu has really had bad luck recently. First he was so angry with Yibi that he almost passed. This time I have been busy for so many days and returned without success, but I don't know which club got the first chance to break the formation. Oh, poor old Liu! Exclamation mark! It's confirmed. It was Yibi from Yemen who dug up the center of the formation in the mine and broke the formation. Puff! Teacher Liu spurted out another mouthful of old blood, and passed out directly. Forward base. Yibi talked about his experience of exploring the mine and accidentally discovered the center of the underground formation. As for artifact fragments, sorry, didn't see it. Lu Hongliang, who was finally rescued, came to the command room trembling. Did you see anything? That is, did any special objects appear near the formation hub? No, but something like a talisman suddenly appeared, and then spontaneously ignited and disappeared. Yibi lies as soon as he opens his mouth. Anyway, I was there, so what to say? Go and have a look. 0. Lu Hongliang suggested to go to the scene. Bai Lao signaled Yibi to point out the specific location. Yibi shared a small map. As soon as Bai Lao waved his hand, the people in the entire command room appeared at the underground center. After some measurements, Lu Hongliang said that it was undoubtedly here. Let's set up the formation, it's really hidden here, no wonder it hasn't been found above. Bai Lao also had to admire the scheming of the high priests of the elephant god. Who would have expected that the important temple center would be deep in this underground mine? Not even a decent guard. Except for the minermen, there are no monsters from the abyss here. No matter how you look at it, it is not the storage place for the center of the formation. You are really my Washa's lieutenant general. Bai Lao had to admit Yibi's luck. Of course, his strength has also been recognized by high-level officials. This mine has been officially taken over, and the resources you should have will not be missing, but the management rights do not belong to you. Needless to say, Yibi and Zhan Wushwang also know this. The center of the formation is equivalent to the city's municipal management center. How could it be placed in a private house? It must be controlled by the government. Yibi has taken a large amount of ore anyway. For the rest, I believe that the official can't do without him. A group of people returned to the command room. Yibi and Zhan Wushwang returned to their lounge. It's really thanks to you this time, for picking up more than 10,000 combat achievements for nothing. Zhan Wushwang followed along the way. Part of the credit for discovering the center of the formation is also part of Zange. Yibi's Yemen occupies half, and Zange occupies half. It's just a feat of flying. The credit that originally belonged to the Palace of Formation was directly divided by the two societies. Everyone has hundreds of military exploits recorded. What's more important is the team's military exploits. This is an important indicator that marks the upgrade of the society. Are we Yemen qualified to enter the main battle group? The combat exploits are enough, but the level is not good. The main battle group must have a level 40 professional. Yibi smashed, this task basically fell on his shoulders. Seeing that the members don't even have a 30, they can only rely on themselves, the only seedling at level 37 who is closest to level 40. It seems to see Yibi's urgency. Zhan Wushwang said in a low voice. Don't worry, when the infrastructure troops arrive, the projection of the theology tower will be established. At that time, you can also climb the tower and fight monsters here. And this thing, Yibi didn't expect to be able to do this. Don't forget, every year there are towers of theology projected onto various provincial test centers. And the theology tower is not just a place to climb the tower to upgrade. That is a very powerful weapon for killing gods. Sure enough, the junior students know a lot. However, if the theology tower wants to project, that's a later story. You can find wild monsters to upgrade during this period. Without the refresh mechanism, the remaining wild monsters will be killed less and less. There will definitely be a lot of gains if you start first. Quote, Zhan Wushwang is ready to go hunting tonight. I didn't dare to hunt lightly before, because I was afraid that there was a hunting here. Suddenly, a batch of monsters are refreshed around you and it's over. Yibi nodded in understanding. He had already thought out the route, and took the fishing village as the basic point, and brushed it all the way along the coastline. With the help of warships, killing monsters along the coast should not be too easy. 3 days. Yibi led the Yemen people all the way from the fishing village to clean up the murlocs along the coast. Because it is far away from the inland area, there are not many people here to fight monsters. Occasionally, those who approached directly chose to leave after seeing the warship. Just kidding, with this big killer standing there, robbing monsters is nonsense. And the name of Yibi, the little killer, has been completely launched. If you dare to steal his resources and experience, you must be prepared to be killed. During these 3 days, the original small fishing village has also been operated into a coastal port that has begun to take shape. Although there is only one warship, the relevant defensive measures are readily available. Yibi, people from our family will come with the 3rd batch of infrastructure construction team tomorrow. Leng Ruohan still couldn't let go in front of outsiders, and refused to call Yibi's husband directly. On the contrary, when the two of them were together, it was called a jingle. Well, the business here is almost done, and they can directly open the shipyard when they come. Yibi knows that Leng Ruohan has been thinking about the mission of the family. Since you want someone else's, you have to think about her. Thank you. Leng Ruohan warmed his heart, facing the north shoulder. Ahem, Leader Yi, we also need a piece of land near the sea to settle down. And Xueqing didn't know when she had come behind the two of them. Leng's family in Linhai, Loser in Wanghai, and Anhai's family. These are the 3 major shipbuilding families in Donghai province. It is also a family that officials do not want to offend. Isn't there a good site 30 kilometers to the east? The people from Zhan Pavilion have already captured that area. Quote, Yibi is very aware of her surroundings. Zhan Wushwang laid down 3 pieces of land and started infrastructure. Just to wait for the 3rd batch of teams to come and sell them at a good price. Of course, Yibi also has 2 good kicks in his hands. Let me tell you, if Aran family joins forces with the Leng family, the public losers will stand aside, and vice versa. 27. Although Xueqing is not interested in the family business, it does not mean that she does not understand the game between families. Leng Ruohan also knew that what she said was the truth. Now Yibi has completely offended the public loser. If you don't pull Anne's family to occupy the team, you will definitely be weak. The interests of the Leng family and Yibi have been tied together. You are a member of Yemen, so naturally you have priority. And Jiruo also wants to build a coastal shipyard. You can think about the place downstream of us. Quote, according to the rules of the association, if the members of the association operate related businesses, it can indeed be prioritized. HMPH, that's about the same. And Xueqing got a satisfactory answer, and went fishing leisurely again. The nearby monsters have all been killed, and everyone has nothing to do except for infrastructure construction and fishing. Fortunately, the sea beasts here are all in the deep sea area, and the seaside is not dangerous. On the 4th day, the infrastructure troops moved in, and the members of Leng's family directly reported Yibi's name. It has received considerable attention. Leng Yun took the people from the family shipyard straight to the beach. I am also very satisfied after seeing this small base operated by Yemen. The shipyard renovation program started that day. And on this day, the upper level also received a distress signal from Sakura country. Bai Lao absolutely asked Han Xiaoxiao's teacher Wu Feng to lead the team to the Cherry Blossom country to implement the rescue plan. Among them, Qin Yunfeng, Feng Wuji, and Bai Rumei followed the team. The 5 clubs of the junior and senior students participated, and called Yibi to participate. Because Yemen is not enough for the main battle group, only Bai was selected into the team this time. Leng Ruohan was upset and asked to join the team, but was told that he was not level 30 and could not sail with the team. Leng Yun persuaded her to come down with all kinds of talk. And Yibi could only comfort him and set off with Wu Feng's expeditionary army. Looking at the fleet of battle boats going away, and Shuiqing touched Leng Ruohan beside her with her hand. Are you worried that he's being charmed by a vixen? Leng Ruohan didn't speak, obviously he was guessed right. As a family disciple, you should be mentally prepared. The more outstanding a man is, the less the opposite gender will be around him. If you can't see through, you can only suffer yourself. You little girl, are you still educating me? Leng Ruohan pinched in Shuiqing's upturned nose. The depressed mood for a while actually improved a lot. Instead of worrying about what you have and what you don't have, it's better to upgrade. I heard that the projection of the theology tower is about to be completed. We can enter the theology tower to upgrade without going back. Quote. And Shuiqing smiled and walked towards her own shipyard. With the protection of the family, I can be at ease for a while again. The fleet of the expeditionary force sailed slowly into the high seas and officially entered the dangerous area. One of the 3 brigades in the Palace of Formation was arranged to follow the expeditionary army. Mainly responsible for the daily maintenance of the warship. Expedition warships are almost maintained by formations, if they encounter sea beasts. Also rely on array protection and counterattack. After all, the usefulness of marine combat professionals is relatively small. Unless individual water professionals have certain advantages. Most professionals can only be beaten passively. Facing sea beasts in air combat can only be beyond reach. If the battle in the sea is not good, the car will overturn. Slow down and change the battleship formation. Wu Feng sat on the main battleship and issued an order to change the formation around him. The formation department changed the order of the warships through the formation. Except Qin Yunfeng and other god-level teams, members of the other 5 societies were all sailing for the first time. Even Zan Wushuang is the first time to set off on a warship. Fortunately, those annoying ghosts from Fengali Pavilion didn't come, otherwise we would have to see Tian Qiming's stinky face along the way. Zan Wushuang obviously didn't like Tian Qiming. It's not because Yibi is at odds with him. It's because Tian Qiming pursued Zan Wushuang in Danian. After getting no results, he also used 3 indiscriminate means, which almost made Zan Wushuang fall for it. Since then, the 2 societies have been in constant friction. Maybe Fengali Pavilion will join the Wasteland Reclamation Group, maybe we won't be able to see him next time we go back. Sha Junming laughed and said. Yibi didn't care about this, as long as the grandson dared to make a move, he would be the same as Gongshu Shangyan. Actually, there are rumors that Gongshu Shangyan was killed by him, and then he put the blame on you. It's just that I didn't expect Mr. Mo to support you. Quote. I heard that you are having an affair with Princess Huawu of the Sakura Kingdom. You can do it, kid. You have won glory for the country. Zan Wushuang's voice was so loud that everyone in the boat could hear it. This is really not. Yibi waved his hand, he will not take the blame. This trip to Sakura country is not to sow hatred. It is better to be low-key in away games. Ha ha ha, what are you afraid of? You men don't suffer. I heard that their family has the blood of the 9-tailed demon fox Yuzhaochen, and they are naturally charming, tisk tisk tisk. Zan Wushuang, go to the lower class cabin and exchange for abyss fragments. Bai Rumei said sharply. Zan Wushuang twitched his lips and could only obey. Although she is the owner of the Zan Pavilion, she is also a member of the Beru School Zan. Wu Shuang is good at everything, but his mouth is a bit broken. Wu Feng said with a smile. Although this skinny old man looks a bit fierce, he has a good temper. It is just the opposite of Mo Xuan, the smiling mother-in-law. A smiling face is fierce, and a fierce face is gentle. Mr. Wu, don't spoil her, or she will go to heaven. And Yibi, you should learn less from her. When you arrive in the country of cherry blossoms, the etiquette you should have is still indispensable. We are here to support, not to be exclusive, and the relationship between children and children should not be the first priority. Quote, "Come on." Rume really believed the rumor that Huowu was chasing Yi Bi. Yes, you are right. Yi Bi doesn't bother to explain, the clearer clears himself. Boom, crash. The sudden huge waves made Zanzhou almost spin around. Countless giant tentacles appeared in the deep sea area ahead. Ready to fight, Wu Feng got up and flew out of the battle boat head-on. The hands flew up and down, and the tentacles fell in response. Thunder. Qin Yunfeng also raised his staff, and a beam of thunder as thick as an arm fell down. Immediately, a tentacle rolled towards the battleship was blasted into fly ash. Bai Rume and Feng Wuji also took off and quickly attacked the nearby tentacles. Under the crazy attack of the four gods, the huge octopus monster in the sea finally slowly sank into the deep sea area. It is very difficult to kill sea beasts of this level in the sea. Even an existence like Wu Feng tried to beat him away instead of killing him. Something's not right. Yi Bi looked at the huge tentacles that were gradually sinking, and it seemed that it was not because of the expulsion of the workers. Chasing souls. Yi Bi chose the school of fish under the battleship. I saw the situation under the sea through the eyes of the school of fish. The huge octopus and sea beast fell very unnaturally. It seemed that something bigger had dragged it to the bottom of the sea. Change direction and get out of here quickly. Wu Feng also seemed to feel something was wrong, and immediately turned the battle boat. However, it is difficult for a warship advancing at full speed to turn suddenly, and the boat can only be turned around an arc. But it was such a delay. The giant underwater beast had already swallowed the big octopus and charged towards the battleship. Boom! The formation of the battle boat was pretended to have ripples. There were also cracks like spider webs on the surface of the array. Just one hit put Zanzhou's defensive formation in jeopardy. Iron-armored lantern shark. All warships are S-shaped. Wu Feng saw the huge hammer-like eyes. This is a mutated species of lantern fish. The body length can reach up to 100 meters, and the single eye used to capture prey has become a weapon. A random hit can make the battleship lose its defense. Seeing the big eyes hit again, Qin Yunfeng raised his staff. Rock shield. Boom. The giant eye fell down, and the rock shield shattered. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of Qin Yunfeng's mouth. Array team, speed up. Wind gust A rapid. The formation team also wants to speed up, but the position is not correct, and if the speed is not good, it will hit other warships. Feng Wuji saw the iron-toothed mouth breathing on the sea surface, and dived again, knowing that the next attack was coming. Now this flagship must resist this armored lantern shark, otherwise the battleships in front will be destroyed one by one. I come. Facing those disproportionately huge eyes, Feng Wuji directly used his invincible skills. Boom. Although he was not injured in this blow, his whole body was thrown out. Ahem. Really hard enough. I come. Qin Yunfeng stood up again. Although it is a legal system, he is a defensive mage. The defense power is stronger than the general defense battle. Yi Bi looked at the eye that was smashed down again, and immediately ordered the broken formation, stop it. Break the formation and raise your hand to make a formation. 10 Absolute Formation A Section Illusion. Ghost. I saw an identical armored lantern shark appearing in the formation. The huge eyes also smashed at the opponent. To everyone's surprise, the two eyes do not seem to have a tendency to fight recklessly. Instead, they are entangled with each other. With this effort, the flagship also successfully got rid of the attack range of the armored lantern shark. It's actually an illusion array. Very clever illusion. Wu Feng looked at the broken formation on the side. Only his level can see the wonderfulness of this change. Only then did the medical team dare to release the recovery spell to heal Qin Yunfeng. Don't dare to heal easily during the battle. If one is not easy to mess up and the hatred is attacked by the opponent, it will be killed immediately. You have a lot of cards. Wu Feng said jokingly. Yi Bi didn't answer, just smiled. He knows how many cards he has. But he didn't know how many whole cards he had in breaking the formation. God-level formation breaker understand. The students who were not very optimistic about Yi Bi were convinced. In the face of sea beasts of this level, only gods dare to attack. The students were trembling like quails. Not only did they dare to act, but they also easily resolve the crisis. This courage and ability is enough for them to look up to. All the rumors about Yibi have also been confirmed. After this experience, many students with a playful mentality finally took this expedition seriously. The deep sea is always a taboo for professionals. Because of changing the route, it will take another 3 hours for us to arrive at the scheduled outer island. The formation team reported the current itinerary to Wufeng. Slowly, the sea has no direction at all. They also rely on formations to identify their bearings, and the compass is just a decoration in this deep sea area. Well, everyone, get ready, it will be difficult to have time to rest when you arrive on the outer island. Wufeng was used to high-intensity battles. But the trainees obviously haven't realized the seriousness of the problem. With the pride of Sakura country, I took the initiative to send out a distress signal. It is enough to show that the situation has gone out of control. But Washa had to be there again. Apart from the promise, the most important thing was the cold lips and teeth. If the cherry blossom country is reduced to the territory of the abyss monster, it won't be long before it will extend to China. This time the abyss is also prepared. The IQ and strength of the forward several big demon kings are all online. Not those mindless dungeon bosses. 3 hours later, the outline of Lying Island has entered everyone's field of vision. The hunter in charge of reconnaissance reported the situation on the island. They are all monsters from the abyss, without any professionals. As expected, the abyss world has been occupied by monsters, and the professionals in Sakura country are currently on the ground. We need to fight all the way from the abyss world to the dungeon, and finally we can enter the territory of Sakura Kingdom. Wufeng said it lightly. These words are written all the way down with the lives of professionals. The God level group is divided into 2 groups, responsible for taking turns being sharp knives. Associations are arranged in a cone-shaped hierarchy with a rotation system. 50% control mana and health, and return to the team to rest when the threshold is reached. Quote. Wufeng did a simple assignment of tasks. The formation master is naturally in the center to preside over the formation, reducing the consumption of the team. At this time, Yibi naturally wouldn't try to be aggressive, and would honestly follow the team to gain experience. Facing the massive abyssal monsters, Wufeng took the lead. A sword dance group killing directly cleared a large open space on the shore. It's not too easy to kill monsters of level 40 or 50 with more than 80 levels. Everyone landed one after another, planning to move forward in a shuttle formation. 2 hours later, the group arrived at a crater. The crater is a copy of the exit to the outside world. Wufeng ordered a change of shift, rested on the spot for 10 minutes and then rushed out. Everything in the abyss world is still clear, but no one knows what the world will look like after going out. It is unknown whether the professionals in Sakura country are resisting or have given up on the outer islands. Wufeng took the lead to rush out of the crater, followed by Qin Yunfang's team. Then came the student team. I don't know if it was bad luck, the moment Yibi and his group entered the gate of the dungeon, the copy door collapsed directly. The same group of students and several instructors were directly swept in by the space torn apart by the collapse of the portal. In an emergency, Yibi summoned a group of Skyrath fighters and surrounded himself, just in case the space turbulence will tear itself apart. After a while of dizziness, Yibi felt his feet finally hit the ground, surrounded by torn apart and disfigured Skyfury warriors. Occasionally, I can see a few professionals who were talking and laughing before. But now it has become an incomplete corpse. Yibi stood up with difficulty, shaking his dizzy head. At this time, the King of Wrath of Heaven and Breaking Formation were summoned. Counting the number of Skyrath Legion, it was just that 1/3 of the Skyrath fighters were missing. Yibi vaguely remembered that he used the life-saving skills such as Flash and Absolute Field to avoid being torn apart by that terrible force. Looking around, there is a mess everywhere. Occasionally, ghost-like monsters can be seen wandering in the distance. As the god of death coming, there is nothing. But think about it, this should be a ghost unique to Sakura country. Just like Washa's ghosts and skeleton soldiers. This may be the characteristic arms here. Looking at the sky, there is no so-called empty hole. Summon the Skyrath Legion and prepare for battle. With no allies around, Yibi is not in vain. On the contrary, having teammates will be tied up. Let's try to see if this phantom monster is a soul body. I found a void-burning soul who was a little bigger than myself. It exploded directly. Done. More than a soul body. The power of this explosion is comparable to the self-detonation of a fierce soul. The Sky Wrath warrior was actually immune to physical attacks. Yi Bi can only summon legal units to fight with shaman. Fortunately, a group of flying immortals who broke the formation took off. Otherwise, this kind of void in midair is really hard to deal with. Due to the unfamiliarity of the terrain, Yi Bi could only choose one direction to kill all the way. Killed from the barren forest to the seaside, and from the seaside to the village. But along the way, I didn't even see a living person. Find a place to rest when you are tired. Looking at his slowly rising experience bar, Yi Bi felt a bit of comfort. This broken monster doesn't even drop any materials except experience. It's okay to be stingy. After fighting for so long, why haven't I encountered a small boss? This is not logical. Yi Bi touched his chin and looked around. If the guess is correct, I must have been blown to other islands by the turbulence of time and space. According to the map of the throne copy, there should be hidden teleportation arrays between these islands. Whether it is the Abyss world or this world, these teleportation arrays must exist. Thinking of the teleportation array, Yi Bi suddenly thought of the servant in Sakura country. Therefore, Nightingale's position was activated on the master servant blood deed. Although it is a bit far away, you can clearly feel that Nightingale is in the west. Witty, Yi Bi gave himself a 06 like. Isn't this a ready-made road sign? It doesn't matter if you haven't been to the country of cherry blossoms, Nightingale must be on the main island of the country of cherry blossoms now. This position will not be a problem. As for the team of Wu Feng and others, Yi Bi is not worried at all. A team led by an 80-year-old boss will not be in too much danger as long as it is not besieged by an abyss boss. On the contrary, there are a few unlucky people like me who are afraid that there will be more bad luck. First, they don't have the Skywrath warrior to resist lightning, and second, they don't have life-saving skills. Whether they can safely escape from the space-time rift is a problem. Judging from the broken corpses around him back then, there should be some survivors. It's just that it may not be teleported to the same place as myself. Everyone can only ask for luck. Follow the village to the sea again. No teleportation array was found. Yi Bi also had no choice but to ride the Jiaolong and go forward in the sea. Fortunately, this is not the high seas, and there are not many sea beasts. Occasionally, a few of them would be bypassed by him in advance. The benefits of chasing souls are revealed. No matter in the sky or in the sea, with chasing souls, you can avoid some unnecessary troubles. After more than 3 hours of land and water, Yi Bi landed on the island again. There are many buildings on this island. It looks like a place where people live. But as the sky is getting dark, Yi Bi is not ready to move on. Find an empty room for the night. Unexpectedly, a group of uninvited guests disturbed her dream in the middle of the night. Good luck, he is actually a kid at level 37. The leader kicked open the door, and saw Yi Bi, who was meditating. Yi Bi saw that the other party was a level 41 professional. He was dressed in tatters, as if he crawled out of some garbage dump. This is where, Yi Bi asked. Ha, playing delaying tactics with me. Obediently take out all the supplies, and Grandpa will let you die happily in a while, otherwise, ah. Before he could finish speaking, he was pierced through the chest by the sword of the King of Wrath of Heaven. This is where, Yi Bi looked at the other person. That person was obviously scared to death. I didn't expect this 37-year-old professional to be so fierce. He directly killed his accomplices without even using his skills. This is Sanbon Island. How far is it from your Sakura seminary? The seminary is on one island, and there are 2 islands away. This person also saw that if he answered the question well, he still had a chance to survive. What's your situation now? Why can't you even see a living person? Am I not alive? This man muttered something in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. I'm afraid Yi Bi will really turn into a dead person if he gets angry. 3 days ago, the major dungeons and secret realms were all on the market, and the professionals of the seminary couldn't stand it anymore. The radicals took the opportunity to control the seminary and imprisoned the princess and queen in the Cherry Blossom Tower. Then, the whole country is in chaos. In the past 3 days, countless forces have embraced their own strength, and some of them entered the Japanese island under the slogan of King Chin and began to rob resources. Some directly grabbed the warship and headed towards the western continent. Go for it. Seeing that there was nothing useful to ask, Yi Bei dismissed the man. That girl Huo Wu is not as powerful as she says on the surface. It was not counterattacked by the radicals. But Yi Bei can also understand. After all the troops are used to resist the abyssal monsters. Who would have thought that his hometown would turn against the water? According to the theological tower is an important artifact setting. The Sakura Tower also has this ability. As long as Huo Wu can control the Sakura Tower, she won't be defeated. Now there are no strange things to kill in China, and the Abyss world is also facing the situation of opening up wasteland. Yi Bei thinks it should be more comfortable to upgrade here. As long as the radicals are not stupid enough to help the abyssal monsters kill professionals, then the Sakura Kingdom is still within the controllable range. Thinking of this, Yi Bei also lost sleepiness. Stand up and summon the Skyrath Legion to begin sweeping the city. What remains in the city today are sporadic professionals and a large number of monsters. In addition to the abyss monsters, many monsters in the dungeon also rushed into the city. The city walls no longer exist, and ordinary life professionals can only be reduced to food for monsters. Devouring human professionals get evolved, and then devour each other. Today, several major cities on Sanbin Island have become a paradise for monsters. Small bosses can be seen everywhere, and big bosses occupy important city centers. Yi Bei went all the way from the beach to the center of the first city, and already filled up his portable space. Some useless low-level equipment can only be discarded. Leave premium gear and jewelry behind. Later, the advanced equipment was no longer needed, and the skill scrolls and some rare materials were left behind to clear some space. Some professionals who have participated in the battle for the throne saw the golden armored warrior. Suddenly, there was a feeling of being dominated by a nightmare. Silver armor summoner is here again. This time I'm promoted to gold armor. A few uninjured professionals immediately began to spread the news about the golden armor summoner. But now the entire Sakura country is paralyzed. No one cares about silver armor or gold armor. However, in 2 days, the news that the 2 cities of Sanbin Island had been washed by the Golden Armored Legion still appeared on the forum of the Professionals Association. Because the cities in these places are almost all occupied by monsters. So Yi Bei slaughtered the city directly. This time he also experienced the feeling of a Night 3. Sanbin Island is full of monsters below level 50, so it is not difficult to massacre the city. Seeing Daxu in front of him crashing to the ground, Yi Bei glanced at the attributes. Name, Yi Bei. Occupation, Soul Puppeteer Unique. Level, 38 0.01%. Power, 2400 plus 4800. Equipment plus 24,000. Halo. Agility, 2400 plus 4800. Equipment plus 24000. Halo. Spirit, 7200 plus 4800. Equipment plus 72,000. Halo. Physique, 2400 plus 4800. Equipment plus 24,000. Halo. Equipment, Soul Hunger Staff, Abyss Set 2/5, Xuanyuan Set 3/5, Abyss Cloak, Abyss Ring, Flood Dragon Ring, Greedy Necklace. Puppet, 4410 4410. Talent, Sharing SSS Level, Eye of Reality SSS Level. Soul Skills, Infusing Soul Level 4+4, Burning Soul Level 5+4, Chasing Soul Level 5+4, Controlling Soul, Requiem, Fierce Soul. Passive, Greed. Number of summoned objects x3. Equipment skills, Reversal of Heaven and Earth, Absolute Domain, Flash, Dragon's Breath. Mounting skills, Leaping, Dragon Chanting. Artifact fragments, Xuanyuan Sword Part 1, Xuanyuan Sword Part 2. The artifact does not know the synthesis method for the time being. The Xuanyuan suit is not explosive here either. The equipment should also be updated. Killing the boss in the city gave us the Kusanagi suit. But obviously it doesn't match the Xuanyuan set. Yi Bei chose to give up. After a short rest, Yi Bei plowed the remaining 2 cities again, and then prepared to ride the Jiaolong to the nearby Nibbin Island. But this time he saved his hard work on land and water, and a teleportation array was found in an abandoned high school on Sanbin Island. And it's still usable. For the already paralyzed professional system, it is not easy to be upright. As soon as it was sent out, a big knife chopped off the head. The king of Wrath of Heaven blocks with his backhand giant sword. He turned over and kicked that person flying far away. Golden armor. Run, the golden armor summoner is here. Yi Bi didn't wait to see the other person's appearance clearly. When the man saw the wrathful king, he ran away immediately. There was more than one who ran with him. Apparently this is a gang. Where did Yi Bi suffer from such a dumb loss? Must catch up to kill. However, in order to inquire about the news, a few people were left alive. It turns out that this is the middle area between Mimoto Island and Nomoto Island, belonging to the land of the god of artisans. However, the god of craftsmen belongs to the Baohei faction. After the radicals took control of this place, they imprisoned the god of craftsmen. Take me to the place where the artisan god is imprisoned. Yi Bi escorted a few people to lead the way. But the further you go, the worse it gets. In the end, only after killing one person did he know that these few people didn't even know where the god of craftsmen was. I don't know where to go. Wrathful king. The knife fell, and sent away a few idiots who had gone wrong. The island is not too big, you can walk all over in one day. Yi Bi then began to advance carpet-like from the teleportation array. Occasionally encounter monsters and kill them directly. And some professionals who occupy the land as kings are also sent away without mercy. In this troubled world, if he didn't kill people, he would be easily killed. So it is always the first to take advantage. As for some life professionals, he actually ignored them. It is fitting that this island is called the Island of Artisans. Most of the life professions on the island are blacksmiths, weaponsmiths, leather armor makers, and full-time legal robes abound. After asking around, I couldn't find out where the so-called god of craftsmen was. However, some useful information was also asked. There is a copy of 35 to 45 in the center of the island. Rich in ore, it is the main source of materials for forging weapons and armor. Yi Bi saw that it was suitable for her level. Go in and have a look. Now the Abyss World and the copy have been connected. Maybe you can enter Nihonjima from below, or even go directly to Ihonjima. Watch Yi Bi disappear in the Dragonbone Mine instance. Many local people have said that the Golden Armor Summoner is not so difficult to get along with. It seems that the rumors from the outside world are still somewhat overdue. The first feeling when entering the copy is the heat. Lush islands outside. Below is a sweltering desert. This mine dungeon is obviously either coming up or a mine. Very different from dead mines. Riding Jiaolong all the way forward. The temperature of the desert made Jiaolong very uncomfortable. In the end Yi Bi directly became a blood scorpion. It's easier now. 217. The speed of the blood scorpion, which was originally a desert species, was no less than that of a dragon in the desert. A few hours later, I came to the mine made of keels. Strangely enough, I didn't encounter a single monster along the way. This abnormality made Yi Bi more careful. When something goes wrong, there must be a demon. A dungeon without monsters is definitely not normal. Especially this dungeon that has been connected to the Abyss World. How is it possible not to see a single monster for hours? To be cautious, Yi Bi did not enter the mine immediately. Instead, they circled the mine. Obviously this mine is just an entrance. The surrounding area is not too big. And there is nothing but desert. The Skywrath warrior opened the way. Yi Bi followed the Skywrath warrior into the mine. Coming up is a vertical corridor that needs to be descended urgently. The original lift was out of order. After breaking the formation, he immediately boarded a group flight. Finally, he didn't fall to his death. It took more than half an hour just to fly. Yi Bi saw the light coming from below. What came into view was a huge furnace. Surrounding the furnace are large blowers. The abyssal dwarves are constantly adding fuel to the furnace in front of the blower. Yi Bi flew out from above without disturbing the abyssal dwarves below. Such a huge melting pot makes Yi Bi look very small. Too small to attract the attention of the dwarves below. Yi Bi flies along the mountain carefully. A ventilation duct was not entered until it was away from the furnace. It is unclear whether this place was born like this, or it was formed after the abyss and the human world were opened up. But such a huge furnace obviously cannot be built in a short time. And those abyssal dwarves are obviously not ordinary dungeon monsters. They are more likely to be the forces of a certain demon king from the abyss. Weapons and armor are being smelted here for the warriors of the abyss. Yi also saw the abyss regular army on the battlefield in Washa. That kind of abyssal warrior who is completely different from monsters is more like a soldier of the Sky Wrath Legion. Such well-trained warriors make up armies. Combat capabilities are no longer comparable to a single squad or team. Before finding out the situation, Yi decided not to make a move. Fly all the way to the inside along the ventilation duct. After several bends, we finally came to the vein area. There are many abyssal dwarves digging ore with hoes. No different from those miners. However, the supervisors who pass by from time to time show that the mining here is an organized behavior. Just when he was hesitant to catch a dwarf and ask about the situation, a familiar figure passed by below. Yi looked at the master-servant blood deed, and confirmed that the figure was undoubtedly Nightingale. I didn't expect to meet her here. After launching the master-servant blood pact, Nightingale also sensed Yi arrival immediately. Like a civet, the girl climbed up the mountain from below to the ventilation duct. Master, how did you get to Sakura country? Now that Yi is here, my mission is settled. Yi naturally has no obligation to answer the servant's questions. Seems to be aware of his problem. Nightingale hurriedly knelt down and confessed her mistake. Okay, tell me how you were in this strange copy. It wasn't like this here, there were mines outside. But since the implementation of the Abyss plan, the mine outside has turned into a desert in a few days. After some conversation, Yi found out that there is another name here. Blackrock Abyss. Below is a black stone tower. The entrance to fly down by yourself is the exit at the top of the tower. However, the Abyss dwarves have already removed the elevator. Most of the above are some life professionals, so they relaxed their vigilance and did not send anyone to guard the exit. As for why Nightingale came here, in fact, it is to save lives. The artisan god is her master's man. Unfortunately, master was arrested in order to save him. As an apprentice, you can also take risks. In the end, after searching around, I couldn't find where the master and her man were locked up. You mean you have searched all over here? Still haven't found anyone? Yes, I have searched all over. I have searched all the places I can find by using the hidden potion. Nightingale directly shared the map here. It really is a tower structure. Yi is in the top position right now. It can spiral down all the way along the ventilation duct. Have you found a passage to the Abyss world? According to the normal situation, there must be a door leading to the Abyss world here. No, there is only an abyssal dwarf boss below. And his mechanical puppet, nothing else. Yi thought about it, and decided to go down and have a look first. If there is any hidden space, the Eye of Reality will definitely find it. The remaining problems are simple. With the addition of Yi doesn't have to hide for fear of being discovered. Thousands of Skywrath Legion crushed all the way from the top to the bottom. The 3 artisan bosses lasted no longer than the mobs for a few seconds. Although the explosion rate of monsters is still impressive, the ore produced is quite a lot. Nightingale took the initiative to take over the mobile warehouse without Yi's orders. Hit the bottom of the Blackstone Tower, and finally the boss persisted for less than 3 minutes before receiving the boxed lunch. There is only one key other than experience. The moment Yi picked up the key, a dialogue box popped up on the interface. The key of the God of Craftsmen seems to be able to open the lower space of the Blackstone Tower. Although there are hints, there is no keyhole around to open the key. Naturally, Yi couldn't be bothered. Summon the throne's Eye of Truth. I saw a movable floor tile hidden under my feet. There was a keyhole inside. Open the lower space of the Blackrock Tower. A portal appeared at Yi's feet. Similar to the one on the Fengshantai, it is the kind that jumps from top to bottom. With the experience of the last portal collapse, Yi decided to let a Skywrath warrior explore the way first. This portal is out of the shadows. Safety. Yi jumped down after confirming. It made Nightingale wonder what the master was up to. It's just a portal, how can it be unsafe? The lower level of the Blackrock Tower is actually not that big. It is a passage connected to a forging room. At the end of the forging room is a cliff. There is a 100-meter high cliff below. Nightingale looked at the various test tubes and potions on the side of the forging room. Immediately couldn't help but said, This is something that Master often uses, so Master must be locked up here. Yi doesn't think it's about people. Obviously, Nightingale's master should have voluntarily come here to live in seclusion. Not long after, two people slowly climbed up after winning. The one who came up first was a short, fat, middle-aged greasy man, followed by a beautiful woman. Master, Master. Nightingale ran to the edge of the cliff and called out to the beautiful woman. The two climbed up to the forge in the cliff. The greasy man could only glance at Yi and the King of Wrath of Heaven beside him, then turned around and got busy. The beautiful woman rolled her eyes at Nightingale and said, "Everyone said don't look for me, don't look for me, why are you so disobedient, child? Are you the silver armor summoner?" The beautiful woman looked at Yi who was on the side. Yi, although Yi has no objection to the title of silver armor summoner. But it's okay to have a name. A good-looking man is unreliable. The beautiful woman muttered to her apprentice. Apparently her aesthetic point of view is a bit unique. Creating weapons. I have a good bloodstone here. The chunky, middle-aged greasy man sold Yi, the god of artisans. I don't want to believe it, but there seems to be no one else here. No name, just a blacksmith. Although the greasy man said so, he still stroked the sparse hair that could be counted. Xingjilong, god blacksmith, sent you a forging transaction application. Do you agree? Yi was also unambiguous, and put 2 artifact fragments on the forging transaction. Artifact. Xingjilong saw that it was actually a fragment of an artifact, and immediately became interested. Sit here. Xingjilong casually scratched the only 2 stone benches in the forging room. What type of weapon are you going to fight? Comprehensive. It is best to transfer the skills of the weapon in my hand to it. Yi showed the attributes of the soul-devouring staff. Need to refine talismans. Do you have any? Yi took out 2 blank refining talismans. Do you want to add new skills? It's the best if you have it. Of course Yi is not afraid of having too many skills. Then I have to kill a boss. I need its blood. Let Yi make me a bottle of alchemy potion with its blood. Killing the boss is incidental. Anyway, I have to kill monsters to upgrade. Killing someone is not killing. The old lady is here to do a big job. The greasy man waved and shouted at the beautiful woman. For the divine weapon, the need reduction attribute must be added, or he won't be able to use it at this level. Sure enough, professional is different. In a few words, the artifact model that meets Yi's requirements is planned. How much is it? Yi decided to use this greasy guy. Although this image is not good, it is also a god-level blacksmith with real value. 100 million gold coins, I'll give you a good one. Farewell. What about trouble? We choose to accept the mission. Nightingale jumped out this time and said. According to Xingjilong's domestic reputation, asking him to forge will either cost money or complete his task. Mission. That's fine too. I want you to kill the leader of the radical faction, Nikaido Sayuki. Sword-drawing god Sakuya. The corners of Nightingale's eyes twitched. This task was much more difficult than 100 million. Okay, take it. Before Nightingale could say anything, Yi directly took over the task. Okay, I like young people with courage. Go find Dragon God Blood. I can forge artifacts for you first and then get paid. Hoshinoro throws a black bottle to Yi. Yi jumped off the cliff and apparated before landing. Swapped places with the Skywrath warrior who was already at the bottom of the cliff. He has played various tricks on sharing talent. A minute later, Nightingale slowly climbed down from the cliff. Master really wants to kill Sayuki. That's a newly promoted god-level professional. Strong, very strong, known as the fastest man in Sakura country. It's the speed of drawing the knife. Nightingale added, fearing that the owner with a clear brain circuit might have misunderstood it. Oh, Yi just let out an oh and didn't say anything more. Oh what the hell? Nightingale widened the kawaii eyes and looked at Yi. Look for Dragon God first. Do you know what kind of boss that is? It's a highly poisonous centipede, a rare boss in the Dragon Bone Mine. Nightingale took out a bottle of green potion from the portable space and shook it. Its favorite poison, green fire poison. This boss is not easy to kill. The poison can instantly paralyze the attacker, and the blood volume will drop to the killing line inadvertently, and then he will be instantly killed by him. By the way, it has magic immunity, and long-range magic attacks are invalid. Ineffective at long range, Very poisonous in close combat. Another super disgusting combination of abilities. Let's find it first. Yi Bi is not too worried, the worst is to transform into a Shadow King. It's fine to kill in abnormal immune state. Bosses with magic immunity generally have low HP and relatively low physical defense. As long as the output is enough, it is no problem to end the battle before the state ends. Far away from the cliffs, Yi Bi can see that there are many such cliffs around. The one where Xingjilong is a bit like a half of the Black Tower. I don't know if it's the reason for the connection to the Black Rock Spire. The ore below can be seen everywhere, and there are many rare medicinal materials. No wonder the couple came here to live in seclusion. It fits the identity of the two people very well. The inside should be the original Keel copy and the environment of the secret realm. Unexpectedly, he was sucked underground by the Abyss world. Quote, with the launch of the Abyss project, both dungeons and secret realms are changing. The original CD system disappeared, replaced by the Lord God refresh mechanism. As long as the main God temple in this area has not been conquered, the center of the temple refreshing formation may not be found. All monsters here will be randomly refreshed again within 24 hours. The ability of monsters that are not necessarily killed will be slightly improved. So this Keel dungeon doesn't know the monsters that have been accumulated for a few days. After Yi Bi stepped into this land, it seemed as if he was being targeted by countless bugs. A 3-meter-long pincer worm, a 1-meter-long black maggot, and a green caterpillar that exudes poisonous gas. The most common are those big red centipedes that can be seen everywhere. Go down the wormhole and find the evil pincer worm boss. Kill a large number of pincers and centipedes, plus my green fire poison potion, and the dragon god will appear. Now that there is a fixed method, Yi Bi started the group killing mode. With the cooperation of the Sky Wrath Legion team, they quickly took off to kill the bugs. This kind of non-elite monster can't stop the 3 swords of the Skywrath warrior. Although the experience is not too much, it cannot hold up to a large number. From the top layer of the wormhole, it was cleaned up layer by layer. Just looking at the mountain of bug corpses, you can tell how many monsters Yi Bi killed in this wave. The evil pincer has a silver metal shell and is twice the size of a normal pincer. A pair of large pincers can bring down a golden armored Skywrath warrior in 2 strokes. The disadvantage is that it is slow. Typical high attack and low speed. Yi Bi scattered the Skywrath warriors around, and directly kited the pincer with the Skywrath mage. Kill level 43 evil pincers, strengthened attack, experience plus 420000, get. Poison sac of pincers plus 1. Continue to kill around the corpse of the clamp insect. Quote, Nightingale sprinkled green fire poison on the corpse of the evil pincer. And throw the poison sac together. The venom of stealing people filled the air. Fortunately, the Skywrath warrior is not made of flesh and blood, otherwise he would definitely be unable to stand still. Yi Bi also took the anti-poison potion for Nightingale, but she was also severely choked. In the end, he could only stay away from the corpse of the evil pincers. As the surrounding pincers and centipedes are hunted more and more, the concentration of toxins in the air is also increasing. Click, click, there was a piercing chewing sound under the pile of bug corpses. Coming, Nightingale quickly hid behind Yi Bi. A gigantic mouthpart appeared beneath the vile pincer corpse. Swallowed the corpse of the deadly poisonous pincers in one bite. Puff. After swallowing, the mouthparts continued to eject dark green venom. The nearby Skywrath warriors quickly turned into poisonous water after being contaminated a little. It's so poisonous. Yi Bi also clicked his tongue when he looked at it. It was the first time I saw a group attack that could instantly kill the Skywrath fighters. According to the calculation of this attack power, even the King of Skywrath could not last for 30 seconds. This dragon god is only 5 or 6 meters wide with a big head. More than half of the body is hidden underground. The exposed part exudes a faint green light, and there is a golden carapace on the surface. The teeth in the mouthparts are still stained with dark green poison. The attack of the long-range mage is indeed ineffective. A layer of emerald green magic immunity barrier directly offsets the magic attack. God level throne, the Eye of Truth. Level 45 Evil Dragon God, Weakness Judgment, 1. The 3rd horizontal stripe on the abdomen and the 6th scale from the left. 2. Mouthparts. 3. Eyes. Sure enough, Under the eyes of reality, the color of the scales at that place is slightly different from the surrounding ones, and the angle of fluctuation is relatively large. Shadow form. The Shadow King charged directly in front of the dragon god against the opponent's poison. The double blade swept away the corpses of the bugs and leapt high. Insert directly to the first weak point determination. Zip, zip, zip. Green and red blood mixed together, spurting out from the wound on that scale. And then there's the all-conquering fist of Mwang's Shadow King. Every punch will bring up countless venom and blood. Until the dragon god's blood volume entered the killing line. Kill. With a beheading, the dragon god was torn in half from the mouthparts. Kill level 45 Evil Dragon God Rare Experience plus 9 million to get Jasper Ring Legendary level. Jasper Ring Legendary Dodge plus 30%, all attributes plus 1500, immune to poisoning, swallow 2 times, can swallow low-level similar equipment, and inherit equipment. Special attributes. Closing parenthesis. As expected of a legendary accessory, it can actually inherit the special attributes of similar accessories. Yi Bi took off the Abyss Ring without hesitation and let it devour it. Devouring times -1, inherited skills, Flash. He took the small black bottle and took a bottle full of Dragon God's blood. It didn't take long for the evil Dragon God's own venom to turn his body into a pool of blood. It's so poisonous that I don't even let myself go. Nightingale also collected a little blood and venom before the Dragon God disappeared. These are rare materials for alchemy. Once the evil Dragon God died, the number of bugs in the entire wormhole also decreased. The typing time of Yi Bi is significantly faster. It takes a long time to go back and forth this time. The two returned to the cliff before dark. Hoshinoro and the beautiful woman also started to get busy. It wasn't until the next morning that Xingzhilong finished polishing the long sword with 3 slots. Have you figured it out? Once you use the refining talisman, your soul-devouring staff will disappear. All right, Yi Bi took out the soul-eater staff. With the disappearance of the refining talisman, the soul-thirsty staff also turned into dust. There are 2 different runes in Xuanyuan's sword's card slot. Click. A purple lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, passing through the space and hitting the Xuanyuan sword. The Xuanyuan sword, which was originally a dead thing, shone with purple lightning as if it had gained life. Numerous rune symbols also began to wander on the sword body. Rune artifact. Hoshiro didn't expect the artifact to have a second empowerment this time. Originally, there was an extra skill in the first empowerment. I don't know what will come out of this second empowerment. Try its runic powers. This secondary empowerment is very rare. Yi Bi grabbed the Xuanyuan sword, and an invisible wave of the sword struck. It's actually in the form of a swastika. Could it be because it was built in Sakura country? Yi Bi also didn't expect Xuanyuan's sword to have a second form. Runic armor form, somewhat similar to Huawu's Vulcan Fall, the calendar of God's fall. Divine power form, goddess. Xingzhilong felt the power that only god-level professionals possessed. Well, but it needs to consume the power of killing gods. Yi Bi looked at the Xuanyuan sword in his hand with satisfaction. It's enough to kill the master-level boss and the world boss. These bosses all have the contribution of killing gods. Xingzhilong believes that it will not be too difficult to kill these bosses with Yi Bi's strength. After all, rare bosses like Dragon God are also at the dominance level. Wasn't killed by him. Speaking of the power of killing gods, 100% of the power of killing gods has been accumulated in the body of the Shadow King. But Yi Bi has never found someone who can release this prehistoric power. Normal battles can be easily done after the Shadow King transforms. There is absolutely no room for such power. It's up to you to fulfill your promise. The head of Nikaido Sayuki. It is good. Yi Bi nodded in understanding. Go north from here, passing through 2 teleportation formations. You can go directly to the largest copy exit of Iban Island. It is less than 30 kilometers away from the city of Sakura Theological Seminary. Nikaido Sakuya should be in Sakura Seminary. Obviously Xingzhilong has already made preparations. His grievances with Zuo Xing can only end with the death of one person. Are you coming with me or staying here? Yi Bi doesn't plan to stay here for too long, and rushes to Sakura Seminary as soon as possible to meet everyone. I'm going with the master. Nightingale will definitely not stay as a light bulb. Follow Yi Bi, you have experience, and there are countless equipment materials, so fools don't go there. Watching the two disappear into the night, the beautiful woman on the side said softly, Kane. Who knows, it's just another gamble. It has been more than 10 years since the mission to kill Sayuki was released. He's not alive yet. Quote, that sword should be the one in Xuanyuan Pagoda, right? Well, it's very similar. I didn't expect this kid to be so lucky that he even got the upper and lower parts. Back then, how many people had to go down, not go up, and couldn't complete the smelting of the divine weapon? Quote, I heard that the upper part was hidden by the elephant god, never expected that he could find it. Washa started the Abyss project, and it was the elephant god who was killed. I don't doubt it's because of this kid. Great God Bai has been unwilling to disclose specific information, but there is only one champion in this year's exam. It might be a good choice for Nightingale to follow him. The 3-year master-servant relationship should be better than a female companion. Such a handsome man will never lack female companions. I hope Nightingale's mother won't find out, otherwise. The beautiful woman trembled unconsciously just thinking about it. Let's hide here honestly. Even if Zuo Xing dies, I'm not going to go out. Don't be found by the killing god. Hoshinuro is obviously more afraid of that person than Sayuki. Originally, the night in the Abyss world was full of dangers. But Yi Bi has the help of Sky Eye and is surrounded by Skywrath Legion. As long as you avoid 60+ monsters along the way, it's okay to miss some 40+ monsters. At present, he really can't beat 60+ monsters. There are so many myths that I want to vomit. The teacher's family has been killed by radicals for many years, and this mission was entrusted by the Sakura Country Professional Association more than 10 years ago. There are also many desperados who have accepted the task for the magic weapon. But in the end, it all ended in drinking and hating. All of Hoshijiro's belongings were also put on it. At present, the highest reward in Sakura Country is Nikaido Sayuki. Therefore, he also achieved the position of the chief of the radical faction. Yi Bi also learned about the current power of Sakura Kingdom from this little Lolita. The radical faction is headed by Zuo Xing, and there are 3 god-level teams under him. The Baohei faction is headed by Huo Wu's mother, Qian, and has 4 god-level squads and 5 imperial warrior groups. On the bright side, Qian has an absolute advantage. But apart from these 2 factions, the most ancient and mysterious group of elders in the Sakura Kingdom has a pivotal position. Although the elders do not directly participate in the management of the country, but it checks and balances the development of the 2 factions everywhere. Once any faction has a one-sided advantage, the elders will secretly help the other faction play a check and balance role. This time Qian was betrayed because of the actions of the elders. 3 of the 4 god-level teams were trapped in the Abyss world and could not return. Of the 5 Imperial Samurai regiments, only the 3rd and 5th regiments were on standby at the seminary without being restricted. And the dean of the seminary is a member of the Senate. As a result, Qian could only rely on the Sakura Tower to protect herself and was unable to fight back. As for how Qian sent the distress signal to Washa, this is beyond what Nightingale can know. However, it is clear that the elders do not want outside forces to interfere. But the counterattack of Abyss World exceeded their expectations. As a result, the entire Cherry Blossom country was paralyzed. Professionals at the national level have not effectively organized a counterattack. Instead, they fight on their own, taking this opportunity to establish themselves as kings. Many cities have declared their independence and become family and trade union organizations that are not directly managed by the state. Seeing that the general trend cannot be violated, the elders acquiesced to the actions of these cities. As long as the monsters from the abyss can be expelled, it is not a big deal to have a few more unions and families. Even if Qian is overthrown from the regime, it is acceptable. This has led to the fact that no matter where Yi Bi goes, there will be no unified forces to stop or help. With the actions in the Abyss world, Yi Bi finally saw the professional power of Sakura Kingdom in the Abyss world. A city on the edge of an occupied temple glows faintly in the dark. Because the temple here has not been occupied by professionals, there are still demon-level bosses sitting inside. Causes wars to break out every day. Because of this, Yi Bi's speed was slowed down. Do you want to enter the city to rest? Nightingale was also a little apprehensive when she saw if the monster was spawning beside her. Yi Bi's continuous combat capability is strong. But this kind of monster that pops up from time to time still makes people feel uneasy. It hasn't waited for the two to decide whether to go to the city to rest. A group of professionals flew out of the city, launched an attack on the temple in the distance. It's the god-level troops and warriors of the Baohe faction. Nightingale recognized the professional leader. With a group of people flying to the temple, a phantom of a golden rhino appeared above the temple. Then the rhinoceros king in golden armor appeared in midair. On the side of Sakura country, it was Susanoo Xiang who joined the battle. The two had a fierce collision in the midair of the temple. Tens of thousands of professionals below started a chaotic battle with the army of abyssal rhinos. Yi Bi was brought into the battlefield by the rushing rhinoceros army. Fortunately, there are also a lot of Skywrath Legion. The area he was in actually withstood the impact of the first wave. There are more troops on the ground than in the sky. Most of the sky is dominated by Daxu, gargoyles, and abyssal winged demons. After several rounds of burning soul burst, Yi Bi insisted on blowing up the rhino army. The professionals from the Sakura kingdom rushed to the gate of the temple by rushing straight to Wonglong through the opening. The siege troops directly sacrificed their siege engines. With the cooperation of the huge wooden stake and the rock spell, it took only half a minute to smash the gate. The Rhino King in the air did not expect that the ground troops would be the first to fall. Immediately turned to dive down, and the three god-level teams of the Sakura kingdom entangled it so hard that it couldn't escape. The summoned objects of the puppeteer and summoner enter the temple first. Then came the warrior profession and the knight profession that charged. Assassins are mixed between the two professions and disappear quickly. Seeing this good opportunity, Yi Bi will not miss it. Riding the blood scorpion rushed to the inside of the temple. Several lightning chains hit him directly. However, it was blocked by the rushing Sky Wrath warrior. Fortunately, he didn't need to make a move at all. Sakura's assassin team has already started to kill the legal system. The temple is dominated by priests, and there are more legal professions than outside. Maybe it was too fast to break through the gate of the temple this time. So much so that the other party's priest didn't have time to deal with it before being approached AGDJ by the assassin. There is a golden rhino statue in the center of the temple. Then there is the formation hub that exudes golden light. Yi Bi is all too familiar with the breadth of that hub. But this time the pivot is on the surface, not hidden. Obviously, the golden armored rhinoceros demon king is not afraid of the other party attacking the temple at all. I bound the center of the temple with my own demon seed, Nightingale said as she looked at the formation center that was constantly emitting golden light. As for the demon species, Yi Bi is no stranger. The little elephant god that flew out after killing the elephant god was the demon seed of the demon king. Only by killing it can it be considered as a complete kill of the demon king. Otherwise, if the demon species escapes, it only needs to reunite with another body to become a demon king again. The reason why the devil is so arrogant. It is also because of the existence of the demon species. Even if ordinary professionals can kill the devil, they cannot see through the form of the devil. This is also the helplessness of most professionals when facing the devil. Unless it is a strong man like Bai Lao's era. Only those who have fought with the real Devil King and successfully killed the Devil King can understand the nature of the Devil Seed. Find a way against him. Even so, it is not 100% kill every time. The Golden Rhino Demon King has actually been killed by members of the Sakura Country Elders once. But the Demon Seed was reborn again. So he also became presumptuous, thinking that no one in Sakura Country could do anything to his Demon Seed. He once replaced his demon body with a god-level powerhouse of the elders of the Sakura Kingdom. Deficit. Even if I stand up and let you kill me, can you kill me? Ants. The Rhino Demon King uttered nonsense to the professionals. The three teams of god-level powerhouses from Sakura Kingdom launched a fierce attack on it. Even if you die, I will make you weak for another 3 days. This god-level professional was really fired. I would rather exchange my own life for the other party's 3-day period of weakness. Ono-kun, don't be impulsive. 3 days don't have any special meaning to us. The teammates quickly persuaded Ono above him. During the 3-day weakness period, no new monsters will be refreshed here. You immediately counterattack the gate of the dungeon and rush out. Her Majesty and the princess are still waiting for me to go back. Quote. After all, Ono's body was ignited with red flames. This is a signal to burn your own blood, stimulate your potential and increase your attributes multiple times. The price is to permanently lose the upper limit of physical fitness and eventually die. Fight. Teammates have also come up with housekeeping skills. Whatever you say this time will make the rhino suffer a lot. As Ono rushed into the central position above the temple, the golden armored rhinoceros demon king also greeted them. The huge golden hammer in his hand smashed directly at Ono. Broken heart. Boom. With a loud bang, Ono's giant axe collided violently with the golden hammer. At the same time, he also gave up his giant axe and jumped onto the body of the golden armored rhino king. Let's destroy together. Explode. Boom. A cloud of blood mist exploded in front of the golden armored rhino king. His huge rhino horn was blown up into the sky. The golden armor mask on the face was also blown away. The horrific wound ran from the horn to the back of the head. The golden armored rhinoceros demon king didn't expect a level 65 god-level berserker to blow himself up with such power. Still underestimated the enemy. Heavenly lightning destroys. The art of pain. The promise sword. Slash. A series of attacks ensued. The golden armored rhinoceros demon king, who had been seriously injured by the blast, suddenly fell into crisis. A god-level professional will naturally not give up the opportunity that his teammates bought with their lives. The skills of one move after another should not be tilted like money. At this time, there is no need to consume mana at all. If you can't kill the opponent, you will die yourself. Roar. The golden hammer fluttered in the air, and the demon king Jinjashi staggered back. Just at the moment when professionals take advantage of the victory to pursue. A shrunken rhinoceros figure the size of a fingernail slipped out of the shadow under the feet of the Jinjia Zimawang. The seemingly transparent state of the soul made everyone on the battlefield ignore its existence. There was a mocking look on the little rhino's face. It turned into a stream of light and escaped into the distance. Yibi, who was looking for opportunities below, saw everything in his eyes. With a shot of chasing soul, he hit directly. Then he rushed out of the temple with the King of Wrath of Heaven and Potion. This rhino is cunning. Before the demon body completely died, the demon seed was released. And then the shadows and the scuffle situation slipped away. It is estimated that the god-level professionals in the Sakura Kingdom will be useless even if they release a similar formation that can grab the soul. Because this guy has long since disappeared. Don't say those professionals didn't see it. Even if it is seen, it will be a problem for professionals to keep up with the speed of this soul body. Not to mention killing or trapping the opponent. After all calculations, it does not count that there is a professional like Yibi who specializes in soul and body. And a low-level trumpet with less than 40 can't attract the attention of his big devil at all. Yibi made a big circle around the outside of the temple, and finally found the demon seed hidden in a mess of rocks in an inconspicuous place. If it weren't for the positioning of chasing souls, it is estimated that such an inconspicuous place would not be found if killed. Little rhino, you run really fast. Yibi squatted in front of the demon seed, and picked up the demon seed in a gesture of pinching a bug. Impossible. How could you see me? Let go of me, I can give you whatever you want. Yibi smiled, and released a little force to put the little rhino in a state of burning soul. Ah, don't kill me. Remove the central formation. Yibi is still not sure if this guy has other backers. It would be best if he could disarm the central formation by himself. The demon's eyes rolled around a few times, obviously thinking about something bad. Burning soul. Yibi's burning soul shot directly weakened the magic burning a lot. Ah, humans. With the weakening of the Rhino Demon King's demon seed, the formation above the temple also weakened for a while. It turns out that the two have become one body, and if one is damaged, both will be damaged, and if the other dies, both will go. Go with peace of mind. Kill the level 70 Golden Rhinoceros Demon King Devil level boss to gain experience. Sky Wrath King Gold level 20% gain 2-0% of God-killing power. It is detected that the God-killing power of the King of Wrath of Heaven has reached 100%, and it has been transferred to the divine weapon Xuanyuan Sword. Xuanyuan Sword 20% of God-killing power of artifact. Get the golden armored rhinoceros drum. Available in battlefields below level 65. Get advanced skill scroll +1. Acquire warrior skill. War trampling advanced. Acquired array skill. Golden armor group. Obtain the golden rhinoceros cloak available at diamond level 60. Obtain the golden armored rhinoceros ring available at diamond level 60. Acquire the golden hammer legendary level 60 available. Upgrade. A monster level 1.5. 3872.12%. This is directly full of experience. Even overflowed. After exceeding level 20, the monster experience will naturally overflow, calculated according to the highest available experience. Nightingale also flashed the level reminder twice. From level 35 to level 37 directly. Master, you killed a level 70 Demon King. Okay. Yi Bi still answered lightly. What the hell? Nightingale was a little mad. But the real upgrade to level 2 will not be fake. If it is changed to normal, don't even think about rising from 35 to 37 in a few months. If you are unlucky and get seriously injured and recover for a while, there are many people who can't advance to level 2 in a year. According to the calculation of the Demon King's weakness period, the professionals in the Cherry Blossom country in the sky should not be able to discover the death of the golden armored rhinoceros Demon King. Yi Bi decided to sweep here again to clean up the remaining forces of the Rhinoceros King. These are all experiences. If you don't take it, you don't take it for nothing. As for the explosive high-level equipment and items, they decided to go back and give Mo away. What I don't need temporarily can be exchanged for money or credits or even military merits. The war in the Abyss world will definitely last for a long time. Of course, the more these hard currencies, the better. Now there will be no monsters refreshed nearby, which is the best time to sweep and pick up leaks. Obviously, there are many professionals who have the same idea as Yi Bi. Many teams even insisted on killing the remaining Abyssal army regardless of their tired bodies. Fortunately, it was already night, and Yi Bi's Skywrath Legion would not be so conspicuous as long as they dispersed. After all, the army of the Golden Armored Rhino King is also dominated by golden armor. It provided a lot of cover for Yi Bi. Otherwise, if someone recognizes him as a golden armor summoner, he will inevitably get into trouble. After a whole night of continuous fighting, seeing that the experience bar had increased by 8%, Yi Bi felt helpless. After tasting the coolness of level 1.5, killing monsters and accumulating experience seems so boring. Let's go, leave the Abyss world before dawn. Yi Bi brought the Skywrath Legion into the puppet space, leaving only the Skywrath King to walk with the broken formation. Even though Nightingale still had some unfinished business, her master's words were orders. Must obey. After a night of counterattacks, the professionals in the Abyss world of Sakura country have opened up the channel to return to the outside world. Now the battle line has been pulled outside several major dungeons of the island. Radical professionals also organized a counterattack as soon as they got the news. The security of the export of the 2 copies is preserved. Now they are planning how to counterattack and enter the Abyss world. From this point, we can see the depth of the contradiction between the 2 factions of Sakura country. Even at this time, the 2 sides still did not cooperate, but fought on their own. The Peace faction occupied the temple, but did not join forces with the Radicals. The Radicals took control of the entrances of the 2 dungeons, but they did not allow the Conservatives to come in and out at will. After 2 days, the expeditionary force led by Wu Feng has entered Urban Island, and it only needs to pass through 2 more cities to reach the teleportation array that enters Iban Island. Niban Island is much better than Sanbon Island. There are still many remaining strengths of the conservative faction here. And the families that took over as kings also wisely stayed away from the territory of the Baohei faction. Wu Feng and others finally met with the Baohei party. Her Royal Highness the Queen and the Princess are currently trapped in the seminary. Nikaido Sayuki sent people to block the academy. Our people are temporarily unable to contact the people inside. The person in charge of the Baohei faction in Urban Island regretfully informed Wu Feng of the news. Then go directly to the seminary. Our task is to meet Queen Qian, and we will kill anyone who gets in our way. Wu Feng, as a veteran god-level powerhouse, although usually amiable. But if it is really ruthless, it is definitely that people block killing, and gods block killing gods. We also hope so, but the elders. Hey, it's hard to describe. The Baohei faction knows their own family affairs, and now there is a lot of mess, and they have to rely on the help of the next door. Wu Feng turned his head and said to Qin Yunfeng and the others, any news about Yibi and the others? Qin Yunfeng shook his head, and the God-level team searched around for a long time. The bodies of Yibi and others were still not found. But no news right now is the best news. Better than seeing a dead body. Take a rest for 2 hours, and then set off for an island. Wu Feng is the leader of the team, and it is impossible to put all his experience on the matter of finding people. But the importance of Yibi is self-evident. Bai Lao valued it aside, this kid's personality was also very suitable for him. He didn't want to see a rising star fall like this. It's hard for others to say, as long as Yibi is not torn apart by the explosion of the space gate, there will be no problem. Bai Rumei calmly analyzed. Yibi's level is the lowest in the expeditionary army, but its combat effectiveness definitely exceeds that of most club members. Just look at the response to the iron-toothed lantern shark. The problems that God-level professionals are afraid of are solved directly without bloodshed. Just as Bai Rumei analyzed, Yibi fought all the way from the Abyss world to the exit of the copy of Iban Island. Faced with the obstruction of the radical professionals, he directly summoned the Sky Wrath Legion to push out. Many Cherry Blossom Country professionals saw the Golden Skywrath Warrior, and immediately thought of the legendary Golden Armored Summoner. For a while, the news that the Golden Armor Summoner invaded the island spread like wildfire. Huo Wu, who was trapped in the Sakura Theological Tower, was browsing the forum of the professional association. My lord, he's here. He's here, so what? Do you think he came here just for you? Qian looked at his daughter indifferently. Now the Chinese expeditionary force is still on Niban Island, and he has already landed on Iban Island. Didn't he come for me? Facing her mother, Huo Wu still puffed out her chest and did not show weakness. The women of the Yuzhou former family regard men as nothing, you really embarrass the family. After Qian learned that the family's secret skill Fan Xinzui was ineffective against Yibi, she paid more attention to this special boy from China. This is the nemesis of Yu Zhaoqin's family, and he must not be allowed to get close to Huo Wu. I can conquer him without relying on obsession. Huo Wu didn't know where her confidence came from. After learning that Yibi had killed all the way from the abyss to the island, he had a special feeling for him. If you were overwhelmed by the opponent's powerful combat power before, then now you are conquered by the persistence of killing everything for love. Although he said that he wanted to conquer the other party, he was completely conquered by the other party in his heart. Qian shook his head helplessly, the daughter might not be saved. At that time, let's see if we can talk about conditions and keep Yibi away from Huo Wu. As long as the other party asks for a condition, she must find a way to meet it. According to the speed of the Huasha Expeditionary Army, we will arrive here in 2 to 3 days. It's time to settle the score with Zuo Xing and his gang. Chizuru got up and walked towards the lower floor of the Sakura Tower. The outside world thought she was imprisoned by the radicals headed by Seiko. Only she knows that staying here is just to have more chances to get along with the souls of the ancestors. Just like the Xuanyuan Pagoda, under the Cherry Blossom Pagoda, there are remnants of the soul of the great god. The rules of the tower are still controlled by the remnants of these great gods. As a descendant of Tamamo, Chizuru can control most of the authority of Sakura Tower. This is also the main reason why Zuo Xing fears her. Entering the secret room, Qian pushed back the guards outside the door. He bowed to the nine-tailed fox statue in the secret room, bit his index finger and dripped blood. With the invasion of blood, the eyes of the nine-tailed fox slowly opened. A pair of soul-stirring eyes stared at Qian. The 27th generation patriarch before Yuzhou, Qianzuru pays homage to the ancestors. What do you mean by waking me up? A seductive voice that could confuse even women rang in Qianhei's ears. Qian immediately briefly explained the situation he was facing. It also highlights the situation where Yibi can resist intoxication. A boy from Huasha Kingdom. Let him come here at that time, I want to see if he can resist my Yuzhou's obsession. Yes. Let Huo Wu come here to practice in advance, she has also reached her age. Yes, in front of this ancestor, Qian only had to agree. Completely lost the aloof queen temperament. Also look for an opportunity to kill the principal of the contemporary seminary and take back my soul body left outside from him. Onoki has been refusing to enter the tower, he's probably already prepared. Now the radical Zuo Xing and he are both in the Holy Beast Hall of the seminary, not far from the protection of Yamada no Orochi. Quote, "It's that stinky snake again. Play it by ear, if you can help me regain my remnant soul, the Sakura Tower will be in my hands again." Yes, Chizuru will do her best. For killing Onoki, Chizuru really didn't have any confidence. Compared to Sayuki, Onogi is a veteran master. Before he became a god, he was already a god-level professional of the elders. In terms of seniority, he is only half a generation younger than Wufeng and Bai Lao. The secret room at the bottom of the Sakura Tower became silent again. Iban Island, Dongri City. Half of the largest city in the Cherry Blossom country has fallen into the control of monsters from the abyss. Control of the other half is in the hands of radicals. The municipal formation is half paralyzed, and it can only guarantee that the Sakura Seminary in the center is still under protection. Many surrounding business districts are withdrawing from the protection of the array at a distance of several kilometers every day. Yibi is shuttling through this modern city under the blessing of the group flying technique of breaking the formation. The place below has already become a paradise for monsters. Daxu can be seen everywhere wandering among the city buildings. From time to time, the guards of the golden armored Rhino King can be seen. These vanguards probably don't know that their boss has been sacked. Still following the Rhino King's previous order, he moved closer to the Theology Tower. "Master, the Chinese expeditionary force is on Nibbin Island, and they will be able to log in tomorrow." The island. But their direction was just opposite to ours, and they landed on the island from the northwest. Then assemble at Sakura Seminary. Now that Yibi knows the location of the expeditionary army, he is not afraid of missing him. I also happened to go to the seminary to meet that Nikaido Sakuya. It was the first time to fight with a god-level professional. Already looking forward to the power of killing gods. But before meeting Zuo Xing, he must preserve his strength. Especially the power of killing gods cannot be used. There are many families and unions in Dongri City, and there are at least 60+ god-level powerhouses here. Yibi tried to avoid these areas. While hunting the abyss monsters on the outside, advance to the inside. Anyway, Dongri City has become a mess now. Today you hit me, tomorrow I hit you. Grabbing resources and territories are commonplace. Guerrillas like Yibi are even more common. Did some hunting around this building today. Tomorrow, I ran to the underground garage of a certain building and disappeared. Trade unions and families will not care about the existence of this kind of guerrilla warfare. As long as they don't grab fixed resources and fixed sites, they hope that the more chaos the better. Night in Dongri City. Half of them were brightly lit. Half as black as ink. In the half of the night, there are countless crimson eyes peeping in the dark. Occasional shouts and fighting sounds became the main theme here. Sit on the top floor of the tallest building nearby. Yibi had a bird's eye view of the panorama of Dongri City, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In less than a month, this place has changed from a nationalized city to what it is today. It has to be said that the changes brought about by the launch of the Abyss project are huge. Not all countries can successfully win the first stronghold in the Abyss world like Washa. More are countries that have been counterattacked, such as the country of cherry blossoms. On the World Professionals Association forum, different countries and cities fall every day. And there are only a few heavenly countries that can successfully enter the Abyss world and successfully win the first base. After the Washa Kingdom, the White Bear and the Beautiful Country also successfully won the first base. Exameng also announced the establishment of the first base yesterday. The surrounding small countries also began to spend money on foreign aid. Once a big country has gained a firm foothold, it will naturally have spare power. The business of earning extra money must be done. In addition to Bangzi and Sakura, the Chinese Expeditionary Army also has several small countries in the surrounding area. Even Ah-san couldn't hold on anymore and asked Washa for help. However, Bai Lao did not directly agree to send troops. Instead, they waited for news from other expeditionary forces. After all, the mainland still needs a certain amount of troops to garrison. There are only a few teams that can be sent abroad. Wufeng, who had just left from the teleportation formation on Urban Island, received the latest mission notice. The Sakura Country Expeditionary Force needs to complete the task within 3 days. The domestic situation seems to have changed, and we have to speed up our pace, Wu Feng said to the leaders of the 3 God-level teams. Did the teacher tell you more about the specific situation? Qin Yunfeng also has new concerns about his domestic form. No, but the situation should be under control, otherwise we will not complete the task within 3 days, but return immediately. Based on his understanding of his boss, Wu Feng chose to believe that nothing major happened. Instead, Bai Lao took precautions and was ready to implement the next plan. The early land reclamation should have entered a critical period. The heavyweights must all be guarded in the Abyss World in case of emergency. Rest for 3 hours, and then set off for Sakura Seminary overnight. Wu Feng is preparing for the last rest before the battle. The next 3 days will go straight to the Axis. See Kion within 3 days and fulfill the promise. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.